An historic week at a cherished championship today. Crescendos in Carolina. It's the final round of the 77th U.S. Women's Open at famed Pine Needles. And the race is on for the biggest prize in the women's game on a Super Sunday in Southern Pines. NBC Sports and the United States Golf Association proudly present the 77th U.S. Women's Open, presented by ProMedica, with uninterrupted coverage brought to you by Rolex. From across the Carolinas and around the world, they have gathered at one of the great cathedrals of the women's game to watch the best players of today compete for an unprecedented purse and unending glory. Solve this century-old Donald Ross riddle, and you join Pine Needles' legendary list of champions and add your name to the most treasured trophy in all of women's golf. And it's a trophy that Minjee Lee, you might say, has one hand on already. A 3-shot lead with 18 holes to go as she tries to win her second major in as many years. Mina Haragai looking for her first career victory in 260 starts. Trying to give the U.S. a U.S. Women's Open champion for the first time since 2016. Could someone make a move from behind? You got world number 1 Jin Young Ko, Lydia Ko, former number 1 in the world. Lots of major winners that are well off the pace. Nelly Korda back for the first time in 4 months after a blood clot sidelined her for most of the first half of the year. Lexi Thompson also looking to make a big move as we take you out to the second. Grant Boone, Paige McKenzie, and Karen Stupples watching In-Gee Chun.
Yeah, this is a second shot into this second. Already a birdie on her card at the first. Former winner of the US Women's Open at Lancaster. Oh my goodness, that was almost the very best possible start she could have.
There we go.
Bit unlucky, Angie. That could have gone down for you. But great birdie.
At the third, Cheyenne Knight from the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
This par 3 has provided scoring opportunities over the last couple of days for players, and nearly another one there.
At the 10th, par 5 moved up today and an eagle putt for Allie Ewing.
It was into the wind yesterday. We didn't see very many players going for this in 2. But today we should see a few more of these type of putts.
Yeah. Allie grew up in Mississippi, went to Mississippi State, twice a winner on the LPGA Tour, and that close to an eagle. Minjee leading it by 3. It was a decade ago that Minjee Lee won a USGA title in California, the U.S. Girls Junior. It was a performance that announced her arrival as a superstar in the making, and afterward, Minjee announced it herself.
Your first USGA championship. You are now 1 for 1. You think there's going to be a few more of these USGA championships in your future?
Definitely. Yep. I'm coming.
Well, Paige, she has come, and she has conquered in a major championship already. That was 11 months ago at the Amundi Evian Championship, and she is sitting pretty here through 54 holes, and no surprise, is it?
And I think that's what it is. There's been a slow build. She obviously had an accomplished amateur career, but even this far on the LPGA Tour season, 1 in her last stroke play start. She leads the LPGA Tour in scoring average. She's a known front runner and has been successful from this 54-hole position before. So I think all eyes on Minjee Lee today.
And she has a pretty good record coming from behind as well. 7 back going into the final round at Evian last year. So as players try to emulate what Minjee did last year, what are they going to see, and what will Minjee see as she tries to protect and build a lead in these first few holes especially?
The USGA does a great job of always managing the tone. And the tone of today is very much the players are going to be on their heels. We've seen some opportunities already this morning in the early start of maybe some birdie looks, but the hole locations today are putting the players in a position to play defensively. So I think it's going to be very difficult for the chasers to make a run, or if if they do, at least, it's going to be a very fine line between successful shot and potential disaster, the way that this golf course is set up today.
It's been a week of offense, hasn't it? It's the lowest 54-hole score in U.S. Women's Open history, and a chance to make a little more today. And keeping us on our toes, Karen Stupples out there, Kate Cockrell and John Wood on the golf course. Catherine Tappan has interviews for us, and USGA's Catherine Belanger will be along to answer any rules questions. Third shot at the par 5 first for Brooke Henderson. She made the cut on the number and had a good 68 in round 3.
She's been really all-star on her ball striking this week. It's just been her putter that's been a little bit difficult, but another good look for birdie. Maybe she can get the putter rolling today.
To the third, Minjee Chun, after nearly dunking her second at the second.
Only 110 yards today for the players. A conservative line.
To the first and the third shot for Se Young Kim. Some have a one-handed follow-through when they hit a bad shot. She almost does it with a flair, like watch this, like an artist. Hannah Green is at the third.
She will have noticed that the balls have been receptive. What we've seen so far with wedge in hand, you can be able to control your distances still relatively early in the day. We saw the greens firm out yesterday, and actually much more difficult for the players to hold the greens than the first 2 days.
To 9.
And this is Sung-Hyun Park for a birdie. Off to a much better start today than she was yesterday. Started her third round with a double bogey, but with a couple of birdies on her card already, going along quite nicely, but it's a little downhill tester for her coming back.
Lydia Ko made a big move yesterday with a 66, and she's in focus this week as small businesses, the heartbeat of every community, is partnering with American Express. Some of the top players are helping put the spotlight on women-owned small businesses near and dear to the Southern Pines community. Lydia, along with Lexi Thompson, Stacey Lewis, Rose Zhang, and others, are supporting local small businesses this week. High Octane Coffee in Aberdeen, North Carolina, not far away, is on that visor of Lydia Ko. So whether you'll be enjoying the tournament in person or from the comfort of your own home, American Express reminds you to shop small and support the local businesses and restaurants in your community. Lydia is not really high octane in terms of her personality.
But I know she is a coffee lover.
That is true. There's Nelly Korda, who was even signing some autographs mid-round this week. Minjee Chun for birdie at third. And back to the first. Se Young Kim for birdie.
This should be very straightforward. She was pin high just to the right, so pretty much straight up that hill. Nicely done.
A thing of beauty, marrying the line and speed perfectly, and Se Young off to a good start.
By straight uphill, I mean a large right to left break. And you mentioned it, she married it perfectly. A lot of players kind of work their eyes backwards, see how the ball's entering the hole, and read the line from hole back to ball. Really nicely judged, and a good birdie to start her day.
A player who went 31 under a few years ago in Wisconsin to set the all-time LPGA scoring mark for 72 holes. 31 under. And another KPMG Women's PGA champ playing with her, Brooke Henderson. Got to be a good feeling. She said she scored a good putter. Started leading the flagstick in this year just to give her a different look. Converts there. Can Hannah Green convert for birdie at 3? Minjee both were mentored by Kari Webb, the winner here in 2001. Minjee would love to become the third Aussie to win a major championship here in this great event, the U.S. Women's Open. And Lexi Thompson getting her final round started with Lilia Vu. Those are her tee shots.
And she's used a variety of different clubs off the tee so far this week.
Kay Cockrell is following Lexi.
Yeah, and it appears as though she's going to lay up here. 236 yards to the front. Lilia Vu already laid up. Going with a 7-iron. I guess just didn't feel like with the wind hurting from the left, it was worth going for it. But she came very close to laying it up into the bunker.
We've seen a couple different strategies from her. She's gone for it twice, now laid up twice.
We go to the 9th, Sun Hyun Park to save her par. This 9th hole has been a bit of a beast today, playing the hardest it's played all week. There's been a quadruple bogey and a triple bogey already, so a hole to watch as we progress through the day, but Sun Hyun Park negotiating that with the par.
There is the 22-year-old Swede, Ingrid Lindblad. A star at LSU, finished third at the NCAAs and trying to do something that only one other has ever done. Kathleen Lacoste, about 4 hours or so north of here in Hot Springs, Virginia. Lacoste, the only amateur ever to win the U.S. Women's Open. Stayed an amateur and has that incredible distinction. Ingrid Lindblad has a little history of her own this week. The lowest score by an amateur in the history of this 77-year championship.
Yeah, she's certainly been fun to watch this week. She's got an aggressive style of play. She's a high ball flight. And her story is similar to so many other amateurs that we've seen, really soaking up every moment here at the U.S. Women's Open. But I can guarantee you she has one goal in mind, and that's climbing the leaderboard as much as she can. She's absolutely a confident player, not here just for the experience.
Something to keep in mind. Top 10 in ties get into next year's U.S. Women's Open at Pebble Beach. Saganda for birdie at the 8th. The Spaniard stalwart in the Solheim Cup for Europe, Carlota Saganda. A 3 at the 8th. So layups for Lexi and Lilia Vu. Played so well last week at the match play in Vegas. And there is the UCLA star being followed by another one. She had the nerve to break all of your records, Kay.
She did, and I'm glad to see it. Records are meant to be broken. And actually, Bronte Law first broke my total wins record, and then Lilia Vu came along and became the all-time
I think it's playing like
leading winner at UCLA.
like center of the green. It's probably playing like 87. Probably playing the number. 95% is good. I think that's the right one.
A little below.
Yeah.
This is 83 yards to the hole. You hear her talking with her caddy. Going to play it a little bit longer because it's back into the wind uphill. Just a beautiful iron player. And she just has a classic golf swing that is going to serve her well for many years.
This is the young Thai, Pajari Ananarukarn for birdie at the 8th. Got her first win last summer in Northern Ireland. Take you back to the first and remind you that today's uninterrupted coverage is presented by Rolex. Lexi with her third.
As we've mentioned many times, carries 5 wedges due to the fact she hits it so long and has so many opportunities inside 130, 40 yards. This one a mere 71 yards, so just a little lob wedge. That's actually going to spin back. I don't know if it sits down right there to a spot where she'll have a have a pretty straightforward putt.
Made birdie here yesterday. The 77th U.S. Women's Open is presented by ProMedica, elevating the game and redefining healthcare. ProMedica. With coverage brought to you by the all-new Lexus LX 600. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. And by American Express. Don't live life without it. And our aerial coverage is provided by ProMedica, the presenting sponsor of the 77th U.S. Women's Open. And what views we've had from high above Pine Needles thanks to ProMedica, helping to elevate the purse this week to the richest in the history of the women's game. $10 million and $1.8 million to the winner. Incredible. Birdie putts here for a couple of Americans from different sides of the country. Lexi, a Floridian. Lilia grew up in Southern California. She started with a bang, didn't she? Birdie on Saturday.
Yeah, Lexi stumbled a little bit after that.
And so Lexi lines up a putt for birdie. Take a look at what Se Young Kim just did.
Yeah, from behind the hole, this green slopes severely from left to right, from the players looking at it from the fairway. So a good judge of read, but what that does is that means anybody that's pin high to the right, which it was Brooke Henderson on the first hole in the last group, and now what Lexi is looking at is that it should be relatively straight from that position.
Exactly. If I see anything, Paige, it would be just a little bit of a pull to her left as it slows down.
That is one thing as players walk up to the green, they will notice where's the high side of the green, where's the low side of the green, where does everything feed towards.
And that's a skill that some have to learn over time if they grew up in areas where there were very flat golf courses versus being naturally attuned to mountainous courses. Yeah, that did stay pretty dead straight.
Next week will be 3 years to the week since her last of her 11 LPGA Tour titles. It was staggering. So close last year, of course. The big lead late, couldn't hold it. And Casasso won. Now Lilia Vu.
And Grant, a little surprising when you look at the bio and realize this is just her second U.S. Women's Open. For someone who was such an accomplished amateur and collegiate player, I'm surprised that she didn't qualify more often for this championship.
That's the hard part, too, getting through the qualifiers.
I think we're going to see her playing many more of these in years to come.
She almost gave the game up a couple of years ago. As a rookie in 2019, Kay, you recall, and only made one cut. Came back and went to the Epson Tour, led that money list. What a year she's had already.
Just a little tester. We saw that line that Se Young was on. It does want to move pretty good. But test passed.
Up ahead to the second.
When we look at Brooke Henderson's, this is her second shot. Really lovely drive down the fairway. Since she's moved to the 46-inch driver, driving distance still up there where she was with the longer driver. I think she's starting to get acclimatized to that, but she'll have a downhill putt coming up next for a birdie.
Charlie Hull at third. Cloud of dust. Divot.
And a mistake, perhaps with club selection or execution at the very least. That is not an easy or good leave.
To two.
This is Se Young Kim with her shot in here. Just kind of cruise that one on down there.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
And it's going to keep on getting it, Paige.
Yeah, and this is what I was referring to is playing on your heels. The way that the USGA has put some of these hole locations, there's fall-offs beyond the hole, which means you're going to have to play conservatively towards the front side of the hole. Which is just a little more defense today.
68 from Bronte Law. All 3 rounds in the 60s for the Englishwoman. And she's the only player other than Mina Haragai within 6 of Minjee Lee.
Interestingly, I actually just got a text from Nancy Lopez, who actually mentioned that she shot 4 rounds in the 60s at Pumpkin Ridge and did not win. So she was the first ever to do that. That may happen again today, as Bronte Law and Minjee Lee have had 3 rounds in the 60s.
Zhang, world #1 amateur, and coming off a victory the NCAA championships a week ago, 2-2.
And Lexi Thompson on the tee.
Lily Vu took the honor away from Lexi with that birdie at the first and hit a good drive down the right center. Lexi going hard after that one. That is a big drive.
Absolutely gorgeous shot there, Kay. A little bit of drift to the right on it. Piped down the fairway. That'll set herself with a nice little wedge shot into that second.
Most rounds in the 60s through 3 rounds in U.S. Women's Open play, and 52 of them this year.
Yeah, it's been a historically low scoring U.S. Open, and a lot of it has to do with the fact that the fairways have been wide, not overly penalizing, but also we've had really benign conditions. We had a little bit of wind yesterday, but for the most part, it's been pretty accessible for the players.
At the 15th, Danielle Kang. A lot of question marks surrounding her this week. Would she play? Pulled out a couple of recent events with back injury. Announced that she has a tumor on her spine this week and seeking treatment. Hope she's okay. Gutting it out. Back to 2.
And this is Se-Yeon Kim. And she did get into trouble off the tee, hit it in the left, had to pitch out over the back of the green. Things are adding up quickly on this hole for Se-Yeon Kim. But this is what Paige, you were talking about. Players being on their back foot have to play a little bit defensively to some of these holes.
It's not a comfortable feeling, and it's certainly not part of Charlie Hull's general demeanor and how she addresses the golf course. Known, too, as a player that can be quite assertive in how she plays the game. And that's really nicely done. She would have been disappointed with that tee shot.
To 2.
And Brooke Henderson, for her birdie, we saw how quickly Se-Yeon Kim's approach shot disappeared past that hole. So Henderson has to be really careful with this one.
I don't know very many other weeks of the year, Karen, that people are worried about putting it off the green.
No, that's true. There's not many courses that could be a factor.
But we have seen it this week.
And the speeds are already 13 on the Stimp. And with the way this green slopes, I mean, it has to feel like it's about 15 or 16 when you're putting downhill.
The 77th U.S. Women's Open is presented by ProMedica. Beautiful day here in Southern Pines, a couple of hours from Atlantic Coast. Charlotte, a couple of hours to the west, an hour from Raleigh-Durham. We're back at the second.
Se-Yeon Kim now has his putt for her bogey. The consolation is that it is back uphill. Nope. That'll be a double bogey. And undoing the good work she did at the first. It's a 10.
And an eagle putt for Sung Hyun Park, the 2017 U.S. Women's Open champion, trying to regain the form that took her to #1 in the world. Think she can build on this week, don't you?
Absolutely. It's something that she can look at. And she really played to her strengths early in the week. She hit some nice, really long drives, had some great wedge approach shots. It's one of the things that sets her apart, being able to play to your strengths, hitting this green in 2-putt par, or excuse me, 2-putt birdie, I should say.
And like the back 9, the front 9 begins with a par 5. Andrea Lee with her third.
Whoa, and that was a massive mistake. That bunker shot is going to be so severely downhill. And again, that half, the right half of the green, as the players look at it, slopes severely down to the right.
23-year-old from California, superstar at Stanford.
We look down on the second hole and you can see what the players face with the drives. If you can carry it past those bunkers on the right, you get a nice little downslope and can propel you down the fairway. But Lydia View out driving Lexi Thompson here, Kay. So Lexi will be first.
Yeah, and she was right with her on the first hole as well, which lets me believe that Lily's got a little extra adrenaline going because she's usually about 10 yards behind Lexi on average.
Yep.
And with this second, we've talked about it again and again. This is one of those highlight holes that you know you have to land it short because the green slopes front to back. Maybe 10 paces on max.
It's one it's almost impossible to leave an uphill putt as well.
Well, she went with a more lofted club and just went after that hard so it could land softly.
Yeah, she was definitely going for the spin, but unfortunately it worked against her there because she could have done with just a little bit more release down towards the hole. That's going to be a quick putt. Now what's Vu facing?
Well, a couple paces ahead of where Lexi hit from, so a similar shot. What makes it hard too is you're coming off a downhill lie to this green that slopes away, so it's just exceedingly uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And in the back of your mind, you're like, okay, don't go too far.
And that'll give her another chance for a birdie after a birdie at the first.
I'd say she is focused and ready for today.
It's a good place to be in.
Minjee Lee and Mina Haragai will tee off in just about an hour's time. Bronte Law will play with Lydia Ko. Shot the round of the day yesterday at 66. What do you think? Can someone make a move?
Somebody will make a move. Are they going to catch Minjee Lee? I don't know. I think those players at 6 under par, that's going to be a tough hill to climb. Mina, I think it's going to be a 2-horse race most of the day, unless Bronte Law does something immediately out of the gate to put a little pressure on. But we have seen low scores this week.
At the 16th, Danielle Kang.
This par 3, you can see protected by that little mound in the front right portion of this green.
To the par 3 third and Brooke Henderson. Birdie par start.
Hurry. Good shot.
Sister Brittany says good shot. Hole high. And now Se Young Kim.
A little more wind action. Seeing the flags behind the green starting to flap a little bit. We saw the same kind of conditions yesterday. And it really changed the greens in regulation. The field average the first 2 days was right around 65, 66%. Dropped down to 61% yesterday, which is a significant drop for these players when you're talking about the best half of the field. The green shouldn't be a problem for Se Young Kim. It's just a matter of how aggressive she's going to be coming off of that double bogey.
Answer, very aggressive. That's who she is. 2 good looks at birdie to 2.
And Lexi Thompson with a really slippery putt here, Kay.
This is not a good look for birdie. She would do very well to get this one within a 3-foot circle.
That's got to slow. Slow down.
Uh-oh.
They're so slippery, these greens, Kay, out here.
They are.
All right, this is that bunker shot I was talking about. This, speaking of slippery, is going to be massively fast as soon as she gets it over the fringe. But that would be the tendency. You're trying to get too cute. All she needed to do was carry the front portion of this fringe Land it somewhere right over the fringe. There you go.
Even that keeps it between her and the hole. It'll be for bogey. And back to 2.
And Lexi Thompson, plenty of work here. I mean, hopefully she was paying attention, Kay, as the ball was rolling down past the hole.
I'm sure she was. This is what the second hole can do to you. It can just sink your confidence level very quickly on both how you approach the green and your putting. And you have to work very hard to just say, okay, this is a crazy green, tough little hole. Let's try our best and don't take too much of it to heart.
It's a green that reminds me of the first hole at Oakmont in how it slopes so dramatically from the front to the back, and how it certainly used to scare me hitting the approach into there.
Well, and I'm looking at what the players have done so far today. There's been 1, maybe 2 balls that have stopped on this side of the hole. It's either over the green or you're left with a downhill putt. It just makes it extremely hard.
And that'll be a bogey for Lexi Thompson.
Andrea Lee for bogey at the first.
Solid putt.
Solid year for a young player who began with barely any status on the LPGA Tour. Now she's got it back with a great start to the season.
As we go back to the second, and Lilia Vu to join Inji Chun as the only player to birdie both 1 and 2 today.
This potentially could be a huge day for her in terms of her future in majors, and playing with Lexi Thompson for the first time ever, and just playing in her second U.S. Women's Open, the potential for some really great things to happen today.
She's really found her feet out here now, Kay, hasn't she, as a professional?
She has, after a very hard, demanding 2 years where she questioned her future in the game.
And another UCLA alum, Ryan O'Toole, struggled yesterday. This for birdie at 15. Got her first victory last summer, then got married. Back we go to the first, and Moria Jatanagarn. And John Wood is following along.
Back into a stiff breeze today. These are definitely both going to be layups. This is headed right, though. The last thing you want to do is miss a fairway laying it up, but this may get a soft bounce and be okay.
Playing with Nelly Korda. And this is Nelly has driven it. How about that very first tee shot of the week?
There's an outlier in this group, and that was the adrenaline of 4 months wait to tee it up in competition again.
In the bunker here at Pierce.
And Paige, this is a layup, obviously, but it's one I would want to push up there as far as I can. She can get it 170 yards and still not reach those fairway bunkers on the right. Kind of eliminates the judgment of wind on the next shot if you can do that. But you got to be willing to push it up there pretty far. Yeah, this is laid up just up the left side. Really nice play.
She absolutely was in this championship until the final 45 minutes yesterday. Bogeyed her last 3. But she is on our list of reigning major champions. Yuka Saso is going to surrender the trophy today. She missed the cut this week, won last year at the Olympic Club. Nelly hoisted the KPMG Women's PGA Trophy. Her first major, went to #1 in the world. Minjee came from 7 back to win at Evian. Now she leads by 3 here. Anna Nordquist conquered Carnoustie for her 3rd different major. And then in April, the final Chevron Championship at Mission Hills, Jennifer Kupcho won for the first time and made it a major. Just great to see Nelly back at all. Brooke Henderson with the birdie at the first, a par at the second. This for birdie at 3.
I'm just keeping close look at this putting stroke because it unfortunately has not been one of the worst putting weeks probably Brooke Henderson has seen in her career, as good as she's hit it.
Mina Haragai is going to play with Minjee Lee again today. Scoring average yesterday was right about 73. She shot 70. You know, 1 under par and 3 better than the average. She just got beat yesterday by a better
She did,
better day.
and it was interesting because there was an exchange on the 5th hole where it was a 2-shot swing. Mina didn't respond great out of it.
This was a moment ago. Se-Young Kim for birdie at 3.
And a good recovery after the double bogey on 2.
She can make them in bunches. And now back on the tee, Lilia Vu.
Playing this right-hand tee shot. Tee for the second time, and it opens up the hole a little bit. But Lilia playing that pitching wedge safely out to the right. More so out to the right than she wanted, I'm sure.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed with that club in hand. Okay, how's the wind feel down there?
Well, down in this little low area where the 3rd tee is, you're surrounded by some trees on the tee, and the wind kind of swirls. It's like it's coming down the avenue from the 4th hole and bouncing around in the trees. It feels like overall it's hurting a little bit. But it makes, 110 yards, you feel like you could throw your ball down there and get it within 20 feet. But no, you got to hit it.
A little different angle today as well?
Yes. And I think the play is to just lower the trajectory a tad. You're hitting from a slightly elevated tee and make sure the wind doesn't affect it too much. Well, she kept that high, drawing it in a little, and pretty spot on with the number distance-wise.
It wasn't that she didn't like the shot. I think she got a little bit of debris up there in her eyes.
That would be the wind into you after the strike.
3rd shot for Moria at the 1st. And now Nelly with her 3rd.
Just 78 yards, laid it up perfectly, pushed it way down there. Just a little lob wedge, flighted well, just a hair right of the flagstick.
Well, Nelly, in her opening round, lost her tee shot at the 11th hole. Never found it. So what do you do if it happens to you? Let's find out in this edition of Rules of Golf, presented by Rolex.
Golf is an adventure start to finish, and no matter what course you're playing, there's always somewhere that you can lose a golf ball. Now, my tee shot was headed in this direction. And Catherine, I know I have 3 minutes. When does it start, and will you help me find it?
The 3 minutes is going to start as soon as you or your caddy start looking for it, and I can absolutely help you look for it along with anybody else who we're playing with.
Perfect. Well, I hope we do find it. If we don't, what are my options?
So only one option in that case. You're going to have to take stroke and distance relief, so go back where you last played from for 1 penalty stroke.
To clarify, since that was my tee ball, I go back to the tee and replay that. But if I had hit from the fairway or rough, I go and just estimate where I last hit?
Exactly. You're going to estimate where you last played from. You'd have a 1 club length relief area to drop and play from.
Perfect. Well, good news is we don't have to do that today because I found my ball here.
Great.
For future reference, though, I probably should have hit a provisional.
It's a good idea if you think it might be out of bounds or lost outside of a penalty area. Help save time if you don't find it.
Of course. Well, happy ending this time.
Catherine, Bailey, thanks. For more great rules content, download the USGA Rules of Golf app or visit usga.org/rules. Less than an hour before Minjee Lee and Mina Haragai, final pair, tee off. Players at -6 would love to do what Minjee did last year. Come from 7 back. All right, Nelly Korda for birdie at the 1st.
And Paige, you've been referencing the defensive posture a lot of these players are going to have to take today, and this is a great example of it. You go from a par 5 that you can reach into and be aggressive with, to now you've got this steamy downhill putt, just hoping to 2-putt it and get out of here.
Yeah, we saw Se-Young Kim with a very similar putt just a few minutes ago.
Just tough to throw it as high as you really need to.
getting through 4 days, it's a win for Nelly in a way, isn't it?
The way that she described her expectations, it makes me think she would be happy or would have been happy at the beginning of the week.
How about big sister Jessica? Par 3, 13th. At the third, Lilia Vu. It's a long one, but this for 3 in a row.
Get a sense of where the mounding is based on the changes of color into the green. So that last little portion slightly up.
Moria Jatanagarn for birdie at the first.
Different angle, but similar putt down the hill. Big breaker right to left.
Area goes by Mo. Her sister Area goes by May. See the M on the golf ball of Moria. Back at the third for birdie, Lexi.
Pretty good idea now what this does off of Lilia Vu's putt.
Yeah, we've seen several just short. Brooke Henderson also short from that side of the cup.
Birdie putt for Charlie Hull at the fourth. Okay, Charlie. Back to even par for the championship. The other U.S. Women's Opens at Pine Needles, even par would have kept you in it. It's time to look at our marquee pairing, presented by Rolex. Minjee Lee, 26 years old, from Australia, the west coast of Australia. Tied for 11th, her best finish in this championship. A winner last year at Evian, Nina Harrigai. She's playing in her 29th USGA event. Comes Minjee. And she's got the last winning caddy from Pine Needles on her back, Jason Gilroyd. She's from Australia, he's from Canada. They both make their home in the Dallas-Fort Worth area here in the States. And she is getting ready. Here we go to 2.
This is Andrea Lee with her third shot. Her second shot.
Oh my goodness.
Yep. Was right there, and you saw the disaster that she had at the first, and it's history repeating itself on the second.
Par putt for Lilia Vu at the third. Okay, keep the momentum going after a birdie start. Lilia Vu beat Andrea Lee in the consolation match last week in Vegas.
So Andrea Lee now. It's her fourth shot. Change of tactic, using the putter. Massively steep slope here. Getting it back up the hill. Is it?
Oh my.
This is something we haven't really seen much of yet this week, Paige. But all of a sudden, you're seeing these hole locations start to challenge these players in ways that we haven't really seen yet. This wind is also going to test them. My goodness. Go to the fifth, and Charlie Hull on the tee, playing 191 yards today. It's another hole that is playing harder today, coming off of a birdie at fourth. And hang in there. Yep. Really tremendous golf shot there. So, meanwhile, back on the second, Andrea Lee, still with the putter. Oh, this has got plenty of speed this time. I often feel sometimes when you play those shots off the green, it's better to use it with just your regular grip as opposed to maybe having your index finger over, your left index finger over and down the shaft. It just allows you more freedom of movement. And to 4.
And on the tee, Lexi.
Lilia Vu drove it nicely down the middle. This hole playing back into the wind. Ooh, a little quick on that transition. This going left. Going to have to get lucky in that. Ooh, I think it might have bounced out of the sandscape.
Kyle Franz said in the last 6 months they planted 60,000 of these wiregrass plants here. As we take you to the 9th.
And Nasa Hataoka. Another little delicate putt down the hill. I can't believe that got to the hole. It looked like it had stopped about 10 feet short. Oh my goodness. Just a little hint of what this golf course has in store. So back to 2, and I bet Andrea Lee is hoping for a result just like that here. Just to go ahead and try and make one. Just to get off this hole as quickly as she can now.
Isn't there that sense, though? I mean, the way I described the U.S. Open is by Sunday afternoon, you hope you never see that golf course again because of the turmoil that it can cause. But certainly, these last 2 holes have been really rough.
Well, Paige, on this second hole, there have been 5 doubles already. This is before Andrea Lee's got on this hole, and 1 triple already. It just seems like, as you rightly described earlier on today, that players are going to have to hold on, and it's going to be a tough test for Minjee Lee, holding on up there at top. Disaster happens so quickly out here.
It does. It
still work for a triple.
Inji Chun at the 6th. Inji's trying to do what Inji did in reverse. Inji won U.S. Women's Open, then Evian. Inji Evian now trying to win the U.S. Women's Open.
And Charlie Hull on the 5th for her birdie. Yes. Easy done, and you can see the wind blowing the flag around.
If you want to get closer to the action, join the Victory Club, the official home of U.S. Open and U.S. Women's Open fans, for access to exclusive content, merchandise, offers, and more. Weekly ticket packages are on sale now for next year's U.S. Women's Open, presented by ProMedica at Pebble Beach. Go to uswomensopen.com/tickets. Top 10 in ties get their own ticket to Pebble next year.
And Grant Page, as we go back down to the 2nd, and Andrea Lee, I mean, this is still a tester for her triple bogey, but doing all the right things, taking her time, making sure, you know, just to not give things away. But there's going to be some regrouping for her leaving this green. Okay. Big mountain now for her to overcome with the bogey, triple bogey start.
She had a putt for bogey, a putt for triple, neither of which were tap-ins. That's how her round has started. Back at the par 5 first, and 24-year-old from Massachusetts, Megan Kang.
Living on the edge.
Yeah. No chance for birdie. Tough putt. Se Young Kim at the 4th. Just getting familiar with the back of these greens here.
Well, and this is another one of those hole locations that nicely done this time around that challenge the fall-off areas. It really test the players on how aggressive do you want to play into these holes. There's several hole locations where you're just going to see players playing short of the hole.
No pars yet. 3 birdies and a double. Hannah Green to get it to even par. And we mentioned Pebble Beach. Site next year. How great will that be? Mina Harrigan from that area talked about how excited she is. A couple of years, we'll go back to Lancaster Country Club, where Inji Chun was the winner in 2015. Erin Hills, where Brooks Koepka won the first of back-to-back U.S. Men's Open titles. And Riviera, the Riv, 2026.
It's such an exciting lineup.
Uninterrupted coverage of the USGA Championships is presented by Rolex. High above Pine Needles. No club has ever hosted the U.S. Women's Open more. This is the fourth, and it's young Lilia Vu.
Going with a 7-iron, trying to keep this down below the wind. That's plenty of club. Waiting for some crowd reaction, not hearing any.
Rolling into the bunker there.
Maybe Donald Ross is applauding somewhere. Megan King. So there's the actual distance.
And there's, I was going to say, not the actual line. You can see exactly where she's aimed, about 4 feet to the right of the hole. I mean,
wow.
Could you play it any higher? It's just one of those where gotta be conservative.
Right, a birdie, a bogey, and a par for Lexi Thompson from the fairway. She is left of it. And how about the lie here?
Her ball bounced around, kind of ping pong between these wiregrass clumps. She's ended up where she has a shot. She's not stuck in one of those wiregrass clumps, but right along the edge of it, and she can swing through. She might get her club wrapped a little bit around a little bit of the grass on the follow through, but it shouldn't impede her swing. And that sounded good and a pretty good line.
Just be a long 2-putt into the wind. She didn't want to get too aggressive with that hole.
And this is the second hole. Nelly Korda with her second shot. We've seen how difficult this is, judging the right amount of spin, landing to that downhill shot.
Yeah.
It is such an advantage, Paige, isn't it? Hitting shorter shots in, being able to control that spin.
It absolutely is. We've seen that throughout the week, especially on that hole, though, on the downhill lie.
So on the fifth, this is Brooke Henderson. Just playing a little controlled hybrid there. She was a little bit indecisive with the wind, and that's going to be tricky.
Megan King just touched her first putt. This the comebacker for par. So looking for her first career LPGA victory.
We'll go down to the second, and this is Morey Jutanugarn's third shot.
Yeah, drove it in that right fairway bunker. Played her second here. Pretty good shot. She didn't have the best of lies, but you see her taking out the some sort of wedge here. The advantage to this is you can take out some of the break, Karen. You don't have to play all of it. If you were putting it, you have to read it a lot more, but this way you can carry it more, take some of that break out. Advantages to both plays, don't you think?
I do too, and I also think you could get a little bit more spin on it too, just to control how much this ball will release as well. You see that little first hop, that little check? That's what she's looking for. Yeah, but now she's going to be left with a downhiller. Green in regulation on that second hole is key.
Minjee and Mina. First U.S. Open ever was right here for Mina, 2007. It was the week after she won the Women's Amateur Public Links, a USGA event no longer being played. Minjee won the U.S. Girls, as we showed you earlier, and then her first U.S. Women's Open to play in was just down the road at Pinehurst.
I don't think it's any coincidence that you're seeing USGA champions continue to be successful at USGA or U.S. Opens for a variety of reasons. Obviously, accomplished amateur players, but also there's a specific style that the USGA typically sets up their golf courses. They're pushing the golf course. They're pushing the golfer. And players that thrive in that kind of environment typically continue to do so into their professional career.
We'll take a look at her best 54 hole positions in major championships. Note that at the Evian Championship last year, she was tied for fourth. She was 7 back. I believe Morgan mentioned this yesterday. For the chasers, there aren't a whole lot of players between them. The ones at, let's say, 6. It's a lot of ground to make up. against a proven winner, but there aren't a whole lot of bodies in between them in the lead. Interesting to watch as we go along. Third shot, par 4 fourth for Lilia Vu, who's 2 under early.
And it's pretty delicate here. Oh, but nicely judged.
How about it? Made the nice par save at 3, and that for par at 4. Coming into her own. Fun to watch. 2.
And this is Maury Jutanugarn with her par putt after leaving her chip short. Really fast down the hill. Just so difficult to make that adjustment with the line when it's that quick. She'll have work still as we go to 4.
And Lexi. Here we go for birdie. Put that in air quotes, perhaps.
Yes, it would be a gift if she were to make this. And I think most players would be satisfied with an easy 2-putt, which that is a very, very nice and a stress-free par.
There is stress when you are great, like Lexi is, and you haven't won in a while. She feels it. To 2.
And Nelly Korda with a downhiller as well on this second hole. Oh, so near, but yeah, still. You saw it.
There's a star in the men's ranks. Great to have Nelly back.
We'll go back to Maury Jutanugarn and her bogey putt. Okay. This second hole really is playing half a shot over par today, and it's got progressively harder as the week's gone along.
Maybe 3.5 feet here for Lilia Vu.
Good up and down. Something like that early in the round is just enough to give you a little bit of a boost, confidence that you're going to be able to manage this Sunday, which feels like a white knuckle Sunday.
Nelly on the second for her par, John.
Yeah, and it does have the feeling of that white knuckle Sunday coming up, doesn't it? If you're a chaser, that's actually what you want. You need help. You know you need help to catch those leaders, and these are the kind of conditions that they can come back to you a little bit. You still got to play great golf, but you'd much rather have this than a slow day.
We're going to go to 5. Se-Yeon Kim. Speedy. Again. Kate, she actually got quite lucky because her tee shot actually went much farther left than where she ended up. It took a little bit of a ricochet down to there. So all in all, well done, Se-Yeon Kim.
I think she's still yet to find a par, but she'll take it.
4 birdies and a double and a couple from off the green. Georgia Hall. All right, there we go in Georgia, the 2018 AIG Women's Open champion. She won a star-studded Sunday at Lytham. Well, this is Leona Maguire, played just an hour or so away at Duke collegiately. First winner from Ireland on the LPGA Tour. And having missed 3 cuts coming in, she's tied for 10th here. Chance for birdie.
And Brooke Henderson has this on the 5th for a par. Her tee shot was short in the bunker. And that'll be a bogey for Brooke.
Minjee Lee warming up, trying to add a U.S. Women's Open title to her U.S. Girls Junior. Should be the 7th player to win both of those USGA titles of the modern era. Harriet Jutanugarn and Inbee Park are the others.
Let's trust the club as stock. It's perfect.
And on the 5th tee, Lilia Vu, okay?
This already challenging hole made even tougher today with this very strong wind that's blowing probably the hardest it has all week steadily. Lilia going with a 4-iron.
She went after it too, Kay.
She did. She hit that high. Oh, beautiful shot. She's swinging beautifully today.
And so far on this 5th hole, there have only been 3 birdies. And it just has been playing particularly tough. 23 bogeys or worse, 26 pars. Just a bit of a beast.
Karen, all you need to do is absolutely stripe a 4-iron.
It's
or
like
a
nothing.
hybrid for the shorter hitters.
This is definitely straight. I think one yesterday kind of died.
Is it straight in?
It should be fractionally off of our right, if anything. Okay, so basically from like here.
Maybe just a little taken off?
Just a little bit, yeah. Yep. Love it.
If she can duplicate what Lila Vu just did. And this is why Lexi put the 4-iron back in.
Yeah. She has to take one of them out, Kay. It's either the 4-iron comes out or the 5-iron comes out, depending on how the course is playing.
Yeah, and she just ballooned that 4-iron up, caught the wind, pushed it off. That's gonna be a tough spot to get up and down from.
Yeah, anything down that right side on the 5th, always brutal.
And this is Hye-Jin Choi, shot 64 on Friday, struggled out of the gate, trying to get her final round off to a better start. And it's not going to be a tap in, but give her a shot. To the 3rd, and Nelly Korda.
Here, based on the reaction, she's obviously disappointed. Only 110 yards today.
Charlie Hall hit it back there, 2-putted for par. She'd love a par here at 6.
Solid stroke.
When Charlie won the CME Group Tour Championship in 2016, she was the first winner from England on the LPGA Tour since. This woman you're going to hear from next, Karen Stupples.
Aha! Never gets old hearing it. So Uni G, this on the 2nd, trying to judge that speed down the hill. Gets away from these players very quickly, very easy to leave it short. But Uni G displaying some tremendous touch there, just to leave herself a little tap in for her par.
Birdie putt here at the 1st for Leona Maguire.
You just know you're not going to have very many great opportunities on a Sunday. Tough to see that slide by.
Moria Jatanagarn at the 3rd.
Yep. Popular place today. Anything right at that whole location?
Back at the 1st, Hye-Jin Choi for birdie. She knew it broke. Just powered it through there. Birdie putt for Cheyenne Knight at the 8th.
Look at it pick up speed. What a putt.
One victory in her young LPGA career for Cheyenne.
And we go down to the 5th, and Lexi Thompson really in a tough spot down here on the right of the green. The only consolation is there is a little bit of green to use there between where she's going to land this in the flag, and she is playing into the upslope once it does land on that green. But what she has to do, though, Paige, is really get good, clean contact with this on the ball and make sure that she judges that impact from that sort of slightly upslope that she's playing from.
Thank you. It's just, there's not a lot of room for error here. It's got to be perfect in order to get close to this hole. That was pretty perfect.
Nelly was signing autographs mid-round. Here she is for birdie at 3.
We've had a lot that have been slow, kind of up towards the last portion. You can see there's a small little ridge to climb. She'll be disappointed with that effort.
Right back at the par 5 first in the second shot for world number 1, Jin Young Ko, beginning the day 7 back.
I say almost everybody we've seen so far this morning is laid up. She gave it a little bit of a run. Not enough to get all the way there, but a good lead.
She chipped in from off the 18th.
On her last hole of the day yesterday.
Get it back to even par.
Lydia Vu on the 5th hole. I mean, really tremendous forehand to give herself this uphill attempt. Ooh. Looking pretty confident out there. Think she's really enjoying herself.
Moria Jatanagarn for birdie at 3.
Again, almost every single putt from this side of the hole has come up short. Just enough.
Not Mo. Answers the bogey at 2. The birdie at 3. To 2.
And we're looking at Megan Kang. Has this for her birdie. Has to move a bit to the left, looking at how much this green slopes from front to back. And in all fairness, you walk off this green with a par today, you're doing yourself a favour. As we go to 1.
What a brutal start for Anna Nordqvist yesterday. Doubled this par 5 first, and a huge struggle and fight to just work her way back somewhere into the top 5.
Yeah, after that double bogey, finished only 1 over for the day, so a tremendous amount of fight from Nordqvist yesterday, and now a look for birdie.
Nelly for her par at 3. She has a couple of titles to defend coming up. The Meyer LPGA Classic in a couple of weeks, and then of course the KPMG Women's PGA. Not sure when we'll see Nelly again. Jin Young Ko is going to have a 3rd shot at the par 5 first. And we mentioned the finish to her round yesterday, and remember Ingrid Lindblad had almost holed her approach. Tapped in for birdie, and then Jin Young. Even she couldn't believe, and if she can't believe something great, you know it's special. Because she makes the special look routine. Dominant number 1, player of the year twice now, including last year, even with the great season from Nelly. How about this 3rd?
It's going to be a similar looking pitch shot, but from left to right is how the ball is going to fall rather than the other way around yesterday.
McGuire was over in that area, couldn't get it to drop. The USGA is unifying the game through the Gen Mobile app in partnership with Sentry Insurance. Join a growing community of more than 2 million who post their scores and track their progress while using GPS and other enhanced features. Download that Gen Mobile app today. And you can get your child started in the game. The USGA is a co-founder of Drive, Chip, and Putt, a free program focused on fun and the 3 fundamental skills in golf. Register today. Find a qualifying site close to you. DriveChipandPutt.com. Anna Nordqvist, the birdie putt here at the 1st.
Had some incredible judgment on the greens this week. Leads the field in putts per green. And if she wants to make a move, this is a good place to start.
You predicted that she would fight back even after that double bogey at the first hole yesterday, just because you've seen it so often.
Yeah, I mean, she's a veteran player. She's dealt with adversity throughout her career, and she continues to get up. If she gets knocked down, she'll get right back up. And as a major champion 3 times over, you'd expect that, right?
How amazing is the story of Eun Hee Ji? She wasn't in the U.S. Women's Open 7 days ago. She had to win the match play out in Las Vegas. 7 matches in 5 days. Got it done. And now the 2009 winner is playing late on Sunday here. Today's uninterrupted coverage is presented by Rolex. High above the first. Jin Young Ko. Is this birdie putt to join Bronte Law at 7 under.
This is going to be very much a test of matching that line and speed. As players come off the practice green, you've got to trust what you feel, that the tournament greens will be exactly like the practice greens. She's got a stillness, moves pretty deliberately around the putting greens. And it matches her smooth stroke.
Good start for Jin Young. She won 5 of her last 9 starts in 2021 and then won her first of this year over in Singapore. She goes 5 events without winning, and you wonder what's wrong with Jin Young Ko. 5 whole starts without a win. It's been a little over a year since Brooke got her 10th victory, the most by any man or woman on a major tour from Canada. At this for par. If she were putting just a little bit better, where would Brooke Henderson be in this championship?
Significantly higher on the leaderboard, we'll put it that way. It's been a rough go. She is only beating 3 people in strokes gained putting this week of those that made the cut. If that gives you any indication at how well her ball striking is carrying her.
Went to left-hand low earlier this year. You see it there. Not for a lack of work. She puts the hours in for sure. Megan Kang for birdie at 3. You
can see that darker shade of green. That's the uphill, kind of towards the end of the putt. Difficult to judge a putt that doesn't have the same slope throughout. I think that's what we've been seeing today, as people have notoriously left it short. We, of course, get the luxury of watching it over and over. And some players and caddies will be watching early coverage to get a feel for what is going on out there.
Se Young Kim is bogey-free. We'll put an asterisk by that. She made a double at the second. 4 birdies, a double. And this is for her first par of the day. Weird to not have seen Se Young Kim in the winner's circle since the end of 2020. She had won every year on tour until last year, rookie in 2015. But she can rack them up in bunches. She's a major champ.
An explosive player, certainly fun to watch. Not at all surprised by a string of birdies.
Did you say explosive? How about the week for Ingrid Lindblad? It's a week that she won't ever forget. I don't think we will anytime soon. 22-year-old from Sweden by way of Baton Rouge. LSU. She's going to be a senior this fall, and she has taken this championship by storm. Second shot at the par 5.
She's shown she can get some really nice trajectory with her fairway woods. She can launch it nice and high, which if she's going for it, and I'm guessing she is. Left, you don't want to be left. See if she can get a nice kick. That whole fairway slopes from left to right. Very nice.
Birdie putt for Eun Hee Ji at the 3rd. Is for a share of 5th. She won in Vegas and now playing with house money in a way, just to even be here. Shi Yu Lin Number 30 in the Rolex rankings from China. Getting her first round start, that final round starter.
Uncharacteristic. She's hit the second most greens of anybody in the field this week. But again, par 5, so she's got a third shot to hit this green in regulation.
I like that.
Would be mainly in though.
Yeah, correct.
Lexi's second at the 6th.
This whole location in the back portion of the green. Do not want to get too aggressive. It's a massive fall off on the right side and a fall off behind this hole. And that's going to be.
Where's the wind?
Tricky. It's a little more level where she is. It's not as dramatic as missing on the right side of the green, but still a little tough up and down.
If that were Se-Young Kim, we would say that's for birdie coming up. She's made a couple from off the back today. For the side, Jin Young Ko, world number 1, an early birdie. And objects in rear view mirror sometimes may be larger than they appear. There is the best player in the world. The red on the board early. The 77th U.S. Women's Open is presented by ProMedica. To the second. This is Hye-Jin Choi.
It's picking up a little pace. Nice lag putt. Very nicely judged.
Megan King, like so many, as you mentioned, came up short from that side of third. Tied for 10th. Anyone tied for 10th or ties gets into next year's U.S. Women's Open at Pebble Beach. To 2.
And we're looking down on the second, and this is Jin Young Ko getting ready for her shot with a birdie at the first. I mean, it was a really good aggressive play at the first. I liked that she had got down so close to the green. John Wood said that earlier, that it was a good play to be aggressive, so you didn't have to judge that wind. Let's see, she's not as long as some of the players that we've seen coming into this green page, so she's going to have to, I think, judge the pitch and release just a little bit more.
Yeah, the hole's 21 paces on, and a lot of players just getting over the front edge.
Go.
Caddy Dave Brooker knows that needed to go a bit, and he knows the challenge that she faces right now.
All right, this is the first, and that's Shiyu Lin. And the third shot coming up. Try to be aggressive, like Karen and John were saying, and can pay the price. How about the challenge here?
It's going to be a choice first, deciding how you're going to hit this. Given the length of the shot, likely going to try to pick it, but that brings a little more room for error into this, because anything short of the green will feed back to the right. So you got to carry it all the way to the green. She tried to blast it. And just not enough. That took, I think, the most possibility of disaster out of it by playing a blast shot versus picking it.
Nelly at 4th.
Yeah.
Won't count as a green in regulation, but a chance for birdie. Third shot here for Lindblad at the first.
She will have judged this like she would a putt. Read it the full length. Looking at the hole, how is it going to land around, or how's it going to roll as it rolls out? It should be breaking from her left to right, back down towards the hole. think it was quite the contact she was looking for. If you come into it with a little bit too much of a descending angle, it actually climbs the face and creates a little bit of spin. And that's what it appeared to have done.
Ahead to the 7th, and Brooke Henderson with her second.
This is another one of those hole locations in the back of the green where it starts to slope away after the pin. So a lot of players will be playing short to this hole location.
What is in store for us today from our final pair? First 3 days, the scoring average was right around 73. Today, it is 75 plus. You mentioned it earlier, those first few holes get you back on your heels. It will be an interesting watch here.
Well, I think there could
Minjee by 3.
Yeah, and I think that's where you could see some volatility. If Mina were able to get out and get a birdie early, maybe put a little pressure on.
Well, there's no round in which Minjee doesn't play well. She is, as you see, 6th this season on the LPGA Tour in final round scoring average. Shi Yu Lin, whom we're watching at the first hole, leads the way. Minjee, number 1 in scoring average. This is Se Young Kim at the 7th. Second shot.
Well, we've seen her take on every single flagstick today. Some causing some short-sided misses. And there's going to be a challenge there because this back little portion of the green slopes away.
4th shot for Shi Yu Lin at the first. All of a sudden, great chance for birdie, or maybe something even better. Comes a grind for par.
And we're on the second hole. Anna Nordquist playing in the group with Jin Young Ko. From over the back of the green, familiar shot here for her with the putter, and that's not what you need to do, Paige. She's going to leave herself a downhiller now.
And I think that's where it is a bit of a chess match. You need to know where your next move is going to be, and in this case, from where she was, she would have wanted to have left it in front of the hole.
Shi Yu Lin for her par at the first.
The mistake was made on the second, and that's why I think we saw so many players choosing to lay up rather than risk hitting it in that bunker.
Kind of deflating, isn't it? You walk off the first.
Well, you have such high hopes when you walk on the first tee, thinking, make an opportunity, make a move.
To 12.
And this is Nasa Hataoka with her second shot, just from the peak of the fairway there. Another treacherous hole location, but Nasa finding that very nice indeed. Just a tap in there for her birdie.
Lindblad for birdie at the first.
Whoa.
Kind of an example of her fearlessness that she has displayed all week.
It'll be interesting to watch to see how she handles what is a Sunday at the U.S. Open.
Just earlier at the 6th, Lexi Thompson for par.
There you go. Good job.
Lexi's last event, she was just outplayed ever so slightly by Minjee Lee. Pace of play was not quite that quick this week. Tough golf course that Ingrid Lindblad has at times made look easy. This for par, right in the heart.
Back of the cup.
Just flawless this week in that range.
50 for 50 now inside 10 feet. That's pretty incredible.
No biggie. To the second.
So Jin Young Ko with her birdie putt. I think she needs a cotton wool ball on the face of her putter to get this one to sit softly as it releases down there.
Oh, this is so good.
Or even a marshmallow would do. How about a birdie? Oh, for goodness sake, that was such a good putt. The caddy, Dave, will be very happy with that.
Well, we talked about Minjee Lee's caddy coming back. Dave Brooker, who's on Jin Young Ko's bag, was also here in 2007.
Nelly at the 4th for birdie. Was it just pine needles, or it was a lapse in concentration at the end for Nelly yesterday when she bogeyed her last 3 holes?
It's hard to know. After being out of competition for so long, perhaps there's a bit of mental fatigue too.
This is Se-Young Kim. She's made a couple from off the green with a putter. Here comes the final pair making their way through the thick crowds here at Pine Needles. Minjee Lee, and there is 32-year-old Mina Haragai. No wins in 13 years. And just last year, Mina played in the final group on the weekend for the very first time. It has been a career renaissance for her, and for Minjee, just more of the same. Racking up wins as a professional at the age of 26. You don't touch it, though, do you?
Absolutely not.
No.
Not until the end.
2.
And Nordqvist will have this for her par after racing the putt from the back of the green to here. Got the line from Jin Young Ko, and that's Anna Nordqvist right there. What a save.
She was a good student.
Definitely helps, Paige, that's for sure. As we go to the 5th, and Mori Jutanagan, hybrid in hand. Playing from the far right side of the tee. Typically that indicates a player's going to want to go with more of a little hold shot, maybe try and fade in just a smidge. Playing very difficult today. I mean, interesting fact that only 46 players through the front 9 have shot under par. Only 46 players on the course, only 2 have shot under par on the front 9. So Paige playing very difficult.
It is. The conditions have changed. And I really think the USGA has tucked some of these hole locations in positions you can't be aggressive. For example, this is a perfect example where it's difficult to kind of keep below the hole. You're edging towards the trouble,
yes,
just like Moria did there. But well done.
And we'll go to 16.
And like Karen Stupples, a Florida State product, Frida Schenholt. Okay. We may have seen as many birdies from off the green today than we've seen from on.
They're hard to come by, to Karen's point.
On the tee at 3, a birdie par start for number 1 Jin Young Ko.
To finish my thought, Dave Brooker, our caddy, who's working for Lorena Ochoa, who's runner-up to Christy Kerr. And conservative play. Not a bad position from there.
To 5.
And Nelly Corder with her tee shot. Just a long iron for Nelly. Oh, she got that one a little high.
Left.
A little left. All right, so we've seen Se-Young Kim make it from there. We know it's possible.
Yeah, she hit her 5 just off.
We're going to go to 1.
And a third shot for Englishwoman Bronte Law. John Wood is going to be watching this pair.
Yes, sir. 119 back uphill into a slight breeze, probably playing in the high 120s. Drove it in that fairway bunker and had to lay it up to this pot.
Lydia Ko playing with her.
Taking it very low. We need to get down. This looks long.
Yep, and that's a mistake. That is an unnecessary error. I don't know what kind of stance she's going to have. I was expecting the ball to pop out there. It might be a tricky stance and a tricky shot.
108 for Lydia Ko. And Paige, with these tougher conditions, it's kind of nice because if you're in this chase position, you don't really have to alter your game plan yet. You can play the front 9 how you want, play smart, hope you get some help from the leaders. At that point, if you're still that far back, then you can change it and get really aggressive. But for now, just play your normal game plan. There's a good chance those leaders are going to come back to you a little bit. This is a good-looking wedge here.
And keep an eye on Lydia. You're going to get a chance to watch her. I was looking at Lydia Ko and Jin Young Ko as 2 potential chasers coming in this week, only because they know how to play that conservative yet assertive style of golf that I think will be rewarded today.
Not related, but both number 1s, past and present. Se-Young Kim, par at 7. So she's stuck on 1 par. Birdie's a double, and then That's going to be for bogey. So Jin Young with the early birdie at the first. She'll have a birdie putt at 3. Talked to Kyle Franz, and he said, as the guy who was in charge of this historic redesign, I'd love to see something like a Johnny Miller Sunday today. Let's let somebody come from way back in the pack.
You never know.
That final pair has made it to the first tee, and that's where we are headed.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2:34 tee time. Please welcome from Monterey, California, Mina Haragai.
Monterey, California. Grew up there, Monterey Peninsula. Can't wait to get back to Pebble, but will she be the reigning U.S. Women's Open champion when she gets there? What a story it would be, looking for her first career victory in this, her 260th career start. Heidi Cockrell is going to follow this pair today.
She and her fiance wearing red shirts in honor of USA and the U.S. Women's Open. Good drive right down the middle.
From Australia, Minjee Lee.
From Australia, Jan Stevenson, nearly 40 years ago, and Kari Webb, who went back-to-back with the second being right here at Pine Needles. Minjee's been mentored by Kari. First U.S. Women's Open she ever went to, she was a guest of Kari 9 years ago. Now trying to win the same championship Kari did.
Well, that's a down the left center with a draw. Should be just fine.
You know, and not only is the trophy sitting right there on the first tee, that 18th green is right there too. These players knowing it's just going to be a 5-hour jaunt back to the beginning point where one of them or somebody else maybe will be walking away with that trophy.
And up on or by the first green, Bronte. Oh my. And really a similar story earlier. Different spot in that bunker.
And this is not an easier bunker shot coming up. Still going to be tricky.
Jin Young Ko for birdie at 3. Couple of close calls at 2 and 3. You almost have to have something magical if you're going to come from this far back. Fourth shot for Bronte at the first. Beg your pardon, 5th.
Okay, that'll settle her in a little bit, but still so much rollout past the hole. It's no gimme coming back.
And for bogey to 2.
This is Ingrid Lindblad's second shot. Tee shot was tremendous, just carried over that native area on the left. Left herself just a short shot in. Too much spin, just landing it just short. And she's going to end up with a breaking downhiller.
Lydia Ko for birdie at the first. The Ko's, Jin Young and Lydia, with the birdie at the first. And they'll be at 7 under as Bronte's going to drop a shot. Uninterrupted coverage of the USGA Championships is presented by Rolex. Bronte Law for bogey at the first. Par putt here for Jin Young Ko at the third. She's used to being a front runner. Today she's a chaser. To 2.
And this is Ingrid Lindblad's putt for birdie. As I said, downhill, going to break left. And it's been very interesting listening to her talk about, you know, when she's been asked about other players who she's been paired with. She doesn't seem to know much about them, and so she's oblivious to any kind of intimidation that she would feel.
Ignorance is bliss sometimes.
And this is up at the 5th. Maury Jutanagan after a great shot in here. Uphill for birdie. Reach. Oh, that's a good try. She's still in the top 10. There with a bogey and a birdie on her scorecard today.
All right. Mina Haragai in the fairway as she's been almost all week. Second shot upcoming.
It's a true rarity when she misses a fairway. Like yesterday, going to lay up with a middle iron. Give herself a comfortable yardage she likes for her 3rd approach in.
Good shot.
She even hits the fairway on second shot sometimes. It's time now for our Impact Drive, brought to you by Deloitte. We've talked about it a lot this week and this year. The added distance for Minjee Lee, what that has meant for her, leading the tour in scoring average, how she's done here on the 1st. Impact Drive brought to you by Deloitte. And here she is, sunglasses on, second shot.
And staying in that aggressive mode with the fairway wood. 233 yards to the front. Wind feels like it's laid down at the moment. Boy, she hit that purely, leaking a little bit to the right.
How
about that?
Yep, some big hitters in these final few pairs, but none have been better than that.
Well, and what a nice message to send. First hole, 3-shot lead. Hey, I'm not going anywhere.
Well, earlier, this was Nelly to save her par. Remember, her tee shot missed the green left, played it to here. And that's going to be a bogey for Nelly. Again, just a little bit out of position. And she's dropped a couple of shots today. The bogey's there at 3 and 5. As we go back to the second, Ingrid for her par, back up the hill. Oh, just sneaking that one in, but she's been rock solid though from inside of 10 feet. No bottom.
At the 4th, 22-year-old from Korea in her first year on the LPGA Tour, Haejin Choi. Beauty, bouncing back from a tough start yesterday. She's tied for 3rd. 77th U.S. Women's Open is presented by ProMedica, with coverage brought to you by Cisco, proud technology partner of the USGA. Cisco, the bridge to possible. By Sentry Insurance, official insurance partner of the U.S. Women's Open. And by Deloitte, experience the U.S. Women's Open in 3D by downloading the U.S. Open AR app, built by Deloitte. Well, wake up in Western Australia. It's not even 3 a.m. there, but Minjee Lee has hit 2 great shots to get onto the green, and Mina Haragai playing with her watched it and now has to answer with a 3rd of her own.
Yeah. Yep, I agree.
Pretty similar distance to what she had yesterday. 106 yards for the 3rd. And actually, laying it down on this right-hand side of the fairway creates a really good, comfortable angle to the left-ish hole location on a green that tilts left to right, back to front.
Yes, exactly. Freeze a second. Okay. Ready? Okay.
Good answer.
She'll putt for birdie. Minjee will putt for eagle.
Yep.
We'll get you to 2.
And that's Lydia Ko's ball. And John, it looks pretty ugly.
I tell you what, Karen, it could have been a lot worse. Had it not popped up and out of this bunker, it's literally just a 5-yard shot was all she could do. At this point, I think she can throw this thing way back in her stance and run it up there and have a shot. So actually a pretty good break for where it could have been. Be interesting to watch the rest of the day, though, Karen. I spoke with Sean Foley, who works with Lydia, and he said one of the things they've been working on is really getting her to release the club head. You know, full trust and being free at the bottom. She's lost her first 2 drives well to the right. So if that's in her head a little bit, hopefully Sean Foley's got some telepathy to let her know to let it go. It's hard in these situations, though, isn't it? It's so much at stake. It's hard sometimes to just let yourself free up.
Well, it is, John, and when you think about where Lydia Ko has been over the course of the last few years, her big miss has been a massively hooked shot. So it's no wonder that she's still trying to hold on a little bit, but you'll get a front row seat to how creative Lydia Ko can be right here.
175 total, 154 to the front. Good contact, headed to the center of the green. If it gets a bounce up, all things being equal, that's not a bad lead from there.
To 1.
That was the drive of Minjee Lee, and how about that second?
Like I said, I think from a physical perspective, it's great. From showmanship, hey, I'm here and I'm not going anywhere, top of the leaderboard, I think it was superior.
Couldn't have left that shot in too much better of a position unless it were half the distance closer. But putting up almost up the fall line, not much movement on this.
I also think it speaks to the attitude in her approach of today, in that she's not trying to protect her lead necessarily, that she's not afraid to continue to push what has worked well for her this week.
She's already got the 54-hole U.S. Women's Open scoring record. 200 shots through 54 holes. And a tap-in birdie at the first. At the third, Lindblad.
Not happy, but certainly not in trouble. Just a little bit of a slow putt we've seen so far today.
You tell me, how big is this putt for Mina Haragai? If she's going to win.
I mean, she's got to make it. There's 17 holes still remaining after this putt. But I think certainly you want to get off to the best possible start, and you don't want to lose another stroke.
This putt will have a little bit of a pull down to the left, so right off the bat having to combine some speed with a little breaking putt, although it's not lightning fast. That looked like a push.
She admitted after her round yesterday that she felt a little nervous early. How could you not? You're playing for a U.S. Women's Open trophy.
Well, and she handled herself on the golf course really well yesterday. She ran into a bit of a speed bump. I think I mentioned it. There was a 2-shot swing that she actually took the lead by 2. And then the very next shot she pulled, and she got a little bit off through the middle of a round, but kept it together and brought it back at the end. And she not bogeyed the hole. Like, this is for par. And I think for her, moving forward, it's going to be about staying in her own game. She and Minjee play 2 different styles of golf, and There's a lot of golf still left to be played. We saw a couple two-shot swings yesterday.
Jin Young Ko, second at 4.
This whole location in the back. There's only about 4 or 5 paces behind it to the right of this hole, and that's been a relatively popular place.
Go back down to the second, and Bronte Law's second shot went over the back of the green, as she'll size that one up. But John, it looks like Lydia may be going first.
Yeah, Cole will be playing first. She's definitely away. Chosen the putter just short of the green. Karen, this looks like an extremely difficult one to judge the speed on. Kind of uphill the first part in the last 30 feet, racing away from you down green.
If there ever was an understatement, that would be it. It is incredibly difficult. I mean, we've seen shots, I mean, players putt from here, come 10 feet short, but we've also seen players putt this one almost off the back of the green too. Lydia's going to have to use all her skill set here.
Now right there, it kind of turns and goes down the hill. This looks like lovely speed, Karen.
Fabulous. Oh!
Oh my goodness.
Lydia Ko, take a bow.
Yeah.
Yeah, she knows it. I mean, it was so good it deserved to go in the hole. We go back to the tee at the second now. Minjee Lee with her tee shot. Drive down the left fairway. Left side gives the players more room. That was a really good looking tee shot, really smooth looking swing. And Paige, Minjee Lee looks really good right now.
There doesn't seem to be any hesitation. Very comfortable in this position.
Now, Mina Haragai on the tee.
There were a couple tee shots as she was warming up that she missed left. We did see her miss a couple of iron shots left. And that's well done down the right center.
And I think those lefts come in when the hips stop turning through, when a player's trying to be so precise. But if she keeps those hips moving through, those tee shots will continue to go straight.
A few minutes left in our coverage here on USA. At the top of the hour, we take you over to NBC for the conclusion of this 77th U.S. Women's Open presented by ProMedica. Terry Gannon, a legend here in Carolina, will be leading the pack. And our NBC crew, Morgan Pressel, Tom Abbott, and the gang. Two.
Bronte Law from the back of the green. Lots of players have chosen to putt this but struggled to get it to the hole. Bronte choosing the wedge route. And that'll do nicely. That'll be will turn just a smidge to the left, but she'll be quite happy with that. Go up to 4.
And the third for Jin Young Ko. Putter's been a popular play.
It really has. There is grain. It's Bermuda grass, so you've got to judge the speed, but it takes a lot of the error out.
Ingrid Lindblad for birdie at 3. A few days ago, she's competing for a national championship of a different kind, an NCAA championship. Finished third to Rose Zhang here for America's national championship.
So we saw Bronte's chip come up here on the second. This for the par save. Kept her head nice and still. Yep. Nicely done. She'll move on to the third. Feisty competitor, UCLA Bruin.
Yeah.
I think I heard Tom Abbott call her yesterday the Tyrrell Hatton of the women's game.
That seems like a fair assessment.
I think it's pretty fair. So as we look down on the tee from their tee shots, Mina Haragai losing quite a bit of ground with the driver to Minjee Lee. Minjee's tee shot 288 yards. Not a bad poke off the tee, but yesterday she hit it 317 yards down this hole. So You know, she kind of eased into that one, Paige.
Well, I think that's a good example of the two styles of play we're going to see today, and how for Mina, it's very much not trying to chase physically. Play your own game. Know that you're going to be the ones hitting first from the fairway, which can be an advantage.
Especially in match play.
You have to take advantage of that, though, Kay. If you are the first one in, you do have to stick that shot and make it happen. The difficulty here, though.
Yeah, max.
I like 7-iron for this lie, then.
Yeah, I agree. Keep it, yeah.
Is that the players that have been coming in from farther.
No.
Okay.
I don't think it'll get there. Even if it goes.
Yeah, Karen,
Looks like
you'd like to get down there further where you have a wedge in your hand, and that's what Mina had yesterday. Even though Minjee hit such a big drive, she herself had a wedge. But this is going to be a lot more club.
Well, let me ask you this, because you were out with them yesterday. Can Mina land this on the green and get it to stop, or does she have to try and get it to land just on that front edge and hop forward and trickle down from this distance?
I think it's that front edge and let it trickle forward. She's going with a 7-iron. The good news is she has more of a level lie because she's up on the top of the slope, so ought to be able to get a little more height on this. Yeah, that looked like a good swing, drawing a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah, just pitched into that front softer part of the green, but steady.
It's
She'll be
just
fine.
so steep from front to back.
That's as well as shot as we've seen judged from that far back. Okay. Minjee, different story though, right?
Yeah, 35 yards ahead. 117 to the front, 138 to the hole. It'd be interesting to see just how aggressive she is. I don't believe this is a hole that you want to force.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I like it. Yeah. You could pretty much just go at it, I think, here. The green, yeah, right at it's fine.
Jason Gilroy did a combination of walking out, looking at some holes early on in the day, and watching the digital coverage this morning to see where the tees were set, see what the greens looked like, where the hole locations were, and start coming up with a game plan.
I think it's really important that they have that, because he knows where she has to leave these shots now.
It sounded a bit heavy, but it'll work out.
It's going to be that slippery putt though, Kay.
At the 8th, this is a birdie putt for Lilia Vu. A chance to move inside the top 10. That would get her to next year's U.S. Women's Open at Pebble Beach in her native California. So Minjee Lee with an opening birdie leads by 4. That's going to wrap up our coverage here on USA. You've been watching the 77th U.S. Women's Open presented by ProMedica, with uninterrupted coverage brought to you by Rolex. And a reminder, we're headed over to NBC for the conclusion of this 77th U.S. Women's Open. For our entire NBC sports crew, I'm Grant Boone saying so long for now. We'll see you at the top on NBC.
On this beautiful Sunday in Southern Pines, North Carolina, it's the final round of the second major championship of the year here at Pine Needles Lodge and Golf Club, which has been around since 1928, designed by Donald Ross, and now for the 4th time, a record 4th time, it's the U.S. Women's Open presented by ProMedica being played here. Minjee Lee started the day with the lead, birdied the first, short time to go at the second, rolls in a long birdie putt. What a start to her final round, trying to win this championship for the first time. Already a major champ in that final pairing with Mina Haragai of the U.S., but now it is a 5-shot lead. Terry Gannon along with Morgan Pressel and the crew. Just a short time ago at the third, Lydia Ko trying to chase. Par 3, 110 yards today. Nearly the ace. Morgan, certainly a name that those at the top will keep watching.
And you'd have to think something miraculous like that will have to happen in order to catch Minjee.
To the second and Tom Abbott.
And this is Mina Haragai playing alongside Minjee Lee in that final pairing. This for a birdie. Trying to ease one in there to keep up with Minjee. Wow, that was close. Turns at the end. We'll go ahead to the par 3 fifth. Check in with Anna Norquist, who has this for a birdie. All pars so far to start this final round of the 77th U.S. Women's Open Championship for the Swede. And it's going to be likely another par there. And we'll go ahead to the back line. Let's go to 16.
Yep, that final stretch. Get a little look here on the tee at 16. Celine Boutier.
Now we'll be able to get an advanced look of what the leaders will be facing coming down the stretch. This is a tough hole location to get it close. But Celine's proving me wrong. Oh my goodness. Wow.
I've seen a couple of those already. Just started the show. That took a hop. I thought maybe Morgan.
We're going to see a hole-in-one today, Terry?
By the looks of things. How about at the third? It's only 110 yards today, this par 3. Minjee Lee with a 5-shot lead on this final day.
A remarkable start. I actually spoke to Kari Webb earlier today and said, have you been communicating with Minjee? And she said, yes, I texted her and told her great playing again and wished her all the best. Didn't want to say anything to ruin her mojo. And isn't that typical of a major champ and most golfers who are superstitious?
Really gotten off to good starts too this week. 5 under on this stretch, 1 through 3, this part of the golf course. Up to the 5th.
And Jin Young Ko, the world #1, a player who spent 132 weeks in total as the top player in the world, trying to chase down Minjee Lee today and needs all the birdies to drop. And we'll go back one to the third.
And got to press perhaps a little bit, or at least start to think about how aggressive you can be. Mina Haragai in second, but by 5 now.
Morgan.
I think it should be into it.
It was interesting. Talked to Travis Kiter, her caddy and fiance, and he said he spent the morning watching the digital coverage that included the play of Jennifer Kupcho and Yealimi No. Well, those are two very good friends of Minjee Lee's. She's played on Solheim Cup with them, and in fact, Mina called Jennifer Kupcho 30 minutes before she went to the first tee to ask her advice as Jennifer Kupcho went through the process of winning her first major. I wasn't privy to what they actually said, but certainly trying to get some words of encouragement and settling her down to approach this round.
Yeah, she admitted to being slightly nervous starting yesterday. You can only imagine more so today with the championship on the line.
Trying to draw that in.
Yep, good shot.
On the surface, but distance away there, but both on green here at the third hole. So it comes down to one final round over venerable ground here at a place designed by a legend and enhanced by the game's finest. Now we're ready for one more name to be added to the list of champions at Pine Needles. NBC Sports and the United States Golf Association proudly present the 77th U.S. Women's Open, presented by ProMedica, with uninterrupted coverage brought to you by Rolex. So it does come down to this final round here on, well, a golf course in a portion of the country that is just seemingly meant to be played golf over. I mean, that's what you do right here. So many great names, so many great champions, so many amateurs come right here, even in the winter months, to play golf. Southern Pines, Pine Needles, and you saw that those images, that list of great champions who have won: Annika Sorenstam, Kari Webb, Christy Kerr, and check out the leaderboard. It's Minjee Lee trying to join that group and up by 5 after 2 early birdies. Mina Haragai's right there. Anyone make a charge from the pack? Lydia Ko playing well early, got it to 8 under. Jin Young Ko, the #1 player in the world, has a chance. Nelly Korda, great to see her back and playing well after being off for so long because of a blood clot in her arm. Lexi Thompson at 1 under, along with Se-Young Kim, as we take you out to the 3rd. And Mina Haragai with a lengthy birdie try now, okay?
Yeah, much longer than she would have liked. However, overall uphill, should be able to control the speed pretty well. Goes through a couple of grain changes.
I know she just hasn't quite been able to get the putts to fall, Kay, to start this round, but I feel like she's off to a decent start. It can be hard when you're playing up against Minjee birdieing the first 2 holes.
It's that fine line between not trying too hard, but staying aggressive.
Up to the 4th, the 2nd for Lydia Ko.
This hole plays about 10 yards uphill from where Lydia's hitting there. The whole location on the back, everything slopes away. Long is actually not that bad on the 4th hole today. Might be a little bit easier than where Lydia's putting from there.
All right, let's check out our marquee pairing presented by Rolex. And it is kind of the story coming into this separation between those two and the rest of the pack. But best finish here in this U.S. Women's Open, just outside the top 10 for Minjee Lee and Mina Haragai, share of 28th. So neither one with a top 10 finish, looking for much better than that. And remember the purse and the increase and all of that added on this final day. $10 million overall, $1.8 million to the winner. 1,600, the most strokes under par at any point. And Minjee Lee has already set the record for a 54-hole total. This for birdie.
Much trickier putt. But after she made the putt at the 2nd, I don't know if any putt could be considered tricky for her.
She certainly didn't come out and start playing aggressively, Kay. She is sticking to her relatively aggressive game plan for the week.
Said yesterday she wasn't going to change anything she was going to do in the final round, but it does change sometimes. Bronte Lott 6 under. This her 2nd and 4 from 143 a moment ago. Very good. UCLA Bruin with a chance to get it to 7 under as we are off and running here the final day at Pine Needles U.S. Women's Open Championship. I mean, that it's the one that they want to win the most, perhaps, certainly as much as anyone else. And we start the day with 2 players in that final pairing. We're going to talk about the mindset coming on. You and I talked a little bit. Now it's a 5-shot lead. How much does that change what Minjee Lee is thinking and Mina Haragai?
Well, I think it's very impressive, first off, what Minjee has done on these first 2 holes. When I talked to Kari this morning, Kari Webb, she said, I hope Minjee gets off to a good, solid start because it's hard to play with a big lead. We've seen, even in the last couple of years in major championships on the LPGA Tour, players lose 5-shot leads. So it's not that easy. But the opposite side, Travis, Minjee's fiance and caddy, said it might be a little bit better for Mina to be playing and having to chase. It can free her up and just might be better for her.
We'll see. And the golf course playing a little different, maybe a little more fire in the greens today too than we've seen.
Yeah, well, I look at this whole location sheet and I see some doubles, potential doubles on this whole location sheet, Terry. They're a little dicey today.
That's pessimistic, not optimistic, but realistic maybe. Kay, on the tee at 4.
Well, Minjee Lee did a great job of minimizing mistakes yesterday, hardly making any, and hopes to do the same today. Good drive down the right center.
Yeah, Kay, I think that if Minjee continues her superb ball striking, even if she has an average putting day, she's going to be exceptionally hard to beat.
Up on the green, long one for Lydia Ko. Already a winner this season, early in the year, the Gainbridge LPGA. That's been the story. If she doesn't make it, she's been right there. They look good. Mina Haragai now setting up on the tee.
She may not have the resume as a professional that Minjee does, but she certainly has her fair share of experience in USGA events, which, Morgan, accounts for a lot.
I agree. Being a USGA champion, knowing what type of courses the USGA like to set up, and she really, you'd have to think with her accuracy, she has a game that fits just about any USGA championship golf course.
Fairway hit for Mina Haragai. And Kay was talking about the advice from Jennifer Kupcho. Going to bring in Catherine Belanger, the Director of Rules for the USGA. Catherine, just clear that up. That's acceptable?
It is allowed under the rules, Terry. The advice rule only applies during the round. And since neither Mina or Jennifer were actually playing their round at that point, there weren't any restrictions that the rules placed on what they could talk about.
Gotcha.
You lift the rope.
All right, up on the green, Bronte Law with a chance to get it to 7 under.
Yeah.
Yep, there it is. Joins that group there, share a 4th.
If you're one of those players that, like Bronte started at 7 and others that started at 6, you have to look up at that leaderboard and think, what do I have to do? Other than make a ton of birdies, but what can I possibly do to get back in this championship?
Here's a nice story for the week. Ingrid Lindblad, the amateur, plays collegiate golf at LSU. He's been featuring this week inside the top 10, going along very well indeed at 6 under par. She should tap that in. We'll go over to the 6th.
I believe Jin Young Ko setting up for her 2nd here at the par 4, 413 yards today.
This is one of those dicey hole locations, Terry, all the way in the back right. There's a big slope off the green to the left. Look at how far down it slopes to the right. Anything short of this hole location and a little bit left is ideal. I saw her pull a few yesterday. That's the safe spot to miss it, though.
That settles in and change. Up to the 5th.
Still needs to keep it down.
Lydia Ko on the tee. John Wood out following this pairing for us.
Yes, Tom 191 today, back into a good breeze, and Morgan referenced that last hole that it wasn't too bad to be long. Same thing here. I think just long wouldn't be too bad at all. Bronte Law's already played to this heart of the green, about 30 feet short.
Yeah, safe shot from Bronte.
It's going to be a test today, John, whether players decide to take on some of these tucked hole locations to try and catch Minjee, or if they still continue to play smart and somewhat defensive golf.
I think you play smart till the 9th and then turn it on if you're still way back.
Haragai setting up in the fairway.
Can only see the top half of the flagstick. Coming in with a lot of club. That's a 5-iron. Wants to land this 150, playing 160.
Foul shot.
She doesn't get it up that false front, though, Kay. Is that going to come back off the green?
Oh, it looked good from the fairway.
Yeah, that's not going to stay all the way back, which you do see happen on this golf course quite often. Keep it here for Minjee Lee.
Both players with basically the same front yardage as they had yesterday. The difference today is the hole is 12 yards further back on the green. Yesterday, Minjee hit a pitching wedge that was not enough club, going with 9 today.
Yeah, smart, considering a little bit long's not terrible here. That'll be just fine.
Going to hang in there, not going to roll off into the bunker. So upper shelf, much better chance. And for her, you'd have to say a good chance the way she's rolling it right now.
Yeah, well, I talked to Minjee's coach this morning, Richie Smith. He used to have a much more aggressive hip turn, but it's been something that they've worked on to stabilize over the years, shortening the golf swing and keeping the compression in her body. She can use her core more to match the upper and lower body up better. Even about 5 years ago, he said she was still quite slappy, as he called it, with her hips, but really impressed with the strides that she's made, and credit some of that to the power that she's gained over the last year, picking up over 10 yards in driving distance.
Totally changed. Nelly Korda at the 8th or 2nd. This a moment ago. Really good. Up and downs this week for Nelly Korda, but overall, it's got to be really thrilled with, I mean, just getting through the 4 days, playing well, making some putts.
Yeah, it's not easy to come back to competitive golf in the middle of the heart of the season, the biggest event of the year, after having 4 months off. And I think she exceeded a lot of people's expectations.
So Lee here at the 9th. This hole has been really tricky today. Look how quick this putt is from the middle of the green. So caddy will just get out of the way. Yes, he's very excited because he knocked it in. And a bit of a bounce back today for Lee. She struggled, as you can see, in the early part of the round.
Tom, a moment to tell people the 77th U.S. Women's Open is presented by ProMedica, elevating the game and redefining healthcare. ProMedica. With coverage brought to you by the all-new Lexus LX 600. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. And by American Express. Don't live life without it. Gorgeous views of this Southern Pines area provided by ProMedica, presenting sponsor of the 77th U.S. Women's Open, elevating the game and redefining healthcare. A little more than an hour away from Raleigh and Durham, a couple hours maybe from Charlotte. Golf mecca right here in this area.
Okay.
Right, out to 4. Like Haragai from off the green.
34 paces to the hole. She's 8 paces shy of the front of the green. Uphill the entire way with a little right to left movement towards the end. In the upper echelon this week of scrambling stats.
Yep. Start over.
Didn't get up and down yesterday in holes 11 and 12, and that kind of was her spiral downhill, but she pulled her out of the little hole that she dug for herself and finished nicely.
It did.
Wow.
That's great.
Yeah, beautifully judged on a shot that could really test your nerves at that point.
You know, that bumpy run yesterday, as we take a look at the ball strike here in this sand-based soil.
Yeah, just textbook right there. About as good as you can do in this situation. The championship pressure.
Look at what they've done in the LPGA Tour this season. Scoring average, obviously Minjee Lee, sub 69, rounds in the 60s. Driving distance is a big thing.
Yeah, Mina is not one of the longer hitters on tour, and Minjee is, and that's a big advantage for Minjee around this golf course, which is very generous relative to most U.S. Open golf courses off the tee. So she's able to take advantage of her driver and her length to have much shorter shots into the greens, and we know how strong of a ball striker she is, especially with her irons. And it's a tremendous advantage.
By the way, Jason Gilroy knows all about this place too. On the bag for Christy Kerr back in 2007.
Yeah, and Jason himself, he did a combination of watching the digital coverage this morning and going out and personally scouting some of the holes. That's what the caddies do to get a sense of, you know, where have they moved up some of the tees? Where are these hole locations? Where do we need to hit it? Where do we not miss it? This has a little bit of a downhill nature to it, but overall fairly flat.
Didn't quite get what she wanted out of it.
This will be the first test of the day for Minjee.
Yeah, when you talk about a U.S. Women's Open, you don't want to leave yourself very many of those. She hasn't at all. 5.
Lydia Ko for her birdie. Bronte Law putted up to a couple of feet, so she should make her 3. Just see her marker there. And Lydia's ball moved much more than Bronte's. It should be 2 3s. Let's go back over to 4.
Minjee left with this for par.
Really only one major mistake Minjee made yesterday, and that was a 3-putt at the 5th hole. Yes, it was a 50-footer, but it was one I think she should have handled better. See if she can avoid a 3-putt here off the start.
Really turned it on yesterday midway through the round. 9, 10, 11, 12. And it was to start that back 9 that, you know, Haragai had a few bogeys. Jin Young Ko ran a birdie putt quite a bit by here. This for par. Wow, that was left all the way.
And that's what can start to happen, Terry, around this golf course if you try and force things.
You feel like you have to if you're trying to win, and you're in her position right now. But there is, as you said, a double bogey lurking everywhere.
There is a lot of money on the line today, but Jin Young Ko really only wants to win this championship. That's all that's on her mind.
Harrigai back here at 4. Came back and played well after those 2 bogeys. Said, I really learned that I can embrace the moment. It was a luring situation for me. As we check out this week's Yardage book for Course Insights, presented by American Express. Been around since 1928. Kyle Franz, the restoration, taking it back to the Donald Ross design in 2017.
And the renovation has really made a big difference in this golf course, widening the fairways a little bit, creating that more native look, and then also changing the greens to Bermuda from bent grass. I think it makes the greens break a little bit more, especially with the grainy greens.
Check out this final hole where they're going to finish later on today.
Yeah, an iconic par 4. We've seen some great champions finish out, win their trophies right here. It's a very benign tee shot, probably the most benign on the entire golf course. And then you're going to hit from a little bit of a hanging lie to one of the toughest hole locations on this entire green. Do not go long. You're going to see a lot of people right where that little blue thing is on the green. That's the ideal target where that graphic was.
See if it does, in fact, come down to that final hole here to decide it. Meanwhile, sweeping view of the 5th green.
Yeah, it gives you a great sense of the slopes around these greens. We've talked about the greens being pitched up, and if you miss the middle of the green, it can feed off. That's a great example there. You can see today 20 yards on 12 from the right, but that 12 is misleading. Go about 6 yards to the edge of the green and the ball will just feed off. So really it's half that distance. Kenny Cockrell's back on the tee watching Minjee Lee.
About an hour and a half ago, watched Lexi Thompson and Lilia Vu, 2 long, strong ball hitters, hit 4-iron on this hole because the wind was really pounding in their face. It is laid down a little bit, so Minjee going with the 5-iron at this point.
Golf course has changed today. We talked about difficult hole locations. First 30 players or so into the house today. Stroke average 75.8. Yesterday, for the entire field, it was 72.77. So you're talking about a 3-shot difference today. Now that stroke average will likely come down a little bit as these players who are in some better form this week finish up. But it is definitely more difficult out there today. The USGA have set it up for a proper championship Sunday.
Minjee hesitating a little bit, grabbing some grass, throwing it up as the wind increased just a little bit. Jason Gilroyd not indicating that he wanted her to switch clubs.
Don't go too far right, Kay.
Yeah, this is borderline too far right, and it is down that slope it goes.
Remember that aerial shot we had around the green? That was that part of the hole you could see, and it is a long way now below the level of the surface. There is a great example. That is exactly the shot that she's going to face. It looks so much different from that angle, doesn't it?
And
let's go to 7.
That's one of the first big miscues we've seen from Minjee, short-siding herself there.
Hedgen Choi share a 4th. This for birdie. Oh yeah, that's speed. Going after it. So into a share of 3rd with Lydia Ko now. Back to 5.
So a little opening for Mina Harrigai here.
We did see a 2-shot swing here yesterday. Mina hit a beautiful 4 hybrid up there.
Yeah, the
to
white
about
thing
3.5 feet.
Yeah, left side of it. Yep.
And Minjee 3-putt. Mina hoping to conjure the same type of shot, same club, 4 hybrid. this leaking a little right as well. Oh, and doesn't clear the bunker, bounds back in.
So 2 poor tee shots there from the final pairing at the 5th.
So Tom, it's a 5-shot lead. A lot of golf left on this final day, though. Can Ko make a charge? Hedgen Choi with the birdie a moment ago into a share of 3rd at 8 under par. So many historic events through the years here at this championship. Let's take a look back. 1998 U.S. Women's Open with amateur Jenny Chisira-Porn and eventual champion Se-Ri Pak, who started the wave of South Korean stars in today's signature moment, presented by Rolex.
She's got a pretty good chance to be in a playoff if she can 2-putt here.
This would be a miracle, but you never know.
Good looking putt, Jenny! You gotta be kidding me! See if she can take a level swing.
Obviously a signature moment, and you said that was one of the first memories you had really influenced you.
Yeah, that's one of the very first championships I remember watching at home. It was when Jenny made that putt, and then to go into the playoff on Monday. It was what an epic week that was.
And glad with the putt here, looking for the best finish total strokes for an amateur, and that's 65 on day 1. Better than any amateur in this event that we've seen. While at 5.
Yeah, Minjee Lee just taking a look at what she faces, and as you say, we haven't seen Minjee make many mistakes this week, but a mistake there off the tee at par 3. And you can see climbing up that slope by the edge of the green gives you an indication of how steep it is. And today's uninterrupted coverage is presented by Rolex. Pacing off the distance, as a lot of players like to do around these greens, Morgan.
Yeah, and it's not that Minjee has not missed shots, but she's missed them all in the right places. This is the first one where she's really missed it in the spot where you don't want to be. And then for Mina on top of that, after having the opening, to miss it in the same direction, both short-sided, both with really, really tough shots.
Who's first to go here, Kay?
Well, I thought it was going to be Minjee. They're both almost the same distance away. It looks like Mina may be heading into the bunker, ready to hit. She has a good lie in the bunker. This is just a deep bunker. She's short in stature anyway, which makes it relatively even deeper. And a long bunker shot, Morgan, close to 30 yards into the wind.
He's just probably going to end up with a face full of sand here. That's always fun. Just needs to try and hit something close here, put some pressure on Minjee.
It had a good sound.
Yeah, a good result as well. Good shot there.
That usually indicates a great bunker shot, is that sound the club makes.
Yeah, 2 fantastic recoveries. 2 holes in a row. So far below the putting surface. It's tough to judge. Tough to judge your distance control properly, but that was beautiful.
And now Minjee.
I think Minjee lucked out because there's a few dry, sort of really tight patches of grass down here, but her ball rolled just into the first cut, so it's sitting up with a perfect lie.
She can get underneath it a little bit, Kay.
Oh, she played it pretty well there. There's not much rough around this golf course. It's tough to find. Usually when you run off the greens like Minjee did, it will run into a sandy lie or into the pine straw. So she was pretty fortunate there.
Yeah.
Grip right down on it, Morgan.
Yeah, Kay made a very good point that I think in finding that little bit of rough, she was able to actually get underneath it where she wouldn't have been able to do that if she had been on the fairway height.
Let's go up one to the 6th.
And the 2nd for Lydia Ko.
expect something just about the middle of the green. She doesn't look like she likes it.
Got the kick though.
Yeah, it's gonna get better.
Mentioned that win earlier in the season. Got close. Palos Verdes, a few events ago on the LPGA Tour. Well, no matter your age, gender, or skill, a handicap index provides every golfer with a universal measure of playing ability and enhances the fun and social aspects of your game. To get your handicap indexed and receive other great benefits from your local Allied Golf Association, sign up at usga.org/getahandicap. And you can experience the U.S. Women's Open from a new dimension with U.S. Open AR built by Deloitte. Scan the QR code on the screen to learn more. Download the app and watch the action come to life in 3D on your mobile device today. Back out to the 5th.
And Minjee to save par. That one just running by. So certainly not a guaranteed 3 here, Kay.
No, this is a treacherous, nerve-wracking putt. It's so fast, and it doesn't look like it does much. Brought her caddy, Jason Gilroyd, in because I'm sure she's trying to find some break in this, and I don't think there's any.
She had a very nice confident stroke on the last. Let's see what she can do here.
Let that swing down a little to the left.
Looked like it. So looks like Mina Haragai will be next to go. Mina has not won on the LPGA Tour before. This would be a huge moment if she were to go on and win a major championship and the U.S. Women's Open, her first victory on the LPGA Tour. That'd be quite something. She's been up there a few times in her career, coming off a good season, her best season really on the LPGA Tour, and an appearance in the Solheim Cup as well. She's been in a few pressure situations, Kay, but I think it's fair to say this is the most pressure she will have faced in terms of the spotlight.
Yeah, first time playing in a U.S. Women's Open in the final group. She said she had a good night's sleep last night, and I'm sure just trying to do the same thing she's done. Stay with the routine, stay in the present.
Good up and down from the bunker there. So she'll get at least one shot closer to Minjee, because Minjee has a bogey putt to come. And we will go over to the 12th and check in with a major champion, Se Young Kim. This is for birdie to get it to 2 under. And she had 4 birdies in the first 5 holes today, Se Young Kim. Back over to the 5th. Minjee likely to be only her 6th bogey of the tournament here, Kay, but still got to clean it up.
She does, and nothing's given in this game. Got to earn every shot, and these 2.5, 3-footers count as much as a 270-yard drive.
Okay. Right in the middle, but it counts. So it's a bogey for Minjee, and she falls back to 14 under, but still a 4-shot lead here in the final round of the U.S. Women's Open. Let's go to 7.
This is for par. Jin Young Ko's had to really scramble the last couple of holes. Long hair played. Oh, good putt though to save. And she was at 7 under, bogey the last, but 8 shots off the lead. Here at 6, saw Lydia Ko get the bounce, get on the surface, lengthy birdie try.
Yeah, this is going to pick up some speed, Terry, as it gets closer to the hole. Breaks so much left to right. She almost has to play it so high that it would go on the other side of the ridge off the green.
Exactly. Catch 22. Take a look at this one.
Yeah, it's a par 4, 413 yards, where the fairway slopes a little bit right to left. Just want to avoid that native area there on the right. It's a beautiful approach. Green sits down about 3 or 4 paces. Hole location in the back, bringing long and right into play. Slopes off very dramatically.
Driver, Haragai.
A rare fairway miss here yesterday for her left into the native area. This down the right center.
Yep. Not straight.
Yes, it is straight. What's the divots? 32-year-old from Monterey, California. Short time at Duke. Just down the road.
Morgan, you mentioned Kari talking about how difficult it is to play with a big lead. I asked her, how did you approach the day with a big lead? And she said that I wasn't leading, but it's easier said than done.
Yeah, it's easy to start to get a little bit defensive when you do have a big lead, and suddenly when you play that way, you start to see the lead dissipate fairly quickly. But from what we've seen from Minjee so far, she hasn't shown that defensive play, but this one's had left, Kay.
Yeah, that is going over towards the native area.
Just hope for a lie. You can get one right behind the wiregrass.
Yeah, she can get on the back of the ball, but I'm not sure if that wiregrass is going to be in her way towards the green there.
Lydia Ko for par. Stays in third at 8 under par, 6 off the lead of Minjee Lee, and thrilled right now to welcome into the booth the CEO of the USGA, Mike Whan. Great to see you.
Thank you, Terry. Great
week
to be here.
You know these players very well.
Sure
Commissioner
do.
of the LPGA before this. What do you make of Minjee Lee, Mina Haragai? Everybody, we're seeing records set this week.
You know, I remember when Minjee Lee was a rookie. I don't remember what year it was. I played with her in her first Pro-Am at Founders in Phoenix. And when we finished, I said to my gang, get out here. We're on the 18th tee box. And I had a big marketing group come out and they said, what's wrong? I said, you need to meet her. She's the future #1. She doesn't know it yet, but this kid's got every shot in the bag.
You can see it.
You could, yeah. I mean, I played enough Pro-Ams to see real difference, and there was real difference.
How'd you shoot in that Pro-Am? What'd you do?
I don't think Minjee called anybody. Said, get out here right away.
You talk about stepping up. You've done just that for this championship this year. In terms of the purse, I mean, $10 million overall, 1.8 to the winner. Look at the progression through the decades from 1990, $500,000, then through 2010. Why was it so important for you to, and everybody at the USGA to make this happen?
I think for me, my whole life golfing, I've always thought of the USGA as leading. Whatever they do, they push the lead. And when we got here, I felt in my mind that we needed to lead. And one of the ways we can lead is purse. One of the ways we can lead in terms of the courses we play and make sure we give them the same kind of stages that we would expect the men to play on. And when we met ProMedica, one of the ways they think about leading is the impact and what you leave in the community after you play. So between those three things, if you like this year, buckle up, because we're on our way to 11 and then 12 million in some of the greatest courses in the world.
I was going to say, and then the courses, and you got Pebble next year, so
Yeah.
and Riviera eventually down the road. You know, we talk about women in golf. It's not just the players; it's also, especially this week, the crew setting up the golf course every day. You had a chance to speak to this crew, and many of them are women.
Yeah, this started last year at Olympic. 30 women come here and volunteer for the week on the grounds crew, and they're really setting up the course, cutting the whole locations. They're cutting greens and fairways. 30 of them from I think 12 different states. Half of them this year were at Olympic last year, so 15 of the 30 are back. What's really cool is 4 of them are on their way to Boston in 2 weeks, going to be with us at the Country Club. So what a great program that we're really looking forward to. And as you can imagine, in that audience, when I asked for questions, the #1 question was, how do we make sure we're in next year's Pebble Beach Championship?
Well, that would be a question. Yeah. Before you go to Pebble Beach, how about a word on this place, though, what it's meant to golf, to women's golf? Pine Needles now for the 4th time hosting this championship.
This entire area, when you come in here, you feel like you're at the home of golf in America. And this championship just reeks of champions. And, you know, whether it's Minjee or Mina, whoever puts their name on that trophy, they're going to be fully tested. And quite frankly, for the rest of us who watched it, it's one of the few championships in my 12 or 13 years, as Morgan knows, that I've walked 18 holes. I just wanted to see it myself. I wanted to see them play it. It brings out the best champion, and it will again today. And I just want to say to all the folks in Pine Needles and the 1,500 volunteers, thanks for making this a special week.
Hey, listen, you're just getting started, but congratulations on everything. It's absolutely terrific.
Thanks, and thanks for your coverage. It means a lot to all of us.
Great to be here. Mike Whan, CEO of the USGA. All right, out to the 6. See where they ended up off the tee. Haragai 238 and Minjee, not exactly safe, but 277.
And Terry, just to follow up with that comment about the women in turf, it was Troy Flanagan, who's the director of agronomy at Olympic Club, that came up with that idea, and it looks like it's going to be a tradition for years going forward.
I mean,
Looks like a little in between clubs here.
Yeah.
Minjee definitely is going to have a challenge with her shot. So important for Mina to, with this hole location all the way back, I think you got to just try to nestle this in the middle of the green. Especially since she's coming in with a longer club.
Shot off this line.
Yeah.
Then.
Maybe, I mean, I feel like I have to like
Yeah,
really
because I mean, we're going to need to have it bounce out and release.
Okay.
But I like that one, just a little bit of choking out. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I definitely agree with you, Kay. This is not one where you can be too aggressive.
Yes.
Do not want to go long here. I'm interested that it sounds like she's taking the longer club and choking it up.
Yeah, she's going with the 5-iron gripping down versus the 6-iron. And I think that's plenty of club because it feels like the wind has died down. This may be too much.
A situation with the back hole location, usually rather take the lesser club, swing hard at it. We'll see what kind of decision they made here.
Struck that really well. It just carries deeper into the green, and you have to count on that amount of rollout.
Yeah, just a little bit of adrenaline and maybe not having been in that position enough to make the proper decision there.
So how about the wire grass now in front of the golf ball of Minjee Lee?
She's got the ball itself is lying fine. The problem is there's a clump of wire grass 3 inches in front of her ball. She's going with a wedge. If she strikes this perfectly, I think it'll get up in the air immediately and over the core of that wire grass.
Can she get to the green with this club?
135 to the front. She ought to be able to. Oh, that came in low. She shut down the face a little bit, or maybe the act of hitting it shut down the face a little, and that was excellent.
You know what? All in all, from where she was, maybe the wire grass grabbed it just enough to stunt the ball flight. Yeah, as it goes through that grass, it just isn't able to get as high in the air as she would have liked. But I think walking up to that shot, she'll be thrilled with where it ended up.
Thought it was going to be hot, really release. It stopped. Up at 8, Hye-Jin Choi to get it to 9 under. .64 on day 2 for Hye-Jin. Lexi Thompson now at 11 to get it back to even par. Been a rough go. So Lexi at 2 under to start the day. You think maybe she could put something together, and it hasn't happened. At 13, the second for Se-Young Kim. She's one of the major champs in the field. Rolled in a couple from off the greens earlier. Meanwhile, at the 8th, Jin Young Ko.
This is the one, even though the course is playing a little bit harder today, this is one where you'd want to see a birdie. This looks like she pulled it, though. You've seen that a little bit the last 2 days, Terry. A touch of a pull with her irons tends to be her miss.
And normally tends to be her miss in her game, not just this week.
From what we've seen, yes, especially this year.
So Minjee Lee, that 4-shot lead. It was 5. Her guy trying to hang in there, get that first win, make it a major championship. As we remind you, the 77th U.S. Women's Open is presented by ProMedica. Back out to the 6th. I mean, that image right there just tells the story of this golf course in this area, really.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot more players today, Kay. Maybe even in this final group, what we've already seen so far, having shots from the wrong side of the slopes, more than we've seen this week because of where the hole locations are cut.
That's where you just have to have the discipline to, and I know they're trying to get it to end up in the middle part of the green and not look at that hole location. Maybe only if you have a short iron in your hand, like a wedge, can you be more aggressive. Mina going with the putting glove on. as you pointed out yesterday, Morgan.
Yeah, I asked Travis about the putting glove, and he said that it has to do with the humidity and how her hand gets sweaty. She's trying to hold the club lightly, but using the glove to get a little bit more traction. Here, she'll move her right hand off and go with the claw. But she uses a more worn-in grip for putting than she does for the full swing. She likes it to be a little more fresh on the full swing, so that's hence the change in glove.
It's pretty wild that it gets that specific, the feel of it.
It's personal preference, what she's comfortable with and how she likes to play.
Se-Young Kim, this to save par. Yep, knew by the reaction.
Yeah, I don't know, Terry, if there's a hotter putter on tour, when she gets going, she can pour them in from everywhere.
I would second that. We've seen her do it so many times. Jin Young Ko for birdie at 8. Quite a bit for that pace. And quite a bit of work left. Up to the 9th.
Second shot here for Hye-Jin Choi, the rookie on the LPGA, has had a lot of success in her homeland of Korea. The 9th hole is so difficult today because of this hole location. It just falls away behind this hole, and there's nothing to stop it. It goes all the way down at 20 yards off the green.
Tom, I almost couldn't believe that hole location when I saw it today.
Well, you know, I like these players to be challenged, so I was quite happy to see it.
Nearly 60 feet from Minjee Lee.
Yeah, this is a challenging one. Almost the entire length of the green. And pretty good on pace right there.
Not a bad lag. That shouldn't have much break in it. Putting straight back up the hill.
Up to the 7th. Bit of trouble for Lydia Ko, her second. Doesn't have much trouble.
This is one of the harder par 4s on this course. And anytime you get over in the native area, it's just luck of the draw, really, what you can get out of it.
For the most part, though, it's been, you've had better opportunities than when the rough was there.
I think you can get some spin on it if it ends up in some of the sandy areas, but it's still not an easy shot. We saw where Minjee ended up right behind the wiregrass. We've seen other players all week just kind of end up just on the wrong side, and you feel like 2 more inches one way or the other and you would have had a clear shot. And so it's just total luck of the draw.
Haragai now.
This is for her 3rd straight up and down. Working on her scrambling stats, which are ever important in a major championship like this. That was a pretty good 4. I put a star by that one.
Even par for the day. All right, Lydia up at the 7th from in front of the green.
Just over 40 yards. Really tough shot to spin. I would expect her to give this a lot of run.
From our angle, John, and when I was there the other day, it looks like you're almost hitting off of a cliff. It's such a waterfall green over.
Exactly, and she just saw Bronte Law hit a 67-yard pitch over the green, so I think that's what scared her a little bit there and leave that one short.
I mean, look at that camera angle, Terry. It's just everything past that whole location. It's all the way down over the green.
4 par, Minjee Lee.
Just about the same length of a putt that she had for bogey on the last hole.
Very solid.
So through 6 holes, she has picked up 1 in terms of the lead. Started up by 3, and now up by 4. Jin Young Ko for par at 8. Been a number of those already. Didn't make one at 6. A little bit outside that at 6 that she missed, but bogey. And now par to stay at 6 under. Morey Jutanugarn at the 10th. Par 5. That was short time ago, so that was her 2nd on in 2. And a great look at Eagle.
See what's possible here with these last few groups. Chance to make a big move up the leaderboard.
Made that look easy. Sister Ari has been a star out here for a number of years, struggling a bit now. All right, on the tee at the 7th. Harrigan.
Generous driving hole. Wind helping.
Yep.
Taking that down the left side.
Shortens the hole a little bit that way, Kay.
Every yard helps.
Around that divot.
And Terry and Morgan, I talked about this yesterday, but Minjee being from Perth, Australia, she's played a lot of golf in Australia growing up. That's where she learned the game. And maybe this course reminds her a lot of the Sandbelt region in Australia. And perhaps that's just sort of subconsciously made her more comfortable here.
Definitely some similarities, especially the native areas and the way the bunkers are designed. I think there has to be a level of comfort there. Used to playing off of sandy soil. Lost this one a little right.
Yeah, heading towards the native area again.
Gonna have to deal with it again. Yep. Right behind the wiregrass. We'll see how close. Affected the last approach.
Remember, she got lucky yesterday, Terry, on 10 when she laid up. She hit the wiregrass and it bounced back into the fairway.
Bounced, yeah.
You're gonna end up maybe evening out your bounces over the week, but you can't keep doing that here on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, they say they even out. I'm not so sure. Ingrid Lindblad, the amateur, here at the 8th.
I asked her last night if her professor did in fact give her an extension. She said yes, and I don't have any work to do tonight. So
great. No homework, no papers, no quizzes. She's had to do all of that this week while, well, leading for a while on day one, the U.S. Women's Open. The amateur leaderboard, Rose Zhang, of course, NCAA champ. Lindblad came in third, share a third at the NCAAs just a few weeks ago. Uninterrupted coverage of the USGA Championships is presented by Rolex. Lindblad a chance to post the low total for 4 rounds at the U.S. Women's Open for an amateur. But this final pairing up to their second, and Minjee Lee will have some work to do in the natural area there. Up at 7 for Parco. And remember, that's where she played her second.
Yeah,
the Sandscape.
She had a shot. She could get a club on it. I'll be interested to see where Minjee ended up.
This is at the 9th, and Hye-Jin Choi, 2033 today.
I mean, just how fast is this putt, Tom?
Oh, not as fast as she thought. So leaving herself a bit of work, and that one's going to be steamy there, very quick.
Well, Tom, in 2019, Helen Alfredson claimed her long-awaited first USGA championship here at Pine Needles. Let's take a look at iconic venues presented by Rolex.
And Helen Alfredson finally has her open here at Pine Needles.
USG Vintage, that's just grind on a Sunday when you have a chance. It was not pretty, but sometimes it isn't. I made the putts that I needed to make, which it always comes down to in final rounds, and I am just thrilled. This has eluded me twice. I've been second twice in the US Open, and we all know that you need to have a pretty good game to play there, and I don't know, thrilled. I'm out of words, which doesn't happen very often.
Isn't it just like her, though, to say, be that honest and go, it was not pretty. I got it done, but it was not pretty.
I was here on that Sunday. It was fun to watch. It was an exciting championship.
Yeah. So this is where Minjee Lee ended up. Kay going to have to deal. Well, she's trying to figure out how she's going to deal with this.
Yeah, the lie itself is clean. The problem is where she'll stand. The wiregrass is between where her feet are and the ball, and when she's looking down and taking the club back, some of the pieces of grass could affect the backswing. I think if she can get a clean backswing, she'll have no problem.
I think too, Kay, not even just the backswing, but coming down and through it, the Wiregrass should get twirled up in the club and flip the club over a little bit.
Well, she'll be second to go here. It's Mina Haragai first to play.
To make sure it goes, or no?
No, no.
Like more like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The wind right now feels like it's switching a little bit more left to right than actually helping. Mina has 130 to the front, 159 to the hole, but again, not looking at that 159 number.
I mean,
she needs to hit a good smart shot here in the middle of the green, Kay.
I really like
okay.
Last few holes she's had to work too hard.
10 yards on will clear the false front. I think landing at like 13 to 15 at the most on would be good. And she's pulled a 9-iron. This is a comfortable club to have that you usually can hit very accurately.
Tracer technology brought to you by Lexus, the official vehicle of the USGA.
And she didn't clear that false front.
I think overcorrecting on that one from going over the green on the 6th hole, because this one is much more severe here on the 7th. That was a big ask for a 9-iron.
Up at 8, Lindblad for par.
I rolled that first one from beyond the hole quite a bit far by, like we saw Jin Young Ko do. It's quick from above the hole on 8. Most holes out here, to be fair.
Yeah. Back to 7. And Minjee.
This is going to take some steely resolve. There's a lot of distractions through this shot. She's going with the 9-iron. 120 to the front. Oh, a 130 shot would be good. It just depends on how she manages through that Wiregrass and if she can get the club on the center of the ball.
Looks like she's far enough back from the one in front of her, Kay. Is that in play?
No. Ooh, they came out very low, going left. Oh, the mound killed some of the speed on that.
What a shot, what a result.
Yeah, she'll take that, I'd say.
And the club turned over just a fraction with that Wiregrass through the shot, but wow, anything could have happened right there. And she got a lovely soft bounce up to the front of the green.
Yeah, there's no doubt that's skill. But it's also fortunate. The last couple of approaches. A combo of both.
So this for par at the 9th for Choi. And that means one of only 3 players to go out under par today. That's how difficult the golf course is playing. 2 birdies, no drop shots. Let's go to the 11th.
Nelly Korda for birdie.
Kind of what we've seen from her this week, Terry. Just not quite able to get the putter going. Had a rough finish to her round yesterday. Burning some edges.
Jin Young Ko with the very quick putt at 9, just easing it down there. And the greens will slow down about 8 inches during the day. I was talking to one of the USGA officials earlier this week, and they said from when they cut them early in the morning, they're just over 13 on the stimp, and they'll even out in the mid-12, so they lose about 8 inches. It wasn't that quick there, Jin Young.
Tom, you can follow all the action from the 77th U.S. Women's Open presented by ProMedica, including live streaming coverage, real-time scoring, and the latest video highlights, news, and photos, all at uswomen'sopen.com. And celebrate the U.S. Women's Open and inspire your game. Commemorate this championship with official U.S. Women's Open merchandise. Your favorite golf brands. Visit usgashop.com today. If you're Minjee Lee, you're feeling really good right now about that first par. If you're Haragai, you're thinking, okay, I've survived. I'm at even par, put it that way. Haven't made a run, but I'm at even par, still have a chance.
Morgan, on this day when you have to bring your very best, that was a disappointing club choice and or execution for Mina to come up short when she has a 9-iron. Probably should hit the 8.
Yeah, she just needs to stop having to work so hard here. Give herself some birdie opportunities.
33 paces to the hole, and that bit not going to get the. She needed to probably use a little lower lofty club.
Yeah, with depth perception, with that infinity waterfall type green, it's just so easy to come up well short for fear of missing it a little bit past the flag.
Jump up 13. Lexi Thompson at 1 over. Lexi, who had, remember, when you think about, okay, can Harrigai come back from 4? Lexi had that 5-shot lead on the back 9 on Sunday last year at the U.S. Women's Open Olympic Club. Lee's route to that point, not straight, not fairway and then green, but green. Biggest part of the equation. The thing about this golf course too, though, isn't it? If you're going to make a run, yes, you need to be aggressive, but even like here, even if you're thinking aggressively, it almost, you can't make yourself do it because of that infinity edge.
Yeah, I think that's what the beauty of the way the course is designed today. Players need to play aggressively, but if they do, they're going to pay the price if they end up on the wrong side.
Minjee had to feel a huge sense of relief just getting that ball right up on the edge of the green. But this is a tough 2-putt. There's a mound about 10, 12 paces in that's going to move this to the right, and the overall flow of this putt will be uphill left to right.
Even when you're putting, the distance control is off.
It does that to you, right?
Almost
That back edge.
Put it off the green.
Mentioned she is a major champion. The Mundi Evian Championship 2021. Much different style, though. Started the final round 7 off the lead. That birdie, 72nd hole, shoots 64 and then wins the playoff, her first major championship. So it was a big time come from behind win in that major. And here she started the day 3 up. And the other Australians to win this title, Jan Stevenson, 1983, Curry Webb, 2000, 2001, all had the lead after 54 holes and closed it out. Bronte Law in the fairway for her second at 8. To the 9th.
Saw the birdie putt come up short. This is Jin Young Ko for a par. I know this is going to sound bonkers, but you could putt this ball off the green. She's going to just ease it down there.
Bonkers, Tom.
I mean, it's so at the back of that. It makes you want to come out and give it a try yourself. It's one of those golf courses here. Of course, you can here at Pine Needles.
Let us know. Harrigai.
A healthy 25 feet for par.
Not done yet.
No, and this one's going to hurt.
Saw the birdie try from distance at 13 for Lexi. This for par.
Her stroke just looks a little bit, we saw that yesterday, a little bit shorter and a little bit quicker than we've seen it at other points of this season, where she's been working so hard on the tempo of the stroke. Just not quite as smooth on that one.
And really had her A game this week. All right, this is what is left now for Minjee Lee at 7.
And Morgan, on these kind of diabolical greens in a championship like this U.S. Women's Open, yes, you want to make par. She wants to try to hold this, but you cannot allow yourself to be too aggressive and risk 3-putting from this point. Now, this is only a 15-footer, so I think she ought to be able to handle this speed pretty well. Try to drip it in the front left corner.
She has been working on this distance even more so than the short ones with her coach, Richie Smith. They've been spending a lot of time on these mid-range putts. She made some beauties yesterday in the middle of the round.
That was a good stroke. She can afford to make a couple bogeys here and there.
Yeah, it looked like this was going to catch the high side and drop in there, but just a little bit too much pace. Kind of got to remind yourself, I did everything that I could. I made a good stroke, just didn't go in.
Well, it was a chance for Harrigai. But her work still right there at 7.
And Mina's going to make her first bogey on the day if she can hold this. But she needs to be gaining and closing that distance, Morgan, not just treading water and staying the same number of strokes behind.
Yeah, there's still plenty of golf to play, but you got it. She's just been working way too hard on these last 3-4 holes. You know, she struggled a little bit in the middle of her round yesterday. When I talked to her coach, Jeff Fisher, he credited Travis, her fiance and caddy, for really digging her out of that and getting her back in the game and back on track. He needs to do that right here as well.
You look ahead to the back 9 too. It's been Minjee Lee who has been much better on the back 9 throughout the week. 4 shots better than Mina Harrigai. Not quite there yet. They head to 8. We go to 8, and again Lydia Ko not from the fairway.
This is kind of the miss that she's had lately, this low left tee ball. We saw it a little bit at Palos Verdes.
Gallery loves it, and that's why.
But wow, gets away with that. What a recovery shot.
Lower half of her body even move on that pine straw?
It can't. It's almost like hitting a fairway bunker shot. You have to, maybe even harder than hitting a fairway bunker shot, because it's so unstable underneath your feet.
This is second at the 9th for Lindblad. See how aggressive she gets. Just on the front, and now that's going to be a very, very difficult putt. So a little change at the leaderboard, but just in terms of the scoring at the top, Minjee Lee now back to 13 under where she started the day. But Mina Harrigai falls back to 9 under par. So the lead still 4 shots here in the final round in North Carolina. Let's go out to the tee at the 8th.
And Harrigai set. Beautiful look at this hole.
Wind picking up from the right, blowing right to left. It's a tree-lined fairway. Taking that down the right side with her little patented draw.
You know, Kay, you mentioned that Travis was watching the featured groups this morning. He did yesterday morning as well. He said on this 8th hole, it actually really helped him. I said, what couple holes did it actually help you? He said, hitting it to the right of the hole location on 8 to where she had a kick in, and then her par putt on 13 were 2 real helpful moments within their round yesterday.
I'd say that kind of advice, and when you have a wonderful relationship with your caddy who can save you a couple shots, makes the difference. And I think Minjee has that same kind of relationship with Jason. Guys that work very hard to be prepared.
Yeah, and Jason has a very calm demeanor on the golf course, never gets very rattled, and I think that's very positive for somebody in this position in a very tense situation of Championship Sunday.
Up on the green, Bronte Law trying to get it to 5 under.
Let's see if she can get the speed right. We've seen everybody hit this well past the hole.
And the speed just on the edge. So par for Bronte. Par 5 10th. Jin Young Ko going after it in 2.
Yeah, they moved the tee up today to the lower tee box, making it much easier to carry that left fairway bunker. So most of the field should be able to get there in 2 today. That'll leave a fairly straightforward pitch shot from about 30 yards short of the green.
So what a shot to get to this point at the 8th for Lydia Ko. Going to see a few more major wins from Lydia Ko.
You would have to think so. She's still so young. She feels like she's been out here forever, but I mean, she's got so much of a career still ahead of her.
Maria Jutanagan for a birdie at 12. 7 birdies today on this hole, and had a chance there. Just going to be a 4 for Moria. She's going to remain at 4 under.
So Minjee Lee got those texts from Kari Webb. Let's go Aussie. Trying to be part of that tradition, and the Australians to lead after 54 holes. Kari a couple of times, Chance Stevenson, and they all won. They closed it out. So trying to join that tradition too.
And Minjee has a very special relationship with Kari. She's a 2-time winner of the Kari Webb's scholarship, and actually came here to Pinehurst as a guest of Kari. Ended up qualifying for the event. Was also at Sebonack in 2013. So has stayed in the house with Kari during a U.S. Open to see her prep, to see everything that goes on behind the scenes, and just having that incredible champion as a mentor can only be helpful in your career.
And Kari's done that for others too.
Yeah,
a lot of young
Hannah
players.
Green especially.
Yeah,
Amazing
Hannah
what
Green.
she's done for the future of Australian golf.
Here's Nelly Korda for a birdie at 12. Trying to ease it down the hill, and just that. So Nelly moves to 2 under par. Looking for a top 10 finish here, and isn't going to win the championship, but very impressive to come back from injury and play the way she has. Today's uninterrupted coverage is presented by Rolex as we go back to the 8th.
All right, Kate, Mina Haragai in the fairway will be first to play, as she normally is, with these two playing together.
Yeah, they both are finally in the fairway in a couple of holes, and both will have, you know, just a sand wedge in, maybe even a lob wedge for Minjee.
Morgan, what do you start to feel as a player right now inside, thinking I have to get it inside of 8 feet? I mean, it's one thing being aggressive, taking chances, but also now being precise.
No, you really can't think about it that way. You just have to pick your target, pick your spot, and try to execute. And that's what she's been working on with Dawn Woodard, her mental coach, staying in the present, not feeling like you have to press, not pushing, but just playing your game. And I mean, the last 2 days on this 8th hole, she's hit it to about a foot. So I have high expectations here, Kay.
Gap wedge in hand, and she's got great memories from yesterday and an easier hole location. No, pulled it. And that's not going to leave the easier putt.
And now Minjee Lee off the tee. Stay short of that bunker right there, so 255. And a birdie, par, first 3 days.
These are the shots you practice all the time, and you need them in major championships, because if you've hit a good drive on a short hole, it's for the approach. If you've missed a tee shot into the trees or the rough, you pitch out, and you often have this to try to get up and down to save par. To be an elite level player, you have to be good from inside 100 yards. You have to be great.
That's borderline great. Might qualify. They think so. So, chance to make birdie there. As we take a look back, I ask you all these questions because you've been there and done that, and been here and done that. As an amateur, as a 12-year-old, You've been playing golf for about 4 years, and then 2007, Pine Needles in the final group. Doing things like that. When Christy Kerr won. I know when we interviewed Christy, it had to be uncomfortable. I saw you squirming there. You're talking about all the putts that she made on that final day. But pretty cool the experience is here for you. You're a big part of the history here, too.
Very special for me to have played in my very first Women's Open here as a 13-year-old, where I think a lot of people were like, what is this 13-year-old here doing in the field? But for me, it was really a moment where I made the decision, this is so cool. This is what I want to do with my life. And I went home and worked really hard to have that dream of playing on the LPGA Tour and of being a major champion. I never quite got to hoist the Women's Open trophy, but I came close at Cherry Hills, came close here. It was fun to watch Christy Kerr be in the final group and to play alongside her and watch her win her first major. And yeah, I have wonderful memories here. It's so special to come back down the street, winning the North and South at Pinehurst as well. So I love this area of the country, and I love this type of golf.
It's a golf place. It just is. I mean, it is made for golf. All right, out to the 9th.
And Lindblad for a birdie. We've seen how difficult it is to get the pace right from the front of this green. It's so quick. A couple of players have just aired too much on the side of caution, and Lindblad is going to do the same here. So she's going to have almost an identical putt to the one we saw from Jin Young Ko. And we will go back over to 8.
Take the drone right through, give you a look. Through the pines. They're not just pines, different kind of trees here too, but Sandhill region of North Carolina.
And this place is so important to the USGA. They're building a new facility here, a R&D building and an extension of their museum. And they're having their groundbreaking tomorrow on that facility. So this area, very, very important to USGA golf.
Speaking of important, knowing that Minjee Lee is in there where she is here.
Yeah, and Mina still searching for her first birdie today. Hasn't found the magic with the putter yet.
Yeah, she's made so many putts so far this week and just hasn't gotten them to fall.
Well, we know this putt just creeps to the left. Lindblad for a par. And it's just fooled a few players. It goes by a little ways as well, even with the very soft touch. That was a moment ago. She would make her bogey there at 9. So Ingrid Lindblad still inside the top 10. It's a fine performance. A player who's going to go back to LSU later this year for her senior year in college. Nelly Korda inside the top 10 at 2 under.
Well, Tom, the 77th U.S. Women's Open is presented by ProMedica. Take you all the way through 4 days of coverage, uninterrupted. Look down on this 8th green. So it could be yet another one of those moments here for Minjee Lee.
Doesn't bring her caddy in often to look at putts, but this is another one where she has. It's almost one of those putts, Morgan, where you can look at it from both sides and see something slightly different.
Usually it's dead straight, but we like to see something, even either left center, right center. Just sometimes the straight putts are the hardest. Did it fall a little left on her there?
I think she pulled that just a tad enough that it missed left. And it may have pulled a little bit left as well. Birdie putt's not falling right now easily for Minjee like they did yesterday.
Yeah, same for Mina. Just a little championship pressure. She made that really long putt on the second hole, but since then, she's made a few good short putts, but can't quite get the birdies to fall.
Morgan, talk about just how hard it is to sustain the level of focus and high level of play over 72 holes.
Yeah, it's a mental grind out here more than anything. I mean, this golf course is so challenging, especially the way it's set up today, Kay, that it takes a mental toll on you. even more so than physically. It has been warm, and there are some elevation changes out there, but it's more not making those mental mistakes, getting too tired mentally to be able to focus.
This is that uncomfortable distance that you should make, but it's so much harder when it means something.
Good putt. One more to go here in the opening 9, the final round of the U.S. Women's Open. Take you up to the 10th, Ingrid Lindblad, who has missed inside of 10 feet now. She was perfect throughout the week.
She's got plenty of length, obviously, to carry that bunker with the tee moved up today. Lost it a little bit right. It'll leave her a longer shot in, but she still should be able to get home in 2.
Let's take a look at this tee shot. 4D replay presented by Cisco. Cisco powers the on-site network at the U.S. Women's Open.
And she has tremendous torque and width in her swing. Gets a little bit across the line there, as you can see, but her tempo and her timing are such that she can consistently bring the club back onto the ball and square it up. She has been driving the ball so confidently this week. It's been really impressive to watch. And I have no doubt we'll see that swing a lot more, Terry, on the LPGA Tour in the very near future.
Yeah. All the time that people are choosing a line, trying to figure out that she just gets up there and hits it. To the 9th.
Yeah, Minjee Lee on the tee here. Let's take a look at this hole. And one of the big features today, Morgan, is where they've cut the flag.
Yeah, I was looking. It's the hardest hole today, Tom, and it's really not that long of a par 4. It is exclusively around the greens. We've seen players come up well short because they're afraid of going long. When we were talking before we came on, Tom, you said players could putt it all the way or hit it all the way down and over to the 10th tee box. It's that severe over the green. So that's why players are ending up, what, a good 40, 50 feet short of the hole location and then leaving themselves with a treacherous downhill putt.
Yeah, I was wondering when I came out earlier in the week to look at the golf course whether the USGA would use that back hole location, because it really is pretty tricky. But I'm glad they have, because it has challenged the players here at the 9th, the hole that wouldn't necessarily challenge players, Kay, but they are challenged today. A driver here for Heragay.
Yeah, she's so accurate with this club, and she wants to get down as close as she can. Great shot. To have just a small club in so she can better control the second in to this green.
Playing half a shot harder today than it was yesterday, this hole. Just to miss the divots, which I think it's going to do. Lydia Ko, one of those players that were erring on the side of caution. This is her birdie putt.
Yeah, Tom, I'm not sure how you get it close to this hole.
And the pace looks pretty good. Yep. And we will go back to the tee for Minjee, and it looks like a driver for Minjee as well.
Staying aggressive. She has missed a couple of drives. One left, one right.
Yeah, Minjee!
The crowd likes it.
And down the left side.
Just on Mina's line. And didn't airmail her.
No. Only a little bit past Mina's drive. Let's go ahead to that 10th hole.
Lengthy birdie try, Jin Young Ko.
She just doesn't quite have the speed today with the putter.
She marks in women's golf in general. Fans out all 4 days, even day 1 when the temperature was in the high 90s. Beautiful today, though, here in Southern Pines, especially for Minjee Lee, playing the 9th with a 4-shot lead. Out to the 9th.
This would be a good 2-putt for Lydia Ko. Yep. Before that. Yeah, I've been really impressed by the amount of people that have been out here and the atmosphere, and I think it the players have noticed it. They really have embraced it. It's been wonderful. Let's go to 13.
Nelly Korda, good look from right down the line. Break on that. Back to 10. Third for Lindblad. So not able to get there. In 2. And just past hole high. Getting a little better too. Back to 9.
Should be Harrogate to go first here with her second shot.
129 yards to the hole. I have written in my yardage book, Morgan, from when I played here in that U.S. Senior Women's Open, 20-25 on max.
Yeah, I mean, Kay, like I said, there's a slope right there at about 25 that everything slopes away from you, nearly off the green. I was surprised when I saw the hole location where it was.
So, you know, all it takes is that one time, like she did on the 6th hole, hitting it over the green, and it kind of freaks you out, and it makes you just be a little more uncertain about ball control, how it's going to release, and that little bit of extra doubt makes hitting greens very difficult.
Well, actually, no, because you have to hit it here, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I like that. I like that in the 20s.
Oh, would you like 9 iron?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, that's fine with me. Too the breeze.
I know.
So,
Okay.
Yeah, I would say, Kay, you have to have the perfect number here.
you like
to
this one?
try and take on the flag.
29 total in 2.
Yeah, I know.
If she's looking at landing at 20 on, that would be 117.
I just have to get a shot.
Yeah.
117, 120 would be good.
You cannot go too far right of that flag as well, Kay, because it does gather down and off the green. So that's why we've seen a lot of players come up short.
I was thinking she'd be either a hard wedge or an easy 9, going with the 9 iron.
All right.
Yeah, I was just remembering how to hit it. So
Okay.
it's just grip down.
Yep.
Sometimes you just forget how to hit it.
It's all relative, isn't it?
Yeah, so gripping down on this a good inch. Just make sure she still accelerates through.
It's another gutsy one, taking the longer of 2 clubs to a back hole location.
It's got a good line if it's the right number.
Okay.
Maybe took a little too much off of it, but that wind also picked up while she was hurting.
Let's go over to 10.
Birdie try Lindblad. Trying to get that magic back that she had in the first couple of rounds.
Now Minjee's turn to make a decision here, Kay.
She has virtually the same yardage she had yesterday. Yesterday she had a pitching wedge, 126 yards, in tight, and it started a birdie run. She has 122 yards today.
That wind still a factor here.
Yeah, it's just freshening, hurting a little out of the left. Hit that very high on a good line.
Okay. There's no guaranteed 2-putt from the front of the screen, as we have seen. It's one of the most elegant swings out here, Morgan.
Yeah, it's just very, very compact and consistent. Beautiful extension through the ball. No surprise to see her come up short, though, on the 9th.
Shiyu Lin, this had 10 for birdie. You know, that pace structure is not just about first place. We keep talking about that, but really significant top 10, top 5 here in what you're going to make this week. Jin Young Ko at 11. Last #1 in the world to win this U.S. Women's Open title, Inbee Park, back in 2013. Father #1. Not thrilled with that.
Yeah, to your point, Terry, I think I'm right in saying that 7th place here on their own will pay about the same as a win next week. So that gives you an idea of what they're playing for here on the back 9. Massive purse at the U.S. Women's Open compared to the other tournaments the players will play. Hye-Jin Choi there just over the flag at 12. Back over to 10.
Then Vlad. Just a couple now inside of 10 feet, but so good throughout the week, just like that. Almost automatic.
She put a lot of work in on the winter and the off season on her putting, and it has shown this week. There is no question about that.
So as we go back over to 9, that's the fall off at the back of the green that we were talking about. And this is why players are coming up short here at the 9th. They just do not want to mess with this at all. Minjee would have learnt a little bit about that when she played at Pinehurst in her first U.S. Women's Open back in 2014 as an amateur. She made the cut, finished 22nd, shot 69 in the opening round. And so, you know, once you've had a taste of these old classic Donald Ross golf courses, it never leaves your mind. And there are some gems in this part of North Carolina.
Tom, they can be brutally frustrating, but they are just so stimulating and fun to play. It just works your mind from beginning to end.
I know. I'm a member of one at the Country Club of Orlando. It really gets in your head. But it's wonderful. There's that same kind of quality about all his golf courses. Now, Paraguay for birdie.
She was probably wishing she hit the full 9 instead of the grip 9. Right to left, breaking, and then moves back off to the right a little. Oh, she would have liked for that to release out another 2 feet.
Let's go to the 16th.
Par 3, Se-Young Kim second from the bunker a moment ago. Well done. Jin Young Ko for par at 11. We wondered whether anyone would make a move. You know, that part of the pack at 7 under or 6 under really, and no one's really been able to do that.
I don't think the golf course is set up for that today,
Yeah.
Terry. You still have to play defensively.
Megan Kang from the bunker here.
The way the golf course was set up today was for the leaders to fall back in the pack more than somebody from behind to be able to make a move.
And Minjee Lee is right where she started, 13 under. Paraguay's given up 1 shot. She started at 10 under. We remind you, uninterrupted coverage of the USGA Championships is presented by Rolex. Back out to the 9th.
Doesn't look too bad, does it, from above that green? It's a different story once you get down on ground level. Here's Minjee for birdie.
Yeah, with this is a 30-footer. She's going to putt it like a 20-footer.
Oh, she gave this more pace than anybody we've seen.
She did.
Don't want to go too far by, Kay. You do not want to go too far by.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's right on the edge.
It's kind of how she made her 35-footer at the second hole. Gave it a lot of speed. Flagstick was in, helped it go.
And that is why you don't want to give it too much pace. Just that fall away at the back. Where the caddy's standing now, the ball would not stop at all.
I mean, considering she has a 4-shot lead, that was a fairly aggressive putt.
There you go. Pinehurst, just down the road. I have a friend that lives in the area, and I said, you know, how long does it take to to get from golf course to golf course. Said everything here is 10 minutes, and he's dead right. It just takes 10 minutes to get from golf course to golf course. It takes you 10 minutes to get to the village of Pinehurst.
It's not local lore or anything. It's actually 10 minutes.
It's just 10 minutes everywhere.
Okay.
Everything's so handy here. It's a beautiful part of the world, easy to get around, and really is a golf paradise. Now Minjee for the par.
That birdie putt was all down grain, so this back into the grain and uphill.
Oh, good putt there.
Oh, huge.
Back up the hill. She could be aggressive that time. And there's no stopping Minjee right now. Leading the way, looking for her second major title. Be her second in 4 major championship starts. Now Mina for her par.
And it was interesting, we talked about her nabbing Travis's putter and putting it into the bag. And he also, which is a great asset for her, Morgan, Travis seems to have a really good sense of the golf game, in particular Mina's golf game, and what little things she's doing differently, and tapped into something with her putting, keeping her hands more level, and she immediately felt like that confidence with the putter she had last year.
Yeah, when I talked to him the other day, he said that he noticed that her left shoulder was kind of going up through the putt, and her head going a little bit backwards, so almost like keeping the left side a little bit heavy, staying down and through the putt. And that's why, the main reason why she's been putting so well this week. They figured that out on Wednesday afternoon. What a good time.
Yeah, good 2-putt. So no change at the top of this leaderboard as they make their way to the back nine on Sunday. Let's take a look at those shoulders through the stroke here, Morgan.
And she stayed down and nicely with that one. Head went back just a little bit, but you hear a lot. Keep your head still. I like keeping your left shoulder down when you putt.
So it does come down to the back nine on Sunday here at a major championship. Look at the difference between the front nine, back nine. Back nine a little bit easier, but similar.
Well, there's 2 par 5s on the back nine, so that's the first advantage. There's the 10th hole and the 15th hole, which both are potential eagle opportunities today. There are a couple tough par 4s in there, though, especially 17 playing as one of the hardest holes all week.
From the bunker to here, Se-Young Kim. Par. Yesterday, the scoring average 72.7. Right now, it's 75.5, basically. Much tougher.
So the approach from Hye-Jin Choi, and this is for birdie at 12. And just not going to take that turn that she had read into the putt. It's a good final round, though. She's 2 under par right now. Best score on the golf course is Hye-Jin Choi.
Megan Kang for par at 13. Let's get up and down from where she was. Just one more point on that, Tom. 46 players have finished their rounds here. Only 1 under par round recorded. Jung-Hoon Lee 6-69. That's it. So they start the second nine. And John Wood's going to join this group. Going to be calling the shots of Mina Haragai. Kay still with Minjee Lee. So here's Haragai setting up, John.
Yeah, Terry, they're using an upper tee today, about 40 yards shorter, only about 230 yards to cover that left fairway bunker, which is definitely doable. It's just, and the wind, which was forecast to die down, is definitely dying down at this point. So right now, you know, if you feel like being aggressive and taking on those bunkers, you can get something much shorter into this hole.
I'm not sure if Mina quite has the firepower to cover it. We'll see. She might skirt it just a little bit on the right. That the shadow of that tree is probably a good target.
Oh, go.
This is left. But she might get away with this. It got past the bunker, and I think it's in the rough there.
It is. She definitely got away with that one, John. That's a very fortunate break. And there you see what John was saying. It's about 40 yards closer. So bringing that left bunker more into play. Most of the week we've seen players play out to the right off the tee, and only the longest hitters can get over the native area in 2 and go for the green. But Minjee's going to have no trouble taking it over this bunker here, Kay.
No, and she doesn't even have to be too cute and try to hug that tree line. I think just going right over the center, right center of that second bunker is plenty. Oh yeah, she let that all out and drew it. Gorgeous.
Yeah, you wondered how it would change her line off that tee, moving the tee up. That is a perfect drive here as the final pairing starts the back nine on Sunday, the 77th U.S. Women's Open presented by ProMedica. Minjee Lee up by 4 as we step away for a moment to get a sports update. Cara, thanks. Just amazing what Rafa Nadal, as a high-level athlete, you just shake your head at that, don't you?
What an athlete, what a competitor, and what a career.
Man.
Continues to have.
So out at the 10th, the final pairing, Minjee Lee and Mina Haragai. As we take a look, 4D replay presented by Cisco, and Cisco powers the on-site network at the U.S. Women's Open.
Yeah, and here's Mina's swing. She's short in stature, but tries to get as much out of it as she possibly can. When I talked to her coach, Jeff Fisher, earlier this week, she tends to get a little bit jammed up and her miss is short right, but said that what he's seen so far this week, it has been spot on.
Minjee Lee obviously much longer off the tee, so the advantage there, and has gotten even longer in the last year with the work she has done. Take a look at the 4D replay presented by Cisco here.
Yeah, and like I mentioned earlier, the work with her coach, Richie Smith, longtime coach since she was about 12 years old, really stabilizing the lower body, shortening the backswing, making it more compact so that she can use her core to better come into the ball and generate all that extra power.
All that timing, everything spot on this week. Minjee Lee had a win just a couple of weeks ago at the Cognizant Founders Cup. Finding it at a major now once again. Here at 10, Lydia Ko trying to get it to 8 under par.
Yeah, she has to be thinking, if I can get a couple more birdies, it might put some pressure on Minjee, but she's not seeming to feel any of it right now, I do have to say.
Well, if she got it to, say, 10 under, that's 3 back right now, but the whole back 9 left from this point, at least, for Minjee Lee. I think maybe, who knows. So John's hair guy who is away.
She is 203 to the front edge, and this lie looks like it could be a heater. It looks like she's got iron out. It looks like she may be laying it up, and you know, the key number here to me would be 167. That covers that fairway bunker, and you could get a hot one and roll it all the way up there. Morgan, it almost feels like right now you're 4 back. Minjee is in perfect position. You need to take a chance right now, but it looks like she's laying up.
Yeah, I'll keep it down just a hair, but yeah.
I guess just avoiding the big number and trying to rely on her wedge game here, which has been fairly decent through the week. She's hit some beauties.
Yep, just a layup. Just needs to hit softly, though. This is going to hard left, may catch the rough.
If you're going to lay up,
you don't want to make that kind of mistake, especially with a front hole location. It's going to be tough to get some spin on this one from the rough.
Okay, what about Minjee Lee now?
Well, she's in prime position here, and it's green light the whole way. 199 to the front, so she's looking to hit like a 200, 205 shot. Plays a little bit uphill. Just has to guard against pulling it, which she pulled it a little bit. Very aggressive line.
That's gonna fall off the green.
Yeah, she was certainly aiming probably 20 feet right of that flagstick.
And carried it all the way there. Oh, look at the roll where it settles too.
I think that's the reason why Mina may have laid up to avoid kind of some of the difficulties around this 10th green. It's a cliff off to the left side, and that is a very unlucky lie. As we've talked, when you miss it in the native area, you can get lucky. You can get a decent lie, but you could also end up in disaster world. And just tugged it a little bit. She wasn't off by much.
No.
But the line is so fine here that, you know, maybe in that position, Bale would be a little bit more right than left, but she hasn't been playing defensively.
Xiyu Lin at the 11th to get it to 3 under par. Yeah! 26-year-old from China, 9 years now on the LPGA Tour, still in search of that first win. And Jin Choi's in third all by herself. Is at 13 to get it to 9 under.
I mentioned her work with Gareth Raflewski. She put a new putter in the bag this week.
Strong with that.
You got to give it a go at this point. You know, she's probably has that aggressive mentality. Plus, she's young.
17.
Se Young Kim, second to this par 4. Flag back left today. And that might be a good line. It's tough to get it to go left of the flag and stay on the green, but Se Young Kim may well have done that.
She did, Tom. As we tell you, the 77th U.S. Women's Open is presented by ProMedica, with coverage brought to you by Cisco, proud technology partner of the USGA. Cisco, the bridge to possible. Century Insurance, official insurance partner of the U.S. Women's Open. And by Deloitte. Experience the U.S. Women's Open in 3D by downloading the U.S. Open AR app built by Deloitte. Beautiful pictures high above Southern Pines, North Carolina, provided by ProMedica. Presenting sponsor of this U.S. Women's Open, 77th edition, 4th time right here at Pine Needles. So those names, Annika Sorenstam, Kari Webb, Christy Kerr, the champions here, and Minjee Lee trying to close this one out to win it, but Harrigai still in it.
Just 69 yards here, but from the rough, and got tree trouble as well. I don't think she can take this at the hole location right now. I think she's got to take it 20 feet to the right and try and judge this spin right coming out of this rough. It's definitely going to have some release on it. She's not going to be able to put spin on this ball.
The green does slope a little bit right to left. It might help her, John, but I don't know if it'll be enough to get it all the way towards the flag if she can't.
Start over.
If she has tree trouble.
I'm just trying to imagine my shot.
Okay. Yep.
A little better.
Yep. Got it.
You hear her saying, trying to imagine the shot, and then she's trying to visually see it drawing a little bit.
Yep.
Back of my stance.
It's tough to get spin on the wedge when you're trying to draw it.
Especially out of this rough. It's just that flyer rough. Nip the trees. It's going to come up short.
Morgan, there's been more indecision today. Standing over a shot, backing off a shot than we've seen in the first 3 days.
Well, there's been a little bit more wind out there. Plus, it's Championship Sunday. Maybe not having quite the perfect numbers. So we've seen her be a little bit more in between yardages, choking up on some, having to go after the 9 like she did on 7 and come up short.
That's the lie for Minjee Lee, Kay.
Not good at all. I had to go back for a second look. It's in what looks like some sort of plant, not the weed grass. Sorry, the natural grass. It's like the wire grass. It's like maybe a weed of sorts that is dead. So it'll be crispy, and it's not going to provide a lot of resistance through it, but it's just an awkward little shot for a touch shot that she needs to do it.
Yeah, it could really almost do anything. The best play here, I mean, you're standing there, Kay, I'm looking at it in the monitor, but I think it would be to bump it.
Bump it, and I think favor left of the flag, where it leads into a fatter part of the green, because this thing comes out a little hot. She needs to allow for some room for it to slow down.
Just kind of run it up all the way over, like the one bounce it up.
most of the modern pros, carries 4 wedges. So looking, oh, it's such a steep slope. She has to, first and foremost, hit it cleanly and get it to the top of the hill so it doesn't roll back down, and she'll have to face a similar shot.
But would you be bumping it into the hill, the bank?
Well, I just don't think that she can get clean contact because there's going to be some kind of resistance between the ball and the club face. Looks like she's going with the higher shot. She still may be trying to bump it, but looks like more loft than the other club that she had in her hand.
Looks like it's at least a sand wedge. Oh yeah, she did bump it. Obviously, it's so hard to control how firmly, but if she can keep this on the green, I'd say job well done.
Well, she didn't. Now she does.
It came out a lot hotter than she anticipated. Not much resistance whatsoever, but you know what? She didn't leave it at her feet, and that was what she had to do. She had to get it up onto the putting surface, because as we saw with that second shot down there, it could end up anywhere.
Take a look at this contact.
Yeah, so there you see, just trying to look at how steady her feet were and trying to make as solid contact as possible. That's the place you have to err, is long.
With the game being played in the air so much, how often would you practice that these days?
Out of a dead bush, you would never practice that shot.
just that type of shot.
Yeah, players around this golf course knew that they were going to have to navigate these slopes all week, so they were practicing from all places. But I would guess that they did not practice from a dead bush like that.
No, didn't mean that. Today's uninterrupted coverage is presented by Rolex. So off the green, Haragai's 4th now.
Saw her come up short with that wedge after it ticked that pine tree. Going with a wedge here to carry that false front. Take out a little bit of the reed.
She's hit a few beauties with this club already today. Let's see if she can pull another one out here.
Checked up on her a little bit there, Morgan.
Yep, good shot.
Not bad.
Remember, it is a par 5 here, the 10th. So it'll be the 4th for Minjee Lee eventually when we get back there. To 11, Lydia Ko to get it to 8 under par.
Yeah, this is going to have some pace to it once it gets on the green.
Speed was good. Line not quite. Hyejin Choi at 13 for par.
I think these are just youthful nerves, Terry. Leaving yourself that length of a par putt. But
in a great spot, too. And now going to drop a shot in a share of 3rd place with Lydia. She take it back up through the wire grass, sandy areas to the 10th green.
What Minjee is going to have to deal with is, I think, what Nina was dealing with. If you just goose the shot a little bit too firmly and you go 6 feet past the hole, it's going to be off the green. So downhill kind of starting, then it levels out. But I wouldn't be surprised if she came up a little short.
Beautiful pace. Exactly what she needed to do.
She handled that challenge well.
Up to 17.
We've only had one birdie here today at the 17th. That was Rose Zhang. See if Se Young Kim can make a 3. Should turn back. Oh, it just went straight at the end.
Tom, other than the 15th hole, there have not been many birdies on the closing 6 holes today. So not much to really move back into contention for some of these players.
Lexi Thompson at 4 over at 16, trying to change that. No, just hasn't happened for her. Just hasn't been there. Back at 10, Haragai, John.
Yeah, this left for par. Didn't take advantage of that great break off the tee. Saw her hit that big pull hook, and it could have been real trouble. Got past everything, and still has this left for par. So this was a chance. It felt like she might be able to get a little aggressive and gain some ground, but this left for par. Now it looks just to stay 4 back.
Yeah, she's played so well to here this week, John. She just hasn't had her best stuff today, and you have to think that's just a little bit of the tension, a little bit of the pressure. Things get tight. Some of your bad habits start to surface a little more than you would like.
The day they give out the trophy, it's always harder. Yeah, good putt there.
Well, again, a number of times we've seen her back off a shot, saying, I'm trying to imagine the shot. I'm trying to remember how to hit this shot. Just that mental approach, maybe down the stretch under pressure, changes some.
Yeah, just everything just tightens up, and your tendencies become magnified, and it's all about, she's talked a lot about doing her breath work on the golf course, trying to control the heart rate a little bit and stay really in the moment. And we know Travis has been very helpful with that. That was a very solid putt there, very solid save.
Morgan, I remember watching my very good friend Meg Mallon win her first major, the 91 LPGA Championship. And I went out and watched. I thought, wow, it just looks like she's playing on a Tuesday afternoon. And the players that can bring that Tuesday afternoon game to Sunday afternoon at a major are usually ones that prevail.
Minjee Lee kind of looking like that right now.
And it's players who talk about being in the zone, what it's like to be in the zone and block everything else out and just really be able to focus on what you're doing and not everything else that's at stake.
Anna Nordquist at 13. She's right there in the mix, 3-time major champ, but started yesterday's round with a double bogey and fought hard to recover all day. Couldn't quite get there. 15 eagle try here in 2 for Nelly Korda.
For the first eagle of the day on the 15th hole.
A whispering fan trying to coax the ball up there. Or caddy. Not much left for birdie though. 12.
Xu Lin for birdie. Xu Lin playing alongside Ingrid Lindblad. And it was a bit of an eventful front 9 for the Chinese player. She had 4 bogeys going out. Has birdied 11, so trying to fight her way back on what has been a tough day today. The golf course playing a lot more difficult. We'll go to the tee at the 11.
Par 4, 374.
Oh. Okay. Yes.
Just confirming the wind direction. They're back into the wind. Needs to keep this left of that fairway bunker. This should be reachable today for her. But plenty of room there left of it.
This was kind of the partner round yesterday where she started to get a little bit tired with the swing, started to hit a few poles, including this tee shot. She got away with it.
Yep.
But that's a beautiful looking swing right there.
Yeah, just up the left center, Morgan. Absolutely perfect.
Just hasn't been able to take advantage of any opening today. Minjee Lee made a bogey. She made a bogey. Last hole, par 5. Minjee Lee on what is a downhill tee shot. 18 feet.
Yesterday she hit a 3-wood, and today going with the driver. I think because of that wind hurting, and our mobile camera tower on the left-hand center left of the fairway is a really good line. Just no sense messing with that right bunker. Wind picking up, hurting. Oh, that was a beauty. One of her best today.
See the numbers on the right. And she didn't even bother watching it. So good. So playing the 11th hole, that final pairing, it is a 4-shot lead for Minjee Lee. Second major championship of the season. Biggest purse they've had. $1.8 million to the winners. To close that out. Come third player from Australia to win this title. When play began on Thursday, there were 12 U.S. Women's Open champions in the field, all of whom have their names etched in history. Time now for a message from the USGA.
The Hall of Champions is really an amazing place, and one of the greatest parts of my job is when we have a champion who walks into that room for the first time.
Oh my God.
When they walk in, it quickly dawns on them what the Hall of Champions is all about, and when they find their own name, there's usually a very quiet moment that follows.
as it hits them in a very deep and fulfilling way.
It's amazing, and all the history here, and like you see these names, all the legends that got their names here, so it's pretty cool.
These walls hold the names of every single USGA champion. You can stand in the middle of this room and understand the history of the game in the United States.
Hip, hip. Expect anything different? Carl Connor has broken through with a U.S. Women's Open title.
They are champions forever, and that's what this hall represents.
Morgan, you're a USGA champion, U.S. Women's Amateur. Have you been to that place? Have you seen yours?
I have. I've been there, have a picture with my name on the Hall of Champions. It's pretty cool.
What was that like to just take that moment as they were describing?
It's really special. I mean, to see all of the names and the incredible champions of all USGA champions from, I mean, it's hard to describe. It's very special to see your name up on that list. And Minji's name is already up on that list, but would like it to be up there again.
Girls Junior, yeah. All right, take a look at the strike off the tee. Watch the face now.
Yeah, we've talked all week about her power. And, you know, I asked her coach, Richie Smith, what has contributed to this distance gain in about the last year? He said it's twofold. One, they actually slowed her swing down. She was at about 97 miles an hour. They brought it down to about 92 miles an hour. So then she started to hit more greens. Since she's dropped back in that swing speed, her motion has improved. They've been able to work more on the motion, and now she's starting to add her speed back, which is adding to that distance gain, as well as she works really on heavy lifts in the gym. Doesn't do really golf-specific training, does real heavy lifts that he thinks has been instrumental in her power gain.
Yeah, that's the first thing she mentions when you ask her about adding distance, gym work. All right, Mina Haragai first to play now.
144 back into a good breeze, but this is a pin that you can actually be fairly aggressive to, even though it's on the back. You've got a little backstop back there. You've got fall-offs left and right, but you can be aggressive with your distance. Good contact, start up the flag, turning over. Really soft bounce there. I don't think that wind came, a huge gust came up as she hit.
She has not been able to dial in her distance control today. Has been well off.
Frustration.
On most of her approaches, yeah.
Starting to set in.
Well, she's starting to realize that she's running out of holes, even though every hole from here to the house, she doesn't know this, but every hole is playing over par. Yeah. It's not an easy golf course coming in, not for her nor for Minji or anybody else in this field.
Morgan, it's really just the difference of having this more continuous, strong wind. The first 2 days were dead calm. Yesterday, by the afternoon, the wind died down. And so it's just making it that much harder to be confident with your club selection.
And you can see how tall the trees are around here, Kay. Makes the swirling a little bit.
Big pull with a 9-iron. Oh, that's a terrible place to have missed it.
Yeah, she actually got lucky to come off that downslope. She's going to have a level lie, but
she was so on with all of her short irons that she had yesterday.
Yeah, just got a little bit towards her toes there. She talked yesterday about coming down the stretch. Even yesterday on Saturday, she got a little bit nervous, got a little tight.
Well, talking about the USGA, being a USGA member means many things. Integrity, sustainability, achievement, but all USGA members share a love of the game and a commitment to making golf better for future generations. Visit usga.org/join to become a member today. And you can check out the epic conclusion to the Jurassic era with Jurassic World Dominion, only in theaters June 10th. Back out to 16. Already at 15. Nelly Korda now at the par 3, 162. And calling for it to sit because of that.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a downslope. We can't see it in the difference in color because of the shade of that tree, but there's a slight downslope just short and right of that flagstick that propelled that all the way to the back of the green.
Breaking left to right up the hill here at the 12th, and Lydia trying to creep closer to that lead. 6 behind. Let's go to the 17th. It's not been a day to remember for Lexi Thompson, but trying to sneak a birdie here. Hasn't had a birdie yet today. And she will have to do that at the 18th. So we go back over to the 11th.
And neither player in a particularly good spot here on 11, but Mina maybe with a slightly easier shot here, John?
I would say so, Morgan. Much more green to work with, and she could really put some pressure on if she can get this one close. Coming down the stretch, you know if you can hit one close, you can put extra pressure on your playing competitor and just amps up everything.
It's a little bit of a bare lie.
Way back in her stance, she's trying to pitch it over that hill, and it'll fall to the right from that point. Pretty good speed.
Just kept running out. That's pretty good play. Lindblad, second at 13 from the bunker.
Caught a lot of ball. Oh, but got it to spin nicely. We saw her struggle yesterday in the bunker on 15, trying to be a little too cute with it and leave it in the next bunker, but that was very well done there.
All right, the choice now for Minjee Lee, a putter, Kay?
Yes, kind of surprising. She hasn't done this in a while. Needs to hit this firmly. 6 paces or so up to the top of the mound where the fringe is, and then it'll be downhill from that point. Oh, hit it way too firmly. Yeah, actually, that wasn't that bad. I thought she hammered that one, but it was so steep, she needed to hit it that firmly.
I asked about practice earlier. In this week, you would spend a heck of a lot of time around these greens, not on the greens with the different choices.
Yeah, and I think it's important for all players to have a variety of shots to choose from, not just, I mean, we know we've seen Anna Nordqvist only stick with the putter, but for most players, kind of choosing different shots.
Korda from long range. And that for par. Lindblad from the bunker to here. This for par 13. Nice. Made another one. Keeps making those. Inside of 10 feet. They won back at 12. Brooke Henderson finishing up at 18. She's over par for the 4 days. Nice finish on the last throw. 73 today. 2 over today. 2 over for this U.S. Women's Open. Hug from her sister. All right, back to 11. Haragai.
And Morgan, this feels like a crucial putt for here. Four back. This will be 7 holes to play after this. Does not want to drop another one to have to pick it up. With Minjee Lee inside her, it just feels crucial. She gets this one to go.
Yeah, I mean, if she makes and Minjee misses, then it's a ball game. But if she misses this and Minjee makes, it becomes a tall order.
Left the whole way.
Just didn't really have the pace.
And just to jump ahead, 1 shot ahead of those in third right now, too. And just remember the purse money and the significant difference there. Not that you're giving up on first place right now. Keep it here for Minjee Lee, trying to do trying to save.
And Terry, that lead she had overnight of 3, then coming out birdie, and that gave her the luxury of having some struggles and making a couple bogeys and not losing grasp of this championship.
Yeah, it had to be big, Kay. You're right.
And even if she doesn't make this, she's still in total control. But right now, it just feels like par is your friend.
Because it is. There's a really good friend right there. Par start to the back 9. And the lead is 5.
And she made a wonderful par save on 9. Wonderful par save there, Terry.
Bronte Law on the tee at 13. 209 today.
Plays down about 16 yards, so doesn't quite play to full yardage.
Good shot. Taking 17.
This is Andrea Lee. 2 over par, but it's still been a nice week for Andrea, and she's been playing well of late. Had to go back and play on the Epsom Tour earlier this season, where she won during the week of the first major of the year, and now she's playing on Sunday afternoon at the second major championship of the year, and that is a very good approach at 17. She'll have a good look at birdie.
Meanwhile, Jin Young Ko at 14 to get it to 5 under par.
No birdies on the 14th hole today. It's because the hole location is just in a location where you can't be aggressive. I would not expect to see any player in this field today aim at that hole location on 14.
This is the tee shot at 12, and Minjee on the tee with our Tracer technology, brought to you by Lexus, the official vehicle of the USGA.
And this is all where Minjee's extra carry length is so valuable to get to the top of that crest.
Yeah, they drive it into an upslope here, and the longer players get to the top of the hill and have a much better look at the green. Minjee in good shape, 5-shot lead. And now Mina. You talk about, obviously she'd love to win here, but if she were to finish second on her own, that's $1 million, or just over $1 million. The biggest check she's ever made, $268,000. So that gives you an indication of what is on the line here coming home for Mina, even if she is not the champion. There's a lot of money at stake here.
Off the left side, should be just fine.
Yeah, not quite to the top of the slope, but in good shape.
Time you're talking about it, that first place prize, the $10 million overall purse, biggest ever, but $1.8 million. Mickey Wright Medal, Hartnett Semple Trophy. For a year, you get to keep it, but 10 years you're exempt in this event. 5 years into the other 4 majors and a full card on the LPGA Tour. That's quite a lot on the line.
There's a lot to play for. There's some that Minjee doesn't have to worry about, like the full card on the LPGA Tour and some things like that. But, I mean, not to mention the prestige and everything that comes with it. Having U.S. Women's Open champion on your resume, it is the championship that every player in this field, the #1 event they want to win.
Lydia, short time ago, off the tee at 13. That same fan is calling for every tee shot to go in.
Yeah, they might need to ask for this one to sit. I think it's going to hold on. There we go.
Optimistic. So at 16 a moment ago, Nelly Korda for par. Yep. Formality. So 2 more holes to play in this final round.
Even if it doesn't get there, I'm scared of that 115. We're not having any bite. It's just going to bounce in the loose, you know.
It's a great setting here at 18 as Lexi Thompson looks this one over. Has not been her day. Pretty good start to this championship. First couple of days.
You can go at it.
Lexi's been on a little bit of an emotional roller coaster. Certainly, I'm sure, thinking back to what happened last year, but also just recently losing her grandmother, who was here. Has been a very supportive member of Lexi's team, and they were very close. So I know that's been a hard thing to deal with just in the last couple of weeks for Lexi and her family.
Large gallery around 18. The grandstands. Loving that. Back 117.
See if Andrea Lee can make a birdie here. It's been a hole that doesn't want to give up many birdies. 17 all week. It's been very, very difficult. And that's not going to be a 3 for Andrea, but 4 is a good score. Looking for a top 15 finish, and that would be a good result here for Andrea. Continue her form into a busy summer stretch on the LPGA. Next week they go down the shore in New Jersey, Galloway and Seaview, another Donald Ross golf course.
Down the shore. You got the local lingo
Yeah,
already.
I've got it down now. You've been there enough. I know what to say. Yeah. Now Mina back at 12.
One step right of it.
154 from just short of the top of that hill. Got a little helping right to left
This way
wind.
here.
And Tom, for all the birdies we've seen this week, you look at today with toughening things up. You got one person in the house at 2 under on the day and a few people at 1 under on the course, but that's it. Much tougher test today. This is 8 iron.
Not many rounds under par today, that's for sure. But this is a hole on the back 9. There is one outside of the par 5s where players can make a birdie.
Heading just left of the flag, turning over now. Good distance, though.
Yeah, below the hole there, John. Don't want to go too far to the left, but that's okay. 8 birdies here so far at the 12th, the most of any of the par 4s or any hole outside of the par 5s in the back 9. Let's go to 13.
Birdie try for Lydia Ko. Got it. That is only the 2nd birdie today at the 13th hole. And a share of 2nd place. 25-year-olds won 17 times already.
Minjee's drives have been very consistent here at the 12th. You can see they're all pretty much in the same part of the fairway. And a little bit longer today from Minjee, maybe a bit more fired up, or a change in that wind direction, Kay?
Yep, little combination of both, but that was a beauty. Leaving her just a wedge in to this, as you've described, relatively easy hole location. Just feels like go right at it. No wind blowing right now.
Oh, it's a clinic. Wonderful. And a chance for another birdie for Minjee Lee. Now we've got to the 13th.
Monty Law. Saw a birdie from Lydia Ko.
Yeah, this is a part of her game that she said she's put in a ton of work, really focused exclusively on her putting, and we've seen some beautiful strokes so far this week. That one just a little bit tentative, which is so easy to do around these greens.
Back over at the 12th. Let's take a look at the quality strike there, that wedge, Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason, Tom, why she leads just about every statistical category in approach, because she can consistently deliver the club on the ball time and time again. And her iron play is second to none.
You're talking about difficult times for Lexi Thompson.
Yeah, Lexi's got, I mean, a lot of history here at Pine Needles, having qualified for her first U.S. Women's Open here. Her grandmother was here on site that week, so I'm sure coming back brings a lot of memories back to Lexi. Her grandmother passed about 2 weeks ago today, so it's been a rough time for their family, and I'm sure she's playing with her grandmother in her heart this week.
And you mentioned the fact that she had control of this championship last year, up by 5 with, what, 8 to play, and did not win it. And so you do everything you can. She's been through a lot of adversity on the golf course, too, and put that behind you. But then you come here this week and you're asked about it all over again. So you're reminded of it, whether you want to be or not.
And that was something that I know she talked to Martin Hall about coming into this week. Oh, what a way to end.
Satisfying finish, at least, on the 18th green.
I think an emotional one there. You can see heavy heart.
Yeah. So the 4 days are complete for Lexi Thompson as we go back to that final pairing at 12.
And Mina with a good look at birdie here, John.
Yeah, Tom, you mentioned it below the hole, moving left to right the whole way.
Try and break out of that tie for second. First birdie of the day. And oh my goodness me. It's almost as though somebody just put a cap on the hole there. That just went straight right at the end. Just a 4. Cannot get one to drop today. And almost there. It's going to be a good battle with Lydia Ko, I think. Mina and Lydia for the rest of the day. Minjee has edged ahead, trying to get this done and become a US Women's Open champion. And this will be a nice moment here for another birdie, Kay.
It sure would be. And I can't help but think that that big major win last summer at the Evian, after 7.5 years of trying, being basically one of the best players never to win a major, has just freed her up immensely.
Yeah, without a doubt. Movement in this one, though. And that is so well done. We've seen a number of players just misjudge the break on that putt today, but not the player at the top of the leaderboard. And Minjee Lee increases her advantage here at Pine Needles. 6 shots ahead as she walks to the 13th. And that was dialed in not only for the line, but look at the pace that this goes into the hole. Dead weight. Absolutely spot on with the weight of that putt. Look at that. When she was growing up, she was compared to Lydia Ko. They grew up at the same time, same part of the world. Minjee was, many thought would be a better player. Maybe she will turn out that way at the end of her career. Let's go to 15.
Hye-Jin Choi trying to join those two at 8 under.
I think it's going to be fun to watch Hye-Jin Choi in her career. Rookie this year on the LPGA Tour, but multiple-time winner in Korea. She's got a fun personality, shows her emotion on the golf course, and got exceptional talent.
So Minjee Lee, it's hers to win or lose from this point forward. Heading to the 13th. That stretch has been difficult though. 13 and 14, just 2 birdies between those 2 holes all day long. And Lydia Ko, Mina Haragai sharing second place right now. As we remind you, the 77th U.S. Women's Open is presented by ProMedica. Gorgeous final day here at Southern Pines. All right, 13 and 36-foot elevation drop, tee to green. There is where the flag is today.
And Terry, I don't see her looking at that flag stick at all. I see her looking at a spot center of the green, almost on the left edge of the TV tower, and trying to land this 200 yards on maximum, more like 195. When you're coming in with a longer club, you got to allow for some hit and release.
Yeah, I definitely expect her to play a little bit on the safe side here, but I think back to that putt she just made on the last hole and the improvements that she's made in her putting. And I talked to Kari about it earlier today, and she said it's great to see how confident she is with her putting, and she thinks that's actually making her swing it even better because she's not worried about being super perfect because she knows her putter can save her if she gets into trouble.
Hit a 6-iron here yesterday, going with a 5, but she's pulled it. This is going to miss the green left. Everything bounces down. There's a steep an embankment. It's not super steep over there. She missed her target by a large margin.
More than likely have to take a wedge on that one. A tough one to putt through a tremendous amount of fringe, but not the end of the world.
Yes.
Now remember yesterday, Mina Haragai made a couple of bogeys early in the back 9 that turned it around, fought to get to the clubhouse and finished in double figures.
And this is one more for Mina. This is 4-iron. And as Kay said, I would expect this to be kind of at our tower. It's a perfect line to look out in between that right bunker and the flagstick. And Morgan, I got to ask the question: at some point, do you turn your focus to second, or, second place with what this purse is this week?
I mean, I think you're looking at it. I think Travis is definitely looking at it. But at the end of the day, you have to do everything within your power and still play within yourself. If you try to force it in any direction,
it's on a good line.
As we've seen, this course will get
Pops
the better of you.
Yeah, that's a really good shot there, Morgan.
Well done. Just has to keep going through her process and hope some of those putts fall.
Got a chance there. Well, Pine Needles has always been a special place for Annika Sorenstam, highlighted by her walk down the 18th hole in 1996. Now it's time for Legendary Champions, presented by Rolex.
I was in the last group, and it was one of those tournaments when you have a comfortable lead coming into the last hole. I was playing really well the whole week.
Sorenstam off the tee behind her with a wonderful whack.
Perfect, right in the center of the fairway.
Man, that was hit solidly.
52 out of 56, Johnny. Is that pretty good?
But I remember walking down here. I mean, this is quite a tricky finishing hole. There was a ton of people everywhere, on the right side, on the left side, and of course around the green there was just rows of people. I knew my family was down there. My parents were down there. My aunt was down there. To have them here on such a special tournament, I was the defending champion, and so a dream had come true in 1995, but to come back and be here in '96 and to do it again, it was just really surreal. But it's so great to have them here and celebrate with them.
That for a 66. Back-to-back championships for Annika Sorenstam.
Annika back in the field this year. Special for her to play the first 2 days and have the family out there with her, too.
Yeah, it's the reason why she said she wanted to play this week. Children had never seen her compete in a women's open. And I think special. It's got to be so special for them all to come back. And then Will having his first hole-in-one this week over at the
That's
Cradle.
pretty cool, yeah. Having to buy root beers that night. Leona Maguire off the tee at 16. The gallery will give you the call. They'll give you the commentary.
They've been sitting there watching it all day.
Jin Young Ko setting up for her third at the par 5 15th. Backed up a bit today.
Yeah, it's not quite the weekend that I think we all expected to see from Jin Young Ko. Being a few back heading into the weekend, expected her to make a little bit more of a push, but just hasn't been able to pull it all together.
Nelly managed to get a flag high in 2 here at 17, the par 4, so she's got a chance for a birdie across the green. It's just going to be a 4 for Nelly. You can see, though, she's inside the top 10 at 2 under. 1 hole to play in the championship. Let's go to 13.
All right, so if you're a guy, you're thinking 2-shot swing here, maybe. Minjee Lee first, Kay.
It very well could be. This is not the easiest chip shot. Depends on where she lands on the side of a mound that's short of the hole. Ooh, she went the really low route.
Yeah, she didn't carry that nearly as far as I expected her to. It almost got a kick off of the fringe and the collar that shot it forward.
Harrigai with a birdie chance. Take another look, though, Morgan.
And here you see right where she lands. It lands right on the very edge there of the green and the fringe. And that can sometimes almost feel like the edge of the cart path. Just give it a little bit extra.
Hedgen Choi on the tee at 16.
Don't want to lose this a little right. Looks like she's leaning. Oh, gets a nice bounce.
Use every bit of that ground.
It's not very often you try to land it short and right of a hole location that's on the right side of the green.
Can join that group in second place at 8 under. Reminder, uninterrupted coverage of the USGA Championships is presented by Rolex. Hye-Jin Choi, a chance to share second place right now. You've got Mina Haragai with a chance to pick up one, who knows, maybe two. This birdie try coming up.
Tough read here. The whole green slopes right to left, but it feels like it wants to come off that little knob to her left and move right a hair.
Big putt here to put some pressure on Minjee. And that's just a little bit of the difference that we've seen in the last few holes, just slightly tentative. A little tentative on the putt on 11 for par. A little tentative here. Maybe wasn't comfortable with the read. Actually breaks a little bit towards the back of the green that players have not quite been able to see.
Stays at 8 under par. Will Minjee Lee stay at 14 under? Hold on in this, Kay.
I'm not seeing a ton. Like John said, the overall pull is to the back of the green, but there's that a little mound that might negate some of that. Good news is again, she's putting uphill, so she can be firm with this putt. Doesn't have to be concerned about the speed and just nudge it and get it started. She can hit it with some authority.
I think back to the par putts that she made, the one she made on 9. Birdie putt she made on the last hole, all about this distance. She feels very comfortable at this 10 to 12 foot range.
Time and again.
How big does the hole look to her right now?
It
I
must.
mean,
Making everything.
that's a very nice feeling when the hole looks that big.
You know, you could make a lot of money if you could sell the idea. How do you get that feeling? How do you get there? How do you get in this zone?
A lot of hard work.
Jin Young Ko. Chance to get it to 5. So top 5 right now for the #1 player in the world. Leona Maguire has missed her birdie try. Hye-Jin Choi can join them at 8. And does. And has fans following her. 22-year-old South Korea, 11 wins the Korean LPGA Tour. So they moved to 14 that final pairing. The lead is 6 after another terrific putt.
And they're back on the back tee today on the 14th hole. It's a treacherous par 4. Playing as the 3rd hardest hole today. Most players will kind of try and get it somewhat close to those bunkers, but nobody can really carry that far right bunker. It's a severe dogleg. And the hole location today, nobody should be aiming towards the hole. If it gets close to the hole, that was a mistake. That was not where they were trying to aim, because look at that red slope just beyond the flag. Everything sloping down off and into the pine straw as well, not just into a shaved area.
Just has not shown any sign of folding.
And yeah, I remember talking with Jason Gilroyd, her caddy at Palos Verdes, and just, you know, kind of the state of her game, and said, hey, everything's the usual, like always hitting the ball well and just waiting for more putts to fall, waiting for more putts to fall. Well, she's seen them fall this week.
Look at the difference in the numbers.
I think we were waiting for this to happen, Terry.
You thought it was going to happen yesterday.
I was kind of waiting for the USGA to dial up the course a little bit and bring that spice that we love to see in a Women's Open. And it's out there today, Kay.
And make par that valuable score. Wind coming off the right. She's playing this to the fat part of the fairway. Just hoping it doesn't go all the way through.
Oh, she's going to get just barely lucky. We're not sure what her stance is going to be, but
Morgan, week to week, all the attention goes on the birdie putts that won you the tournament. How about a U.S. Women's Open? It's the par putts at 9 for Minjee Lee.
You know that you're going to have putts up this distance if you're going to have to save for par.
That was at 11, and just a moment ago at 13.
These are the putts that will win her this championship.
Yep.
If it comes down to it, it's those gutsy saves.
And especially from this point forward, too. Just go ahead and make pars all the way to the house. Harrigai.
And as Morgan referenced, not enough in the tank to carry that last bunker, but should be able to carry that middle bunker that comes out towards the middle of the fairway. Yeah, this is a beauty, right down the middle.
Still in second, but has to share that spot with Hyejin Choi and Lydia Ko, who we see here. Just kept running. 17.
Birdie putt here for Megan Kang. We talked about how few birdies we've seen here today. Just the second one. Yes, it's a very good 3 for Megan Kang, and it's going to move her inside the top 10 here with 1 hole to play in the championship.
Top 10 is important, Tom. Top 10 and ties gets you into the championship next year at Pebble Beach.
Nelly Korda on the way at 18.
Shot.
Valerie tried to help get it there. Back at 14. Lydia Ko has this to remain at 8 under. Left. As we tell you, as founding partner, the USGA has helped First Tee create experiences that build character in millions of kids throughout the game of golf. That legacy continues today as they celebrate their 25th anniversary. Go to firsttee.org to get involved. And whether it's the rules, handicapping, conducting 15 national championships, or bringing new people to the game, the USGA is focused on the good of the game for the next 100 years and beyond. Visit usga.org/about-us to learn more. 6-shot lead on the back 9 on Sunday for Minjee Lee here at the U.S. Women's Open. 4th time at Pine Needles. Par saves, just took a look at those at 9, 11, 13. So just trying to hold it together and could set the record too. On pace to set the record for a 4-day total. That number 272 has been done 3 different times. She's on pace to break that. 16, Jin Young Ko for birdie. Back at 14, told you how tough this hole has been. Not one birdie today.
And not surprising, just based specifically on the hole location. It's been a tough hole all week, but you cannot be too aggressive to this hole location or you can end up in a lot of trouble.
2 U.S. Opens, Women's Open since 1990 have been won by 6 or more shots. Both were here at Pine Needles. Annika in 96 won by 6. Curry Webb won by 8 in 2001. Harrigai, first to go.
196. And Morgan, yeah, standing back here in the fairway, it didn't look like that pin is on the green. It's so difficult. Just throw away the pin sheet on this hole. You don't need it at all. Split the difference between the flag and our tower left of the green. The ideal, something in the middle of the green. 196, hurting right to left wind.
Yeah, this is where it takes a lot of discipline to play away from the flagstick. As an athlete and as a competitor, you want to try and get it as close as possible, but you have to just really dig deep and play away from the hole.
Oh.
Starting at it, trying to turn left a little bit. Not going to do it, though.
All right.
Yeah, that's just kind of a little bit of a competitor trying to push it a little bit closer. And you end up in a lot of trouble here on 14.
Chance you have to take if you're trying to catch Minjee Lee, but do you take it if you're trying to secure second place?
Yeah, just normal swing.
Minjee got lucky in that her stance could have really been impeded by this wiregrass mounds. But as it is, she's able to kind of skirt her feet around it and not sacrifice alignment.
Does she have any trouble with that little bit behind her?
No, she's pretty steady. Going with a 6-iron. She's aiming to the fat part of the green, left of the flag.
It looks like that one that we can see in our view there is just far enough away that it shouldn't affect her swing. Lost it right?
Yeah, blocked it right. Maybe couldn't get over to her left side really well.
Well, if there's a time when she can afford it, it might be now. But that bunker shot's not the end of the world. She's close enough to the hole. It should be uphill. But there you can see she's straddling that little tuft of wiregrass. And maybe just comes more on her toes than we've seen her. She's usually quite flat-footed throughout her swing. And in that position, you really need to be so steady with your lower body.
They walk up, we jump up to 18. Nelly Korda to finish up at 3 under.
Yeah, all in all to start the week, I don't know that Nelly had a lot of expectations for herself. And she's just happy to be back out, playing on tour, after taking 4 months off, and it's great to see her back.
You would think she would have surpassed her expectations. I mean, even the way she talks coming in, saying, look, I didn't pick this, a major championship as my first time back, but I'm 100% now. I wanted to be 100%. This is the timing of it, and I'm going to compete.
And she's got some really big events coming up, defending at the Meyer Classic, defending at KPMG Women's Open, or PGA Championship, excuse me, in a couple weeks. So
Lindblad for birdie at 15, the par 5.
And there she is, you can see in 9th. You gotta watch that for her coming down these last few holes to stay in the top 10. It's a lot less stressful when you don't have to qualify for the Women's Open, I can tell you that.
Thinking ahead to Pebble Beach, yep. Not like she's heading back to class. She's been in class. She's been doing homework and writing papers and doing quizzes all week, even though she shot 65 in the opening round. Lowest total for 18 holes ever for an amateur at the U.S. Women's Open. That amateur leaderboard, Rose Zhang Superstar, 7 over. But that recent win at the NCAAs as well, and Lindblad finished in a share of 3rd.
Those are the names of the future.
Yeah.
Watch those names.
The present now. It's starting. That future's starting now already. In the bunker, Paraguay here at 14.
Good lie, plenty of green to work with. Does go down a little bit by the hole, but we've referenced the sand all week. Very soft, tough to get any spin on, but she should have plenty of room to work with here.
They're on the side of caution, long and right. Gave us all a bit of a scare in here. What a shot.
Maybe the most impressive shot that we've seen today from Mina Haragai.
That was nearly for the first birdie of the day here on 14.
Yeah.
I mean, that's almost what you have to do to make birdie on this hole. And just beautiful technique. Great thump out of the sand.
What about real speed?
Wonderful tempo. I love real speed. You can really tell the tempo.
Hear the sound too. That thump. What about the lie for Minjee Lee, Kay?
It's a little tougher because it's a slightly awkward stance. It's that shot, Morgan, where your left foot's a little higher than your right. The ball's a little bit below her feet, and she's closer to the front lip.
Is there a false that'll come back towards her, Kay? Not when she gets on the green.
Not unless she totally dumped it.
Well done. Leaves it below the hole. Cutting back up the hill. Have to show us again some of those spectacular par saves she's been making today.
Up to 17.
And one of those players tied for second, Hye-Jin Choi. Long birdie putt at 17. Dial in the pace through the shadows. And did not do that. So Leona Maguire and Hye-Jin Choi with similar length par putts there at 17. We'll go back over to 14.
Look down on the green as we remind you today's uninterrupted coverage is presented by Rolex. Two bunker shots and now two upcoming putts. Minjee Lee first. I mean, she's made everything.
It's just so nice to see her having command on the putting surfaces, because Morgan, quite frankly, for the last few years, there's been many tournaments where she continues to pepper the flag and hit a high percentage of greens, but comes away with a third place finish or, you know, a second place finish.
Yeah, a few weeks ago when I was first reached out to her coach, she said they were working on the stroke, not trying to take it too far back inside. But starting Tuesday of Founders, they really took the focus off of the mechanics and put it more onto the entry line into the hole, trying to get away from technical thought over the ball and really seeing the shape of the putt and allowing her skills to produce it. And I would say if there's a better golf course to try and do that on, it's right here with the severity of these greens.
Just a replay over and over again. Why would you ever doubt her?
Golf is easy when you play like that. I think she's about to put behind her the ghost of 11 second place finishes and 10 third place finishes.
4 straight one putts. 17.
And Hye-Jin Choi for par. Talked about not many rounds under par today. Hye-Jin Choi is 2 under for the day. That is very, very impressive. Let's go back to 14.
So Minjee Lee first to putt, makes it. Now Haragai's got to answer.
After that wonderful bunker shot, there's a big leaderboard just left of this green that she can see she's in a 3-way tie for second at the moment. So she knows every stroke right now is quite valuable, even if she can't catch Lee.
Even more important than ever to just focus on the moment, start the ball on your line.
Yeah, great up and down.
It's got to be tough, though. I mean, you know, you're trying as hard as you can to sneak something a little bit closer to Minjee, and she just keeps just knocking them in.
6 up, 4 to play. As we tell you, if your daughter is age 6 to 17 and interested in golf, enroll her in LPGA USGA Girls Golf, a program that the USGA has supported for more than 25 years. Help empower girls in golf by visiting girlsgolf.org today. Players, no recording, you saw spending time this week with many who are out here watching the action. Lindblad on the tee at 16. That kick is what you risk over there, right side.
So she's just obviously not playing as well as she has this week. A little more frustration. She has shown her emotions all week long.
Is it a bit of a letdown when you leave here as a young player? I mean, the excitement, the 4 days, you're a part of something. Play with Annika Sorenstam, play with Jin Young Ko.
I think it's more inspiring than anything. I don't know if it's a letdown. It's more, okay, this is really where I belong and what I would like to do.
Maybe for a day or two. Let down, and then it's inspiring.
I think you're just tired. I
Yeah,
think you're
maybe.
tired mentally after this week.
Take a look at the 15th, par 5.
Reachable par 5, especially for Minjee here. Fairway slopes a good bit right to left. Just try and take something up the right center. And then as long as she finds the fairway here, should be go zone. There have not been any eagles yet today. There have been a few earlier in the week, but that whole location brings that left slope very much into play. Like I've said all day, just the whole locations today cut so much closer to the runoffs than we've seen them all week.
No eagles, but 21 birdies today at 15. And 7 under on the par 5s, Minjee Lee.
That's getting it done. And every player knows they have to take advantage of the par 5s. But it's one thing to think about it. It's another thing to actually do it.
It's heading to the right bunker here.
Yeah,
She's going to get away with it.
Fairway slopes right to left. You can miss it down that right side, but certainly don't want to mess with those bunkers.
Yeah, not her best there. She still should be far enough down there to get there in 2. Guess we'll have to wait and see. But missed it just a little bit.
As you said, Morgan, anything in the fairway with this helping wind is go zone.
And Mina could potentially even get close here in 2 as well.
I think she can. The fairways have firmed up. She's got a helping wind. Take it up that right side and use that speed slot and get as much roll out as you can. And this is on a really good line up the right center, it looks like.
Yeah, looks like she came out of it a little bit. Should be a good ways back from Minjee, but might be able to chase a 3-wood up there.
Up ahead, the 3rd from the bunker for Bronte Law. Close in 2.
This is another one of those somewhat infinity greens from where she's sitting in that bunker. Just makes distance control so difficult, but she made that look so easy. Good shot.
17.
Now Anna Norquist across the green here, 17th.
She has shown spectacular speed all week, Tom, from long range.
Pretty good speed there. Should be a 4 for Norquist. And we'll go back to 16.
Lindblad 2nd at the par 3. Hedgen Choi, by the way, who has the 72-hole amateur U.S. Women's Open scoring record, 279 back in 2017. Lindblad is trying to change that. On pace for that. Lowest 18-hole score, 36. 54, now going after the 72-hole mark.
A lot of fun to watch her play this week, and I think she's gained a lot of fans with her personality and her aggressive nature. There you see Sophie Gustafsson on her bag.
Now the birdie putt for Jin Young Ko, similar putt to the one she just watched from the player that she's playing alongside, Anna Norquist. Did she learn anything? Yes, she did. Well, you give the world #1 the line and the pace, and she shows you exactly what to do. Moves her to 6 under par. Let's finish here, 15 and 17, the 2 birdies. Maybe another one coming at 18. Oh, yes, that's a bonus. It's going to be a fine performance from Jin Young Ko, who's just been playing incredible golf over the last 12 months or so. Let's go to 16.
Lindblad for par. Some of those fans are talking about in attendance here. Lydia Ko trying to stay at 8 under. Drop shot at the par 5, going to drop her out of a share second. So now you got 2 sharing second behind Minjee Lee. As we remind you, the 122nd U.S. Open in the Country Club, Brookline, Massachusetts. Coming your way June 16th through the 19th on NBC USA and streaming on Peacock. And don't forget that tomorrow is golf's longest day on Golf Channel. 9 final qualifying sites for the U.S. Open. 8 in the U.S., 1 in Canada. Golf Channel keep you updated on the action all day until the last spot is filled.
We talked about how stressful it can be qualifying for the Open. And when you're not exempt into it, there's so much pressure on everybody playing tomorrow. And it's such an exciting day to round out the field.
You have names trying to qualify. You have players that you're watching either on the PGA Tour for that or LPGA Tour on the women's side that have to qualify. Not everybody's exempt. Yeah, it's not easy just to get here. Harrigai first.
290 total, Terry. She's just laying this up something short of that left bunker. Give herself a good number in.
Let's see if she can get a little bit of a better layup here than she did on the 10th hole, John.
She would appreciate that. Quite sure.
It's a much wider fairway here.
Yeah, this looks good. That's the left side.
Well back from that sandy area.
Yeah, I love it. I think it'll be an easier trip down a wedge to that side. Yeah, for sure. I think you're going to get it. It's right on the 15.
Yeah, even with the lead that she has, not laying up. Going with the 5 wood, same club she hit here yesterday. She had 240 to the front and trundled it on up there today. 245 to the front, but a little breeze helping. The biggest thing she has to be concerned about is like the 10th hole. The ball is above her feet, so guard against a pull hook. Oh, beautiful swing. High shot down the right side of the green. Right center, I should say.
I mean, she knows what she's doing.
She's swinging that club like it's an 8-iron.
That's amazing.
Just putting on an absolute clinic out here. She can't see it because of the shadows of the pines, but she's going to be very happy with the result when she gets up there.
Wow. 16 after the drop shot at 15 for Ko.
See how aggressive she gets here. She loses this one a little bit to the right. It does bounce up a touch. Oh no, she lost it in the bunker. Too far right, trying to, you know that she's looking at second place at this point, and
no doubt
trying to creep her way as close as she can.
But 18, Hye-Jin Choi over the green in 2 is her 3rd. Along the ground. Just grabbed.
Oh, is that going to stay? That could come back towards her. Run up and mark it. I was talking to her swing coach, Brian Lebetovich, last night, and he said that she's just so gifted in golf. Fun to watch.
77th U.S. Women's Open is presented by ProMedica. Key play for her there, though, where she is right now on the leaderboard. In that share of second place, along with Mina Harrigai, Lydia Ko just dropped a shot, so she'll try to get at least one back. Jin Young Ko with a long putt, getting it to 6 under. Bronte Law looking for a top 5 finish here. Last player from England to finish the U.S. Women's Open in the top 5, Jody Uren-Shanoff back in 2013. Let's go back out to that final pairing at 15.
Can you see? I mean, it's breeze. If it lands 95 or 97, it's perfect.
So hit it like I did on number 8.
Yes. Yeah.
But this one's more downwind.
Correct. Correct. Yeah, that one was more out of the right. This one's down. So you don't even. I don't even think you really need. Like you just gotta like it's like
It's gotta
driving.
be solid.
Yeah, it's just driving range way.
Yeah.
Coming down right on the 15.
Yep.
Okay.
106 here, Morgan. Looks like a fairly innocuous shot, but anything with some heat, anything past this pin will roll well off the green. So even though it's just 106 from a good lie, you have to be a little bit careful here.
Same with anything left, John. Big fall off on the left side of this green as well. Coming down right on the left edge of that TV tower there is a great target.
Looks to be what she's doing just right. The flag may need to bite.
Nice.
Yes!
It did.
Woo! That is bold. What a great play.
Coming at a wonderful time as well. Hedgen has this putt to save par. It's not easy though, Terry. She pushed that.
So not that Harrigai knows it, but she will drop back to 7 under with Ko.
And potential for Mina here to have a 2-shot cushion heading into the last few holes on second place.
1 under 70 in the final round for the 22-year-old.
Here's Ingrid Lindblad with her second at the 17th. Down the right side of that green. Is it going to hang on the putting surface? You have to be careful there. That might drift away. And the green at 17 is just set up as many of these greens are, and that's going to drift down. I'm going to leave her a little bit of work to do. Hopefully it doesn't get all the way to the sandy area, which it doesn't. I watched her on the range earlier, and she had that ball between her arms. You see sometimes players work with it. She's grinding away on her golf swing. 71st hole of a major championship. I talked to her caddy there, Sophie Gustafson, a 5-time winner on the LPGA Tour. She said, there's no pressure on us out there today. We don't have to worry about the money. And she said, the one thing that I love about Ingrid, she only remembers the good shots. She doesn't ever talk about the bad shots. What an attitude that is.
Some athletes are built like that.
Yeah,
That's
she just
great
focuses
asset.
on the good shots she hits.
I can't say the same with my career, Tom.
And I think Minjee Lee is a little bit that way too, because in her press conference the other day, they were asking her about certain holes and a birdie putt, and she couldn't remember the hole. And she couldn't remember the shot. And I think she gets so into the moment.
It's good to have a short memory in this game. A little bit tentative there. She can afford it here, but that's the first somewhat tentative stroke we've seen her make today.
I imagine that she's battling a little bit to stay in that moment and not think about what the potential outcome is in a few minutes.
Lydia Ko, bunker 16 or second.
She is just a magician out of the bunkers. Got fortunate actually to stay up on the green. Could have sloped back into the bunker.
So everyone's important right now for Mina Harrigai. The chase to first place taking place through much of the day, but certainly that race for second place.
Yeah, Terry, and this would give her a 2-shot lead with 3 to play on second place. Solo second. And boy, that was a brave wedge shot. I really applaud her for taking that one on, because it would have been easy to leave it 15, 20 feet short.
There it is, that 2-shot cushion.
She kept her head really steady on that one. Left side low, just what she's been working on.
Take it to 16, Lydia Ko. Bunker to here, this for par. Just, and that's a Lydia Ko putt. Got it right over the edge. Still a share of third. Back at 15, Minjee Lee with this left. picks up another one to 15 under par. Relation to par, 16 under. Julie Inkster back in 1999, Old Waverly. She's already going to get, it seems, the total score, that 272. Some kind of performance. Jin Young Ko second at 18.
It's a beautiful view here about this iconic finishing hole. So many incredible champions crowned right here on this green. And that's the ideal leave.
Pretty cool finish yesterday, too, for Jin Young Ko. Remember this? Third from just off the green, much different hole location. Got the tracer on it. Just to make sure you saw it go.
Well, she even said herself, she was, I was just amazed. I was thrilled that that went in.
Back to 17.
Third shot now for Lindblad. Very tight around these greens. She's got the wedge out. There's a ridge there at the back of the green that she kind of pitched it into. So she'll have that left for a par. Trying to stay inside the top 10. We talked about finishing inside the top 10. That gives you an exemption into the championship next year at Pebble Beach.
So not thinking about the money, but that top 10. 16 par 3, 17 par 4, 18 par 4. There's the proximity today, almost 31 feet. The average. Up by 6 with 3 to play. Probably not thinking about that, but it's going to be an enjoyable 3 holes, I would think. Closing out the U.S. Women's Open.
Terry, you've covered a lot of athletes in different sports, and you can't even for one moment stop and rest and think about what you're doing. You have to play hard through that finish line.
I think you keep that focus, Kate, but if you're only up by 1, so the tension that's theirs, I mean, you can feel it so much, and that's probably not the same right now when you're up by 6.
I think you think, Kay, back to players who have had big leads. Think about Jennifer Kupcho just earlier this season at the Chevron Championship. Think about Scotty Scheffler at the Masters. It's not easy to play with the big lead.
It's a 9-iron. Just playing for that front yardage.
Got to get a little easier every shot you make. Cross another one off.
Every shot you keep hitting like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Right in the perfect location. Smart play, percentage play.
And in terms of second place, at least, maybe that little cushion. You look up at the leaderboard right now, Mina Haragai, and you don't bring the sigh of relief, but certainly feeling different than she did 10 minutes ago. When she was really struggling to make anything to stay in the mix. It was a 3-way tie for second.
Yeah, that was a big birdie on the last hole, John.
Yeah, she came off that green with a big smile on her face, taking little dabs with her caddy, Travis. And this is a 7-iron, 162 with quite a bit of help. So I'm thinking she may take a hair off this. I know she's not quite as long as Minjee Lee, but seeing Lee hit 9-iron there, this is 2 clubs more. Middle of the green.
Center of. So we come down the stretch here at the championship that they all desperately want to win. They play for that trophy. What a start indeed. And she's kept it going throughout the day. Minjee Lee, parents moved from South Korea to Australia. She was born in Australia, trying to become the 3rd player from that country to win this championship. 17.
Lindblad's trying to stay inside the top 10. Needs to make this. Oh, that makes the task difficult at 18. So that falls her into a tie for 12th. Needs a birdie. Needs a birdie at 18.
Jin Young Ko looking for just that right now. Top 5 at the moment for Ko. Top player in the world. She's been the #1 player in the Rolex rankings since the end of January. Even par each of the last 2 days. Take you back to 16. And Haragai will be first to go, John.
Absolutely, and she seems to be playing much more relaxed and a lot freer since that up and down out of the bunker a couple holes ago. That birdie on the last, I know she's got a 2-shot lead on second, and a perfect shot here. I'm sure that was within a yard of where she was looking. And you talked about playing with a 1 or 2-shot lead, and that's kind of what this feels like. Obviously, you're not there for the win, but it's kind of what it feels like. You're protecting a lead, not so much protecting, but you want to get it to the house with this 2-shot lead. Significant difference between second and third.
And it's, I mean, even third place is still a significant amount of money, but it's this life-changing money, especially for a player like Mina, who has talked about her financial struggles in the past, only having $2,000 in her bank account at one point a couple years ago, and talked about it yesterday after the round, how thinking of the freedom of not having to worry about when your next paycheck might come or what it might mean. You can book flights in advance. You can commit to things a little bit earlier. As a player on tour, the expenses are very high.
No, not the line. Second place by yourself, over $1 million. It's $1,080,000. That would put you 14th for the season on the money list. LPGA Tour. And it would be big.
Lydia Ko second at 17. See, she's in a tie for third. The difference between second and third is $400,000. And Lydia knocks that into the bunker. And it has been a tough place to get up and down. Just 9 of 40 attempts up and down from the bunker at 17 this week. Back to 16.
Minjee, as a child, studied piano, was in choir, did dance, and then fell in love with golf. 10-year-old, started practicing and playing up to 8 hours a day. 21.5 feet here for birdie. Left for par, no problem. 17.
Now Bronte Law, birdie would go a very long way here for the English woman.
She made a beautiful birdie here yesterday, Tom.
Okay, that's a good line. Just the right amount of pace. Wonderful shot there from Bronte, and she's given herself a very good look at birdie.
Moment to remind you, weekly ticket packages on sale now for next year's U.S. Women's Open, presented by ProMedica at Pebble Beach. Visit uswomensopen.com/tickets today. Yeah, heading to Pebble next year for this event.
Can't wait, Terry. What a special venue to have the Women's Open create its own history around such an iconic track.
Yep. Lancaster Country Club, then Erin Hills, Riviera in 2026, Inverness 2027, and then Oakmont.
Not a bad list.
Pinehurst 2029. Yeah, it's a pretty good list, right? Haragai.
Certainly more than she was hoping for on her second putt. Deceivingly fast from the middle of the green to this whole location.
Yeah. Share of 28, the best she's finished at this championship. Solo second now.
Another interesting thing that Kari said about Minjee, you know, she's watched her since she was 13 or 14 years old, Kari Webb has, and she always knew that she was going to be destined for great things, but she was overshadowed by Lydia Ko, so kind of had to carve out her own identity. She also said she was very one-dimensional, didn't hit a lot of shots, but now she's such a well-rounded player that has the full package.
Ouch.
Well, a mistake, a rare mistake, but one she can afford.
She's human.
That's all that proved?
She's human.
The lead is 5. 2 to play. That's how close it came. Yeah, you think about the trajectory of her career, too. The 7 wins on the LPGA Tour, but that major championship, the end of 2021, takes you to a new level in your own mind. You try to live up to those expectations, work to meet those expectations, and has 17.
Long bunker shot for Lydia Ko. She is a magician around the greens. We've seen that many times before, and there is another example. Lovely shot. And that should be a 4 for Lydia. Tie for third. Let's take a look at the 17th hole. It moves dramatically from right to left, very much so on the tee shot. The longer players will go over those trees on the left, and the players who don't have as much distance will go over the bunker. Spectacular shots from the drone this week. Isn't that magnificent? Almost though we're going to clip those trees.
Tom, definitely one of the trickiest tee shots on this course. You want to carry that bunker, but you somehow want it to stop fairly quickly once it does, so it doesn't run through that native area. This is straight downwind. She's got driver out, so better take a fairly aggressive line here.
Yeah, she's had a few issues with the drive here and been fortunate a couple of times here at 17. Has flirted with the bunker. And see what she does today.
It's funny when you course, you have so many straight drives and you get one like this towards the end of your round. Sometimes you're just not comfortable, but this is on a good line right over those bunkers as long as it stops in time before going through.
Yeah, now going to put the brakes on. Put the brakes on. Oh, dear, dear, dear.
Hope I got a good lie.
Trying to get lucky.
You heard her say, I hope I got a good lie. I think she did. I think she got away with it.
Yeah, just whether that clump of grass is in her way behind the ball. Now Bronte Law for the birdie to break out of that tie. Get to 5 under on her own, and she does. That is lucrative for Bronte Law. Just 4 players have made birdie at 17 today. Bronte's one of them.
Memorable week, and then some for Ingrid Lindblad and those watching. Last swing, she hopes.
Back to the tee at the 17th, and Minjee.
No thought of 3-wood, driver all the way.
Take on that bunker down the left.
Oh, she's pulled it with a draw.
Is it going to carry?
Some kind of good lucky bounce.
Wow.
Or lucky tick off the tree.
It got a lucky bounce. That is as far as you can get down there, I think, Kay.
When it's your week, it is your week. Wow.
I'm sure her heart rate went up very quickly after that drive.
I mean, she's going to be going in with a wedge or short iron there. Let's see. It just clips the tree. Gets through there. And takes a bounce out of that sandy area, and it is in really good shape now.
What an aggressive play, Tom. Considering that her typical shot shape is a fade, you wouldn't think this hole sits up to her eye.
Lydia Ko for the sandy par, having come out of the bunker. Oh, a rare mistake from short range for Lydia. So that is going to be a bogey. And it's a bogey at 15 and a bogey at 17 for Lydia. And she falls back. Let's go up to 18.
Go ahead and make it. Finish the week that way, Ingrid Lindblad.
The way she's been putting, from what we've seen, Terry, it's very possible.
Pace well judged, and you do have that feeling. You've been watching her for a number of years on the LPGA Tour and compete at major championships. Still at LSU. But a little glimpse on day one of what was possible in her game. That 65 playing with Annika Sorenstam. So excited when she just found out that she was going to play with Annika, and then to play that well, then play with Jin Young Ko yesterday. Keep it going over 4 days. Bit of a tough day today.
What a memorable week, though, for Ingrid. First chance really in this giant spotlight. She's played well in college, won some championships, but to really be in the spotlight this week, very memorable.
Xi Lin playing with her today. So top 10, share of 8th right now. We're in 8th place. Work left. We've got 4 players at 2 under at the moment. So the scores, if I would have told you that 14 under would be the number with 2 holes to play on Sunday at the beginning of the week, you would say no. You'd take that wager, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't have believed that. I wouldn't have taken that bet because, I mean, it's just the way that Minjee has played, the way the golf course is set up, all of it has combined to just lower scores than we anticipated.
8 under was the top number, Annika, back in 1996. That's the best number in the 3 editions coming into this. We got 14 under. We remind you, uninterrupted coverage of the USGA Championships is presented by Rolex. Xi Lin trying to finish with a par.
There's a big putt to get in the Open next year. She probably doesn't know that, but
no.
We do.
Yeah, you've got those other players at 2 under, so that share, that 8th place right now share, the bogey will drop her out. Yeah, disappointing 3-putt and 76 on this Sunday in North Carolina. Back to 17.
Check in with Mina Haragai. And it looks like she's got a shot here, John.
Yeah, great break right in between everything. Her stance is fine. Her club path is fine. The lie is really good. 174 total, 148 front edge. And Morgan, we were talking about Pebble Beach next year and how spectacular that's going to be. And I got a feeling her parents' restaurant there in Pacific Grove, Takara Sushi, is going to be very busy that week. I'm sure she'll be in the trading free sushi for tickets.
Her father is the sushi chef. They've owned the restaurant for over 30 years.
Yeah, I've been there many times, Tom. Well worth it.
Might be able to buy a restaurant, but the way she finishes here.
Just
got a little awkward stance there.
Yeah, just trying to get comfortable. I don't think it's really going to affect her. It's just she's feeling something in her feet she doesn't love. Doing a smart thing, not hitting when she's not 100% committed. Ready now.
Just getting between those bunkers, running onto the green.
Yeah, a really good line in, Tom, right at the center of the green.
Yeah, asking for it to get back there. It's going to be just fine. She's got, well, she's at 9 under. And Hye-Jin Choi in the house at 7 under. Let's see if she just kind of picked that one off the sand.
A little thin to win.
It's not too bad when you're coming out of a lie like that. Minji's hit it a long way down there, Kay.
Boy, she has 280 yards, and I was told that Nelly Korda hit it past her for the longest one of the day, but I mean, to be able to bomb it around the corner and now have wedge in your hand in to this tough hole.
She left of the flag.
Yeah, she pulled it a little.
Sat down very quickly, didn't want to go long. The danger is going long here. And we'll go up to the 72nd green.
Lindblad finished with a par. Give people a lot to cheer about over the course of 4 days here at Pine Needles. LSU star 76 in the final round outside the top 10, but barely. And part of that trophy ceremony as the Low-Am, though, no doubt about that. Big hug from Mom.
You can see the competitor in here is disappointed the way that she played today, but what a week for Ingrid.
The 77th U.S. Women's Open is presented by ProMedica, elevating the game, redefining healthcare. ProMedica, with coverage brought to you by the all-new Lexus LX 600. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer, and by American Express. Don't live life without it. So it's Minjee Lee at 14 under and up by 5. With one hand on that trophy already. Take a look at 17 and where they are.
Yeah, and the way that they played this hole, Minjee Lee tight down the left side. There's out of bounds in those trees down the left. It was a tight line. It was a bold play, but it has paid off for Minjee. She's got a birdie putt.
And Tom, I chatted with her caddy and said, that was a pretty aggressive line. He said, yeah, it worked out. We just didn't feel like laying up. You know, laying up and going more to the right brings the waist area through that Mina Harigai hit out of into play. So she's feeling it. She's getting a couple lucky kicks. It's her day. It's her week. And he's just there guiding this great golfer along and letting her do her thing, really. I mean, you watch someone make it look so easy. It's the ultimate compliment.
Yeah, she is making it look easy. And has been for the last several weeks on the LPGA Tour. Winner back in 3 weeks ago. Now close to winning another major championship, having broken through last summer. And that left for a fourth, remaining 14 under. She has a 5-shot lead. Introduced to the game by her mother, who's a teaching pro. Her brother, of course, plays in the men's game and will make his debut in the US Open in a couple of weeks' time. Winner on the DP World Tour over in Europe. Min Woo Lee. They're a very talented family. She caddied for Min Woo at the Masters Par 3 tournament earlier this year.
Perfectly played second shot here, Tom, into the heart of the green, just a little bit of right to left, and I'm sure she'd love just to get this down to tap-in range and move on to 18.
See if she can get the pace right here, John. Greens have been very quick all week. Golf course presented in tremendous condition, and that is very good pace from Mina. So she'll remain at 9 under, and she's got a little cushion in the second place position on the leaderboard, which is still so lucrative here. Oh, don't want to step in her fellow competitor's line. Just gonna tap it in. 1 to go. And we will go to the 18th.
Bronte Law trying to finish up the way she wants. Second shot here. Maybe had to follow through A lot of people coming up right there.
Yeah, they're just protecting against going long and left.
UCLA Bruin ball marker.
So as the sun begins to set through the pines, Minjee has this for a par at 17. Good for on a tough hole. And, oh, a few Aussies in the crowd there. Let's go down to Catherine Tappan.
All right, thanks so much. Ingrid Lindblad, you finished as the low amateur here this week at the U.S. Women's Open. Can you describe what you went through today in today's final round?
Well, after 12 holes, I hit 12 greens, and I was 3 over. It was tougher today. I hit the green, but then I had like a 50 or 60 footer, and I've been putting good all week, but today didn't really, nothing really went in until 15 where I made like a 40 footer.
What did you learn about yourself in this championship?
It is possible to score low. The first day, I made everything, and, it's possible. It doesn't happen a lot, but it is possible, and overall, it was a great week, and I feel like my game is trending in the right direction.
We look forward to seeing your game continue to unfold. Ingrid, thank you so much for taking the time with us.
Thank you for having me.
Out to 18.
Catherine, thanks. 22 years old. That's it, from Sweden and at LSU.
How about she didn't miss a putt inside of 5 feet all week? 50 for 50 on U.S. Open greens.
Was almost perfect inside of 10 feet. Lydia Ko, this her third.
Trying to control the spin on her wedge there. Just where we've seen so many people end up. Smart play.
Kind of surprised the way she's finished today. Remember, she was at 8 under, a share of second. With a stretch on the back 9. And back up to the tee, the final pairing. Ready to go, Mina Haragai.
Beauty.
Up the left side.
Hang in. Hang in. It does.
That'll make the hole a little bit shorter as well. Hugging the left.
Mannerisms. The way she's carrying herself, I'm not sure it's changed throughout.
I think if we looked up poised and collected, confident in the dictionary, we'd see her picture.
Yeah, you know what I think, Kay? I think back to Founders Cup only a few weeks ago where we couldn't believe that she hadn't yet won on tour this year. She's been playing so well. And to finally get the job done there, and then just to command this championship.
It takes a lot of patience and belief to wait for it. And she waited for this one.
For the biggest one of them all.
Mine should be kind of where my hip went back.
And settles in. So check off another box right there. Another shot that's pure in the fairway. And now that walk down to her second shot and eventually up to the green.
I think she's just about at that point where she can start to enjoy the walk now. Probably right when she gets it on the green here on this next shot.
Yeah. Bronte Law has missed her putt. This for par for Ko. So it hasn't been the best finish. Lydia fighting for second place, but now a round of 72, 1 over. Final day, 5 under par. Bronte Law has this left for par. Fourth time at the U.S. Women's Open for the 27-year-old from England who went to UCLA, missed the cut 2017, 2019, share of 30th, 2020.
Bronte doesn't have a top 10 all year on tour. what a spot to have your first of the year. Could be a top 5 here. It's been great to see her back into some form. Had some struggles in the last year and a half, but has really brought it together this week.
Top 5 out of that with that drop shot. So 74 in the final round for Bronte Law. Now the Curtis Cup at Marion Golf Club begins Friday, June 10th. USGA, that run of championships and Women's Open, Curtis Cup next week. Great place there. US Open, Country Club Brookline. US Senior Open, Saucon Valley. I mean, just these places, destinations are great all the way through. The US Senior Women's Open, Kettering, Ohio, through the year. 15 national championships conducted by the USGA. By the way, that coverage beginning at 9:30 a.m. on Golf Channel, Friday, June 10th for the Curtis Cup. Lowest 72 hole total, 272. Minjee needs a bogey or better for the record. Including play here. It's happened right here at Pine Needles.
No.
Yes, it's just a stop.
She would be the 6th straight international winner of this U.S. Women's Open. 2016, the last time a U.S. player has won it.
Yeah. Yep.
Brittany Lane.
Just 130 left for Paraguay. Downwind, downhill, and Morgan, I would expect us to be very conservative.
Now we've seen most people come up about 20 to 30 feet short and just left of the flag. Leave yourself a relatively straight uphill putt. I do not see this flirting with the right side of the green whatsoever.
Right where it's headed, center of the green.
One of the better shots we've seen in here at 18.
Beautiful. What a week for Mina. Being in that position all week and just hanging tough.
Yep.
Same routine. And on the green, 72nd hole here at the U.S. Women's Open. That view must be spectacular because that fairway runs all the way down to the green. So from your view, for more than one reason, you must feel like you are on top of the world right now, Minjee Lee.
She is. She is on top of the world. What a performance she's put on this week. And now she can smile, let out a breath, and enjoy the walk. What a champion.
Going to close out her second major title and be the 3rd player from Australia to win this great championship. Jan Stevenson and Kari Webb. Kari won it twice, including right here at Pine Needles.
And following the footsteps of her idol, Kari Webb, winning on the same golf course makes it extra special.
Talked about her family and learning from her mom and her brother Minwoo being a terrific player. And you know, he has said, look, we're very different personalities, though. On that squiggly line to get to the end, she is a very straight line to get to a destination that she is just going to reach.
She's very mentally tough. We've seen it all week, and especially today. Playing with a big lead is not easy, and she just executed shot after shot after shot. And putt after putt after putt. I have to say that as well. I mean, her putting, which she's an incredible ball striker, but her putting is not usually the strength of her game. But this week and recently, I would say in the past year, she has really made incredible strides on the putting surface, and that's why she's about to win her second major championship.
If she would make the birdie, by the way, not that that matters to her right now. She's trying to close out a U.S. Women's Open, but it would be 4 straight rounds in the 60s, which only one person's ever done at this event. Nancy Lopez back in 1997. She didn't win. She was runner-up. So good she's been, Kay.
Yeah, this win is just going to, you know, take her from that position of being a really solid player with a lot of potential to that upper echelon player. So nice to just have the luxury of lagging it up there, really soaking this in and enjoying now finally the moment for what it is.
And I say this with respect, but you know what it's like to play in the final group and not win. I mean, if you're a Mina Hara guy, what does she take away from this besides a check for over $1 million?
Well, Mina has not lost this tournament whatsoever, this championship. She put herself in this position and she played really solid. She didn't have her very best stuff today, but Minjee won this championship, and Mina can hold her head high. She's gaining experience, being in contention. She was in contention last year at Carnoustie heading into the weekend. Certainly talked about the nerves at Solheim Cup and handling the pressure there, and I think all of that set her up for what she has accomplished here this week.
Finish in double figures. Terrific week for Mina Haragai. 72 today, 9 under overall, and all by herself in second place. Big time accomplishment. And the stage belongs to Minjee Lee. Just to give us bonus time watching her play this week.
I mean, just the nerve, that just shows nerves in this position, even with a 5-shot lead.
She just ran away from everybody. Minjee Lee wins the U.S. Women's Open at Pine Needles. No one really made a run today to try to catch her. Hannah Green out there, major chant. Celebration underway.
What a week for Minjee and her caddy, Jason Gilroy, now 2-time winner here at Pine Needles, caddied for Christy Kerr in 2007.
Hug from Lydia Ko.
Years since you was here, and then Another one. I know. Thank you.
Largest purse ever, significant. The championship, everybody wants to win, significant. Add your name to the list at this place, really significant.
We've talked about it all week, Terry. The major champions, or Hall of Famers, excuse me, and future Hall of Famers that have won on this golf course. I'd expect Minjee to be in that same category before her career is over.
It is her 8th win, and it is her 2nd major championship. So we take a look at some of the highlights from this U.S. Women's Open presented by Rolex. Minjee Lee, remember she started the day at 13 under, a 3-shot lead over Mina Haragai, got things going right away.
And this just set the tone for what we would continue to see throughout the afternoon. I'm not going anywhere.
Makes birdie at the first, and then a long birdie putt at the second. Didn't think it was going to get there. It did. And yeah, you think of all the pressure that takes off. Doesn't take off all of your pressure, but all of a sudden you look up and the lead goes to 4, then it goes to 5. The par saves around this point go huge.
Those putts of that distance, 10, 12 feet, that she has poured in all week long. Par is a valuable score at the U.S. Open, especially as difficult as the setup was today.
At the 12, this from 126.
And this was just the moment where I think we all realized
it
was her day and it was her championship.
13 and 14, so tough. Was short left. Nice play to there, but had a lot left. 14, a difficult hole. Another, yet another par save.
Second all week in strokes gained putting.
How about going after it at 15, the par 5?
I love it. I love the play. Sticking with her game plan. Where else was she going to hit it? I mean, she's pulling off these remarkable shots time and time again. She's so confident. Why not go for it?
That was kind of the discussion, wasn't it? Jason Gilroy saying, hey, it'd be better than where we end up anyway. Why don't we go ahead and do this? And then the winning putt at 18 to make it official. 271 the total, setting a new 72-hole U.S. Women's Open scoring record. Watching our own highlights, too. That's always nice.
How you like that, Minjee? Those are beautiful highlights. We like them, too.
It is a great setting here at 8. It always is, major championship. But right here among the pines, kind of carved in there with the clubhouse and the grandstands. And it must be some view to walk down that hill as the leader, knowing you're going to close out the U.S. Women's Open. 4-shot victory for Minjee Lee, 26-year-old from Perth, Australia. Mina Haragai from Southern California, from Northern California, Monterey, with 2nd place here. The best she had finished with a share of 28th. And now, you know, we don't usually talk about money at major championships, but the bump up now, it was real and important, and over $1 million for 2nd place for Mina Haragai.
Yeah, it was a real commitment from the USGA and from ProMedica this year and into the years in the future of really elevating women's sport and trying to merge that pay gap and really giving the ladies what they deserve. And Minjee put on a performance worthy of the championship that she has won, and it was just, what a fun week.
You wonder when that point was in the round today when those chasing thought, no, can't get this done. Even Mina Haragai, because Minjee Lee, every time you looked up, she was saving par. She was making a birdie, unflappable throughout the entire final round.
It was just like I said, that shot on 12, I think, was the moment where that was kind of the exclamation point. She's not going to back down. She has this in her grasp, and she is going after it. Continued to play aggressively, and just what a performance.
Yeah, that record, 271. Think about those names, and Julie Inkster, Inji Chun, Annika Sorenstam right here at Pine Needles, 272. And you have just posted the best 4-day total in the history of this event, 72 77th edition of the U.S. Women's Open. So, major championship season, we look ahead to the U.S. Open, heading to historic Country Club in Brookline, Massachusetts, home 1913 champion Frances Ouimet, who paved the way for American golf on the world stage. History will unfold beginning June 16th on NBC, USA, and streaming on Peacock. So they'll play for that trophy there. Minjee Lee wins the trophy here as we send it out to the trophy presentation.
Terry, thank you so much. What an amazing championship week it has been here in Pine Needles. I'd like to introduce the CEO of the USGA, Mike Whan.
Thank you. Hey, Pine Needles, you just experienced the longest running professional women's golf game in the game. How was that? This championship began in 1946, and in 1946 there was 39 entrants, all from one country. This year, nearly 2,000 women from 44 states and 53 countries tried to get to Pine Needles. They aged from ages 11 to 61. Our original winner took her winnings in war bonds. I have a feeling Minjee might take her $1.8 million in a whole different way. People ask, why Pine Needles? Why 4 times? I think you all just experienced why Pine Needles and why 4 times, because it creates great champions. 2 huge thank yous. First, to you guys wearing green and gave us this incredible stage and this platform. Congratulations on an incredible stage for these women. And if you're out there and you're wearing a purple shirt, you're one of the 1,500 volunteers that made this thing a reality. On behalf of the USGA, thank you. Now to get to the hardware, I'm going to introduce my friend, my teammate, and my president, the president of the USGA, Stu Francis.
Thank you, Mike, and good afternoon, everyone. This year's U.S. Women's Open featured 29 amateurs from around the world. And with a score of 283 strokes, the gold medal for low amateur goes to Ingrid Lindblad. Now, it is my honor to introduce the champion of the 77th United States Women's Open. With a score of 271 strokes, the Mickey Wright Gold Medal for the winner of the 77th U.S. Women's Open goes to Minjee Lee of Australia. Additionally, we are thrilled to present the historic Harton S. Semple Trophy given each year to the U.S. Women's Open champion.
Minjee, congratulations. Now a 2-time major champion for you. What does it mean to win the U.S. Women's Open?
I mean, I'm speechless. I can't believe it right now. No, it's just super, super special and such a great honor. And it's been my dream since I was a little girl. It's the one that I've always wanted to win. So now I've done it and it just feels amazing.
Minjee, this championship featured the largest purse in the history of women's golf, you with $1.8 million in prize earnings. What is the significance of that, both to you and to your sport?
I mean, we're only moving in the right direction. I think it's only going to get better and better from here. I mean, it's such a large sum, and I'm really honored to be the first winner, I guess, of the sum, but we're only going to get better and better, so yeah.
Congratulations, Minjee.
Thank you.
Terry?
Jacqueline, thanks. Well, going to enjoy this one for some time, and who knows how it changes you. You do, winning a major championship. This is her second, but to win this one now as a player.
Now you heard her say it. It's the one that she has always wanted to win, and now she has accomplished it.
13 under the total. Minjee Lee wins the U.S. Women's Open. Mike, thank you for watching on NBC today. This 77th edition of the U.S. Women's Open presented by ProMedica with uninterrupted coverage brought to you by Rolex. Catch up on anything you missed with live from the U.S. Women's Open next on Golf Channel. Thursday, June 16th, our coverage of the 122nd U.S. Open begins from the Country Club in Brookline, Mass. Later tonight, the cast of Jurassic World Dominion relive their favorite moments from the Jurassic World franchise here on NBC. For our entire crew, I'm Terry Gannon saying so long, everyone, from Pine Needles in North Carolina.